At the end of summer, right after the long, dreary, rainy season ended, amidst the ruins, young Yunha ran desperately, ceaselessly praying for her mother. Her despair echoed everywhere. Memories of the last call flooded back, when she found a public phone booth to call her mother. Yunha hastily said over the phone that she didn't have many coins, but had important news to share. Then she joyfully shouted, "I got into college." But before her joy was complete, the line suddenly became distorted, and her mother frantically asked, "Yunha, can you hear me?" Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the other end of the line. The stream of memories was cut short, and Yuna continued to rush forward in vain, reassuring herself that her mother was fine. She froze, her face distraught and exhausted, calling out her mother's name, only to collapse when she saw her mother's body buried under the rubble. The story flashes back to 1997, the year the world changed forever. A panicked man tried to explain to the police about a giant cicada that had attacked him, but no one believed him. Everything began with a crimson lightning bolt striking down from the sky. Across the world, mysterious spatial rifts called gates began to appear. And from these gates, terrifying monsters poured out en masse, plunging the world into chaos. After the tragedy, at the family funeral, Yunha's relatives argued fiercely, none wanting to adopt her. Young Yunha could only huddle alone, listening to their words of shifting responsibility. She realized that in this world, there was no place that truly belonged to her. Back in the present, a solitary tent stood erected on a rooftop, amidst the desolate city. In her memory, the voices of her relatives echoed, shirking the responsibility of raising Yuna. She could only quietly reply that she understood and would be fine. Yuna hastily ate her meager meal alone, trying to swallow down the loneliness. Returning to reality, she was still alone in the makeshift tent amidst the ruined city. A mother's warm hand appeared in her dream, gently calling her name. Her mother comforted her, saying it was all just a nightmare. But Yunha knew this was also just a dream. The young girl unconsciously whispered her mother's name as she drifted in sleep. Waking up, the pain of losing her mother flooded back, making Yunha burst into sobs. Amidst her choked sobs, a glowing blue butterfly unexpectedly appeared outside the tent. The butterfly gently landed on a strange object, creating small electrical sparks. Immediately, a blue current enveloped the huddled Yuna and the bracelet on her arm. The energy from the bracelet erupted violently. A system notification appeared, beginning to confirm Cha Yunha's identity and bestow power. A colossal pillar of energy erupted from the tent, illuminating a corner of the sky. The blue current still lingered on Cha Yunha's hand. The energy suddenly transformed into a blazing flame as the system announced that the flame ability had been activated. From a distance, a guard witnessed the entire unusual sight. He immediately reported via radio, "Disaster Zone 260. 1. A new awakened has appeared in tent number 2. The radio response confirmed the request for assistance, and that personnel would be dispatched soon." The scene abruptly shifted to a clear blue summer sky in 1998. A military truck rolled down the road under the clear blue sky. In the truck, the blonde-haired young man Lee Jun gazed thoughtfully at the sky. He turned to strike up a conversation with Yunha. "Yunha, have you ever been to Gyeongju?" Yunha maintained a calm, expressionless face. She coldly replied with a single word, "No." The atmosphere between them immediately became awkwardly silent. A purple-haired teammate burst out laughing. "Is that your pickup line, Lee Jun?" Making him blush furiously and shout, "What are you saying? Don't tease me." Lee Jun awkwardly turned to explain to Yuna. "Ah, Yuna, don't mind them. If you feel uncomfortable then." He hung his head, his shame and disappointment clearly visible. A memory suddenly flooded Lee Jun's mind. "I first met Yunha, not long after I awakened. In the past, at a military compound, the shout 'Assemble' rang out. An officer introduced a new member. 'This is a newly enlisted awakened. From now on, you will be a team, so support each other well.' The girl calmly spoke, stating she was Cha Yunha. The whole team stirred, the purple-haired guy cheered. "No way! We finally have a girl on the team?" But was reminded by the glasses, wearing teammate. A verbal spat broke out when the purple-haired guy mocked the glasses, wearing one as a 3-time repeater, while the other angrily retorted. Amidst that, Lee Jun timidly introduced himself. "Hello? I also just enlisted yesterday." He continued self-deprecatingly. "I suddenly awakened and was dragged in here, and my ability is completely useless." When Yunha unexpectedly spoke up and asked, "What's your name?" Lee Jun startled, looking up to meet Yuna's eyes, which were looking directly at him. He recalled that the first person to care about an outcast like him in the team was Yuna. Lee Jun thought to himself, "Even though I'm terrible at remembering names, she is an incredibly precious friend." Lee Jun curiously asked Yuna if she had made a contract with any sacred beast. On the highway towards Gyeongju, Yunha coldly replied, "No." Lee Jun excitedly suggested that a dragon would suit her well, as she was, after all, the strongest in the team. Suddenly, Yuna asked about his origins, causing Lee Jun a moment of confusion. He admitted he was biracial because his father was American, secretly thinking his heart was racing because it was the first time she had looked at him for so long. Yunha casually remarked, "So you're blonde?" leaving Lee Jun speechless at her indifference. She then asked if he knew about Queenless University. Lee Jun bewilderedly asked where that was as their military vehicle continued to drive. Yuna looked up at the sky, revealing it was in San Francisco, where she once dreamed of becoming a pet groomer. Lee Jun happily said that job suited her well, but then he blurted out, "Why?" causing Yunha to freeze. Realizing he had touched upon her pain, Lee Jun quickly apologized. He sadly said he hadn't thought, as everyone here shared similar difficult circumstances. Yunha brushed it off, telling him not to worry, that he just reminded her of a few things. She looked directly at him, as if wanting to say something more. Lee Jun shyly talked about his family's bichon frise and offered to have her groom it next time. Yunha was stunned by the unexpected offer. As they arrived at the Gyeongju welcome gate under the rain, the conversation seemed to have ended. While Lee Jun was panicking, thinking he had ruined things, Yuna unexpectedly replied, "Of course, I'd be happy to." Lee Jun couldn't believe his ears, stammering, "Really?" He blushed, completely won over by her answer. Cha Eunha rested her chin on her hand, giving a knowing smile at Baek Ijun's embarrassment. His teammates took the opportunity to tease him about his youthful energy, while Ijun quickly named the dog William. Suddenly, the space plunged into utter darkness. A voice echoed in Yuna's head, calling out, "Baek Ijun." Pulled back to reality, she sternly snapped at the distracted Ijun. "We're about to enter the gate. Where is your head?" Her eyes gleamed with seriousness, yet also a hint of worry. The story flashed back 3 years, to the time that promise was made. When Yunha was assembling her team, the narration spoke of 3 arduous years that had forged them into stronger individuals. And among them, Yunha was a special case. She turned to Baek Ijun, wondering about his oversized backpack for a C-rank gate. Ijun innocently listed everything, from rations for the entire team to a spare sleeping bag. His naive meticulousness made Yunha burst out laughing. She smiled, admitting that she liked his thoughtfulness. Baek Ijun was overjoyed, and the narration confirmed that from then on, Yunha's smiles became more frequent. As captain, Yuna ordered the team to prepare to enter the gate in 5 minutes. The other members happily chatted about their leave plans. One hoped to attend his daughter's graduation, another was determined to take the TOEIC exam. Listening to his teammates chat, Baek Ijun suddenly flinched as if remembering something. He hastily called out to Yuna, almost forgetting, and calling her by name instead of her title captain. When Yunha turned to ask what was wrong, Baek Ijun stammered and hesitated. Finally, with a flushed face, he mustered all his courage and asked, "Do you still remember that promise?" Memories flooded back, and Baek Ijun shyly asked Yunha, "You said you'd help me groom William, remember?" He stammered, explaining that his father would bring William to Korea, then bravely invited her to his house. Yunha, after a moment's thought, happily replied, "I'd be very happy to." Baek Ijun's eyes widened, unable to hide his extreme surprise and joy. They happily chatted about William. Yuna asked if he was gentle, and Baek Ijun reassured her. Yunha smiled brightly, eagerly saying, "Good, I'm really looking forward to it." Just then, the system notification appeared, counting down 30 seconds until the dungeon gate activated. The command rang out, and Baek Ijun, still elated, happily replied, "Understood, boss." Yunha's voice pulled him back to reality. "What are you doing, Baek Ijun?" She turned back, urging him to quickly get into position with the rest of the team. Baek Ijun smiled brightly, quickly running to join his teammates. He happily responded, ready for the mission, completely unaware of the tragedy awaiting them. But the reality was harsh. It was a C-rank gate, and the team had been too complacent. Horrifying images appeared, blood, monster claws, and stained mission files. Baek Ijun froze, his face contorted in horror as he uttered, "Why?" The entire team was surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty Black Panther monsters. A monster roared ferociously, its growl tearing through the team's despair. Yunha tried to calm everyone. "Everyone, stay calm. They won't attack if we don't move." Before she could finish, a teammate was torn apart, his broken glasses scattered in a pool of blood. Another soldier horrifyingly called out the deceased's name, Gyu-chan, while a clenched fist, full of rage, swore revenge. Cha Yunha yelled a warning, "Jaeseong, don't provoke them." Ignoring the warning, Jaeseong roared a challenge, "Die, you bastards." The monster let out a savage roar and lunged to attack. In a flash, 9 team members were massacred, leaving only Baek Ijun trembling. He desperately told himself he had to find a way to survive in this deadly dungeon. Amidst Baek Ijun's panic, Yunha's voice rang out. "Baek Ijun, snap out of it!" He startled and replied, "Sorry, I'm trying to think of a plan." Yunha then pointed in a direction. "Look." Baek Ijun stared in astonishment in the direction she pointed. His eyes shone with extreme surprise at the unexpected sight. A brilliant blue light gate was opening in the dark cave, but guarding nearby was a pack of 3 Black Panther monsters with glowing red eyes. Yuna calmly outlined the plan. They won't attack if we don't provoke them. Just slowly approach the gate. Even so, as she walked, she secretly felt that something was wrong. Yuna wondered why the gate had suddenly opened, and if there was a hidden condition. As she got closer, she noticed something strange. That's odd, there's no reaction at all. She mumbled her confusion. The gate had just been active, but now it was silent. Baekhyun hesitated, starting a terrifying hypothesis. Yunha, what if? What if only one person can pass through the gate? Cha Eunha was stunned, unable to believe her ears. What are you talking about? Baekhyun stepped forward, his voice heavy. I also hope that's not true. A cold system notification appeared. The gate had been activated. Baekhyun desperately realized the cruel truth. It wants one of us to stay, as its plaything. Tears welled up, fear and helplessness clearly visible on his face. Cha Eunha turned her back, her voice strangely calm. Leave the backpack. Maybe I can hold out a little longer. Cha, Eunha, don't ignore me, Baekhyun yelled, while she secretly thought, even if I escape, I have nowhere to go back to. She continued to reason coldly. Listen, Baekhyun, you still have family. I don't. Her words were like a knife stabbing him in the heart. Or, are you just afraid of living with that guilt forever? Stop it, Baekhyun sobbed. I can't leave you behind. I'd rather stay with. His words were cut short by an invisible force. A powerful surge of energy knocked Baekhyun backward. In the darkness, a hand burst into blazing flames. Cha Eunha unleashed a fireball, using her power to push Baekhyun towards the gate. The system began to announce that the gate would soon close. In Baekhyun's horrified eyes, Eunha just gently said, "It's going to be a little hot." The system's countdown blended with Baekhyun's desperate screams. His arm desperately reached out to Cha Eunha's figure, which was gradually disappearing behind the gate. She calmly closed her eyes, accepting her fate. The gate has fully closed. The scenery changed, and a heavy rain began to pour down. Baekhyun lay motionless on the wet ground, having safely escaped. Baekhyun trembled, tears mixing with the rain, sobbing in despair. In 1997, an inexplicable phenomenon appeared worldwide, gates. Along with that, some people began to manifest special abilities. They were called awakened ones. When modern weapons proved useless, awakened ones capable of destroying monsters were called hunters. To cope with the unprecedented disaster, the South Korean government began recruiting and managing hunters. Normally, a gate would close after the boss monster's core was destroyed, but in this dungeon, the Black Panther monster's corpse was just the beginning. A fierce explosion swept across the battlefield. The system announced the mission was complete, but then signaled the boss monster was about to appear. Cha Eunha stood alone amidst the desolate sea of fire. She was the sole survivor. Suddenly, an error warning appeared. Gate is being reset. The gate began summoning monsters again. A level 30 red-eyed black tiger was targeting her. Again, Eunha mumbled. She had gone through dozens of resets, killing countless monsters, but the boss had never appeared. She bitterly realized a harsh truth. She was trapped here. Time passed. In a damp corner of the cave, Eunha found a fallen comrade's backpack and picked up a book. It was an old TOEIC test prep book. She suddenly remembered the bespectacled comrade who always dreamed of a new life after the mission ended. Memories of others flooded back. Minseok always showing off pictures of his girlfriend, kind Haiju always bringing sunscreen, and Mihyun, who once showed her the cute bunny keychain her father gave her. All of them were gone. Cha Eunha thought to herself, she still couldn't get used to collecting the belongings of her fallen comrades. She had been trapped in this gate for so long that she couldn't even remember the last day she counted. To survive, she was forced to eat monster corpses, a task that was initially disgusting but eventually became routine. Besides the TOEIC book, all she managed to scavenge was a pack of dry rations and some bandages. Eunha tiredly thought that she had collected everything valuable, and it was time to finish. She opened her backpack and took out a red first aid kit with Baekhyun's name on it. Her gaze paused for a moment. Baekhyun's first aid kit. Eunha remembered that he used to be overly meticulous in preparing everything, and thanks to that, she had survived until now. She sat alone, wondering if Baekhyun was doing well. Suddenly, the system announced that the gate had reset, and a level 30 red-eyed black tiger was tracking her. Eunha clicked her tongue, realizing there wasn't even a moment for reminiscence. The notification confirmed that the red-eyed black tiger had found her, and a pack of monsters appeared. Eunha stood up, coldly facing them. "Don't waste my time, all of you charge at once," she challenged as flames erupted around her. 2 tigers lunged forward, bearing sharp fangs and claws. Eunha unleashed a fiery attack. The monster was engulfed in a roaring inferno. A terrifying explosion incinerated everything. Only night, smoke, and fading embers remained. 1, 2, Cha Eunha murmured. counting the monster corpses. Her face was pensive, silent. She thought to herself, there were clearly 3. Did one escape? Yunha suddenly felt relieved, thinking that monsters of this level had become easier to handle, and her own level had also increased. It was just another ordinary day. Still, the familiar reset, battle, and item collection. Or so she thought, until a series of glaring red system warnings appeared, signaling the emergence of a level 68 mutated red-eyed black tiger. Today, everything was different. The system continued to warn, level 68 mutated red-eyed black tiger has found you. An unusual feeling began to creep into Cha Yuna's mind. Mutated? No, more importantly, level 68? That means... A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. A colossal monster with countless blood-red eyes and bizarre crystals growing on its head appeared. Facing the terrifying presence, Cha Eunha maintained her stance, gripping her knife tightly. She gritted her teeth, assessing. An elite monster. At least a mini-boss level. This monster was on a completely different level, but it might also be her only chance to escape this place. But the problem was, she had just been through a battle and her mana was almost depleted. Level 68. Can I really take it down? Yunha wondered skeptically. Regardless, she had no choice but to confront it directly. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar, then lunged to attack, sending Yunha flying. Its colossal claws slammed down, shattering the ground. Thrown back, Cha Eunha thought in horror. What monstrous strength is this? Just one swipe did that. A direct hit would surely kill me. She determined that observing would be safer, but with her mana depleted, a prolonged battle would be suicide. I have to end this fight as quickly as possible, she roared, channeling all her remaining strength. She charged directly towards the roaring beast. All her energy ignited, converging into a brilliant fireball in her palm. The mutated tiger opened its maw wide, ready to devour everything. Cha Eunha unleashed her full firepower in a destructive attack. A terrifying explosion engulfed the battlefield in a sea of flames. Damn it, my mana is depleting too fast. She gritted her teeth, trying to maintain the skill. But amidst the fiery storm, the monster's silhouette still stood tall, completely unharmed. Cha Eunha was stunned. This monster is completely fine? The flames gradually died down, leaving behind a devastated ground. The young girl coughed up a mouthful of blood, a consequence of overexertion. Collapsing to the ground, she cried out in despair. I gave it my all, and not even a single hair was singed? The monster let out a triumphant roar, asserting its invincibility. Desperate thoughts flooded her mind. Of course, it's immune to fire. Am I really going to die here? Her face smeared with blood, Cha Eunha looked up with lifeless eyes. But then, a spark flashed in her eyes as she noticed something unusual. The monster also froze, muttering. Inside my mouth. There's a wound? Even after its weakness was discovered, the beast still charged, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The monster bit down hard on Cha Eunha's arm. She gritted her teeth, enduring the tearing pain. Despite the situation, she spoke up, asking, Does it taste good? She challenged, Eat your fill while you still can, because soon, you won't be eating anything anymore. Eunha began to count down. 2, 3. A massive stream of fire was shot directly into the beast's throat. Her eyes blazed with a single word. Fire. A terrifying explosion erupted from within the monster's body. Its tough hide shattered into pieces. Eunha gasped for breath, her face smeared with blood and dirt. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the cold ground. The mutated tiger's body exploded. She whispered in a daze. It succeeded. The system panel appeared, confirming she had defeated the first boss. Eunha lay motionless, her heavy eyelids slowly closing. Has the gate opened yet? I need to collect my comrades' relics. Her consciousness faded. I fought. I killed so many. This much, they'll surely understand, she thought before completely losing consciousness. In her delirium, an illusion of her kind mother appeared, wondering if she could finally rest.
Cha Eunha's eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered unconsciously, Mom?
The shock made her injured body tremble violently on the cold ground. A memory suddenly flooded back, of little Yuna's innocent hands showing off a handmade bracelet.
I made it. Isn't it pretty? The little girl beamed, while her mother was surprised by her daughter's skill. Yuna explained it was a wish bracelet and curiously asked her mother what she would wish for.
Her mother simply replied with a gentle smile, filled with boundless love.
The sweet memory was interrupted by a voice echoing in her mind. Do you think this is enough? The voice continued to warn her not to let weak thoughts consume her.
The resentment of her fallen comrades resurfaced, weighing heavily on her mind. The image of Baek Ijun, who was ready to sacrifice himself for her, appeared vividly.
And her mother's unfulfilled wish, tied to their pinky promise from long ago. The power from those memories spurred Eunha on. She trembled as she forced herself to stand, Her eyes blazed with an intense fire of determination, without a trace of hesitation. "I absolutely won't die like this!" she roared in her mind. A surge of wild energy erupted from her body, radiating outwards. The flame of will enveloped Unha, burning away all despair and pain. She let out a scream that contained all her resilience and will to survive. Exhausted but not defeated, she gasped for breath, telling herself she still had work to do. Just as her will to survive reached its peak, the system announced the update was complete. The system announced the reward had been granted, an item with an elegant name. The elegant umbrella of the Black Flame Princess. Lying slumped on the ground, Cha Eun-ha weakly whispered, "What the hell?" She couldn't understand. What is this strange thing? Immediately, a pitch-black umbrella with intricate patterns appeared in her hand, emitting a mystical purple energy. At the same time, a memory flashed in Baekhyun's mind. His eyes widened, the name Lee Jun echoing in his head. At the airport, Baekhyun's mother shook his shoulder. "Lee Jun." The young man sat there, his eyes lifeless. "Let's go." "It's almost time to board," she urged, while in the distance, Cha Eun-ha quietly watched their backs. The loudspeaker announced that the flight to San Francisco, USA, was about to depart. Baekhyun silently thought of San Francisco, where Eun-ha once said she would go to college, while his mother blamed herself for being distracted. But then the word gate for boarding suddenly twisted in Baekhyun's mind, making his face change color due to a horrifying memory. "Gate 21 is right ahead," his mother said, then noticed something was off. "Huh? Lee Jun?" Baekhyun suddenly collapsed, clutching his head and gasping for breath. His mother panicked. "Lee Jun? What's wrong? Are you okay?" "I abandoned her," he cried out in despair. "I am the only one who survived." His mother quickly hugged her son, trying to comfort him. Another fragment of memory rushed back, Ijun's eyes welling up with tears. A soldier reached out, asking young Ijun from back then, "Are you all right?" But the child only screamed in terror. His mother quickly explained to the confused soldier, "My son gets a bit startled seeing military personnel." Back in the present, his mother pleaded, "Lee Jun, it's not your fault. It was an unavoidable accident." But Ijun still tormented himself. "But I'm the only one." She continued to persuade him. "Put your hunter life aside for now. I beg you, go to America, where your father is. He's about to be promoted to colonel. After you've rested enough, you can start over at the guild your father said he's forming." The plane took off, tearing through the rain to fly towards the distant horizon. On the flight, Baekhyun sat in a daze, his mother's attempts to comfort him proving futile. Looking at his reflection in the window, only one name echoed in his mind, Unha. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cha Eun-ha lay motionless on the desolate ground, her military uniform stained red with blood. From the darkness, a pair of glowing golden eyes lit up, observing the dying girl. It was a mystical creature in the form of a cat, its fur like the Milky Way. The system announced, "Sacred beast, cat wandering in the shadows is watching you." A warm golden light suddenly enveloped Yunha's injured body. The system echoed again, "Sacred beast, cat wandering in the shadows is healing your wounds." She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy and confused by the sudden change. Una thought to herself, "It's so cold. Am I still in the dungeon?" She struggled to sit up, realizing in a panic that she had to prepare before the gate reset, but a sharp pain struck her. She stared down, realizing the harsh truth. "That's right. I lost my right arm." Suddenly, she noticed a strange object lying right beside her, Yuna recalled. "Now that I think about it, before I passed out, I saw a notification that I would receive a reward. Could this be it? She picked up the intricately patterned black umbrella. With her remaining arm, she firmly grasped the mysterious item. Yunha remained silent, staring at the umbrella with a puzzled expression. She irritably wondered what this seemingly useless item was for, but then decided to keep it. Looking at the corpse of the monster she had defeated, Yunha realized a serious problem. But the exit still hasn't opened. Yunha reassured herself. It's fine. At least this is a big step forward compared to the repeated resets. A notification panel appeared as she hoped. If things go smoothly, I might even be able to escape from here. Suddenly, another notification appeared, surprising her. Huh? A chirpy voice rang out from the notification panel. Meow. I'm the cutest cat in the universe. I like you, big sis. Want to sign a contract? Cha Eunha only responded with an emotionless gaze, completely unconvinced. She thought to herself, is this some new kind of scam? It's the first time I've seen a message window like this. Annoyed, Eunha swung her arm, intending to swat away the bothersome notification panel. The notification panel immediately flared up. How rude. I am a sacred beast. A sacred beast. Yunha froze, unable to believe her ears. What? Wait, a sacred beast? She suddenly remembered what Baeki Jun had told her about the 12 sacred beasts a long time ago. According to her memory, they were 12 divine beasts protecting the East, and those who signed a contract would receive special skills. Specifically, those chosen as avatars could borrow the sacred beast's form to manifest, or even be granted power and authority beyond imagination. Yuna considered, certainly, if I sign a contract with a sacred beast, fighting will be much easier. But she looked directly at the notification panel and questioned, hey, self-proclaimed sacred beast, I have something to ask. I recall there being no cat among the 12 sacred beasts, right? Hit where it hurt. The entity flustered. What are you saying, meow? Cats are the greatest sacred beasts. Don't doubt me. It quickly corrected itself. It was I who stopped the bleeding on your injured arm. Meow. Making Eunha look down at her wound in surprise. Did you really stop the bleeding? Eunha asked skeptically, receiving a proud reply. Yes. Meow. Do you believe in my power now? Well, that depends on how you act from now on, Eunha was saying when a terrifying roar echoed, making her jump in alarm. Suddenly, a savage growl echoed from the darkness. A level 30, red-eyed black tiger majestically appeared. It had spotted its prey. Una was stunned, thinking to herself, that guy. Is that the one who escaped last time? The tiger roared in fury, its power surging as it activated its last counterattack skill. It lunged like a black lightning bolt, giving Eunha no time to breathe. A devastating pounce grazed past her. Una barely managed to roll out of the way in the nick of time. She staggered to her feet, bitterly admitting, in normal circumstances, I could have easily defeated it. But now, my mana hasn't recovered, and I've lost my right arm, she thought, looking desperately at the fierce beast. The tiger lunged again, sending her flying into the air. There's no guarantee I can win. Eunha realized the dire situation. Nevertheless, her eyes still shone with an unyielding determination. The cat entity spoke. The situation is desperate. How about borrowing a bit of my power? Eunha snapped back. What? How can I trust you? The tiger roared, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. In a panic, Eunha screamed, damn it! If you trick me, I'll haunt you even after death. Cat! Lend me your power! She yelled, betting everything. The system immediately announced, loading, granting sacred beast's power. Entity name, Cha Eunha. The beast charged, intending to end everything with a single blow. But then, a hand made of blue energy began to form. Her body was being restored. Eunha's eyes glowed brightly. The tiger paused before the surge of new power. Her entire body erupted in a column of golden energy. The system announced. Body restoration complete. Attack power and agility greatly increased. The system announced. The power of the sacred beast, stray cat in the shadows, has been bestowed. Amidst the golden energy flow, Cha Eunha stood firm. Her entire body regenerated. She stared in astonishment at her right hand, exclaiming, "My right arm." It grew back. Eunha was stunned, while the cat entity smugly said, "Now do you believe my words are true?" Eunha admitted, "Yeah, you're not a fraud. Thank you, I'm alive because of you," making the cat entity yelp. "Hey, that power is a bit too much, meow." She replied awkwardly, I don't control my power very well." The cat entity warned that this was just the beginning, as they were in an unknown gate and couldn't escape in the usual way. Una thought to herself, this concept of an unknown gate was completely foreign. If what the cat said was true, everything she knew had changed. She decisively asked directly, "Hey, cat, if I can't escape normally, then how do I get out of here?" The entity explained, the only way was to collect 5 dungeon representative items, and her umbrella was one of them. Looking at the glowing umbrella, Eunha muttered, "So, it's not entirely useless." 4 more items to go. She was momentarily worried, because even defeating an elite monster had been a struggle. Surviving this time was thanks to you. But there's no guarantee for the future, she said. And the cat entity seized the opportunity. Did you forget my offer? Sign the contract, and you'll be much stronger. The cat entity's notification panel displayed an excited expression. A sudden golden light appeared before a bewildered Eunha. An empty, shimmering contract interface appeared in midair. A contract? Eunha asked skeptically. That's right. But there are conditions, the entity replied. And she accepted. Of course, tell me the conditions. The true form of the 13th sacred beast appeared, along with the first condition. You must absolutely keep my existence a secret. Second condition. Give me your name. The cat entity made its final demand, leaving Eunha speechless. What? Cha Eunha was stunned by the final request, wondering about the meaning of having her name taken. She was speechless, her hand unconsciously clutching the military dog tag around her neck. Doubt arose in her heart, because the terms of this contract were too vague and incomprehensible. Eunha scoffed at herself, not understanding what a powerful sacred beast saw in someone like her, who was nothing more than a mouse in a cage. But then, a glimmer of hope appeared as she thought of even a small miracle. Memories flooded back. The image of young Eunha kneeling desperately amidst the rubble, harboring thoughts of revenge. She recalled her teammates who had placed their last trust in her, and remembered Baek Ijun, who had fought alongside her. Returning to reality, her hand clenched the dog tag tightly, her eyes gleaming with steely determination. Not just my name, she growled. I'll even sell my soul. All right, kitty, she declared decisively. I will sign a contract with you. A brilliant golden lightning bolt struck down, sealing the newly established pact. A series of system notifications appeared. Contract successful, soul-bound, agility, and night vision stats enhanced. Her hand glowed brightly as the system announced she had received the Power Cat's claws. From within the light, a pair of ears and a soft cat's paw gradually materialized. The sacred cat beast appeared in the form of a shimmering golden cat, happily greeting her and hoping for her favor. Eunha stared blankly at the excitedly hovering creature, wondering, You have a physical form now? The mischievous cat explained that only she could see this form and urged her to try her new power. But you should explain what kind of power it is first. Yunha tried to steer the conversation back. Suddenly, a giant sharp-clawed paw slammed down onto the ground right in front of her. A level 78 mutated black tiger with countless blood-red eyes roared, and the system warned that it had detected her. Cha Eunha was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. This one? A second mutant? The sacred cat beast appeared, enthusiastically cheering, "Come on, big sis can do it." The shock was too great, leaving her speechless. The thought of a second mutant repeating in her mind, the system issued a warning as the giant level 78 red-eyed black tiger had detected her presence. Level 78? Even higher than the last one. How can I defeat this thing? Yuna screamed in despair. Don't worry. Big Sis is much stronger than that guy now. The sacred cat beast reassured her, but Yunha only managed to gasp. What? Before the enemy acted, the beast roared, delivering a devastating blow to the ground. The terrifying force of the impact shattered the ground into a deep crater. However, the tiger only swiped at empty air. Yuna had dodged the attack with incredible speed. The monster let out a surprised growl, not understanding why its prey had vanished so fast. Yuna was astonished as she realized the change in her body. She flashed an excited smile, reveling in the feeling of her body becoming incredibly agile. Provoked, the level 78 red-eyed black tiger entered rage state, its attack power skyrocketing. It opened its fanged maw wide, lunging to swallow Yunha, who was suspended in midair. No more room to dodge. I'll have to try this, she decided, raising her regenerated right arm with its strange black patterns. A black umbrella suddenly appeared. Its tip flashed and then unleashed a fierce stream of firepower. The surprise attack shot straight into the face of the roaring monster. Yunha landed safely, while the tiger was still dazed. That attack just now. What was that? She stared in amazement at the weapon in her hand, an umbrella radiating a purple energy flow, thinking to herself that this was no ordinary object. You already know how to use it? As expected. The sacred cat beast cheered, but Yunha replied, No, it feels like it just flew out on its own. Yunha thought, a single attack isn't enough to defeat a monster of this level. The sacred cat beast wondered why she didn't use other skills, but Yunha explained her flames were useless against its fur. The cat then reminded her, You received authority when you signed the contract with me. Yunha suddenly remembered that she had indeed received something like that from the contract. She declared, Even though I've never used the sacred beast's skills, now I'll use everything I can. The system announced, Authority Cat's Claw has been activated and will remain in effect. Cha Eunha's eyes flashed with the brilliant golden light of her new power. The sacred cat beast eagerly asked how she felt, but Yunha was confused because nothing had changed, irritably demanding a manual. It reassured her that not feeling anything was normal, and advised her to try it in actual combat. Just then, the sacred cat beast screamed a warning as the mutant tiger lunged to attack. Overwhelmed, Yunha desperately thought she needed to do something to distract it. Suddenly, her hand glowed, and the system announced that the passive skill, Cat's Claw, had self-activated. A massive wall of fire erupted right in front of her. Cha Eunha wondered in astonishment. What is this? She realized they were copies of her flames, but they moved exactly like mice. The fire creatures in the form of mice darted away swiftly. An entire swarm of fire mice, created from her power, surged forward. Yunha suddenly understood. Cat's Claw is a passive skill that creates after-images for my moves. The monster had been tricked. It was mistaking the after-images for the real target. Excellent! Time for cat and mouse, Cha Eunha growled, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Seizing the moment, Sha Unha lunged down, striking the unsuspecting monster directly with her umbrella. She channeled all her strength into the tip of the umbrella, transforming it into a deadly spear. Below, the mutant tiger roared furiously, still deceived by the fire illusions. That's right. Keep staring at them, Yunha silently assessed. This is a high-level enemy. There's only one chance. She plunged straight down like a meteor, aiming precisely for the beast's head. Now, with a determined smile, Unha unleashed all the energy accumulated at the tip of her weapon. The monster looked up in horror as she screamed, "I'll finish you in one blow!" The umbrella plunged into the tiger's skull, creating a terrifying explosion. Unha strained, pushing even deeper, unleashing a destructive surge of energy. She gritted her teeth, enduring the immense pressure from her own attack. A blinding pillar of light erupted from the wound, signaling earth-shattering power. The shockwave from the explosion sent Unha flying backward. She tumbled through the air, losing control for a moment. Mid-air, her hand swiftly snatched the umbrella handle. The massive body of the red-eyed mutant black tiger crashed to the ground. The system panel appeared, coldly announcing, "Second named grade monster has been eliminated." Cha Unha knelt, panting, but her eyes shone with joy. I did it. She let out a relieved smile, softly calling, "Hey, cat." Cha Unha suddenly realized, "Oh, right, you're a cat too, aren't you?" She thought about the foes she had just struggled against, acknowledging that the sacred beast's authority was truly astonishing. But then, a strange feeling stunned her. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized something. Her weaponized umbrella slipped from her hand, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the sacred beast innocently held a sparkling item in its mouth, asking, "Sister, do you want this?" Yuna didn't notice. She frantically wondered when it had become like this. While the sacred beast anxiously inquired, she collapsed, despairing. What should I do? What now? It was the only memento her mother had left her, a bracelet now shattered. Seeing Unha's distress, the sacred beast also teared up. It resolved to do something. "It's okay, sister. Don't be sad anymore." The sacred beast comforted as it approached, radiating a warm light. A tear rolled down Una's cheek as she witnessed the scene. A system notification appeared. The ability of Stray Cat in the Shadows has completed repairing the owned item. My bracelet. Cha Unha stared in astonishment at the fully restored memento on her wrist. She stammered, You fixed it?" The sacred beast proudly replied, "Of course, it was nothing." Unha silently looked at the bracelet, speechless. She knelt, sincerely thanking it, while the sacred beast explained that it couldn't ignore her being so sad. Una thought to herself, "This bracelet is truly precious to me, even more than my right arm." The sacred beast instructed, "If it's that precious, you must take good care of it from now on, meow." Unha smiled back, "Yes, I will." Cha Unha suddenly remembered, "Oh, right. I need to check the reward for defeating the second mutant." A notification panel appeared. "Congratulations! You have received black silk dress of the Black Flame Princess." While the sacred beast cat howled in excitement, Unha was stunned. What the hell is this? At the same time, in a large city, dusk was falling. The scene shifted to Seoul, South Korea at 6:31 p.m. A distinguished man smiled in welcome. He was Kim Gwang-hyun, team leader of the Hunter Management Association. He explained to the young man in the hoodie, "Once you complete the B-rank gate tutorial, you will be recognized as an official hunter." The young man coldly asked, "If I just do this, there won't be any more annoying tasks, right?" After receiving confirmation, he decisively replied, "Understood." Standing before the Emerald Energy Gate, he heard the instruction, "All right, see you in an hour." Under the gate's light, the face of Hunter Shin Siwoo gradually appeared. His name was Shin Soo-woo, and awakened with S-rank stats, belonging to Korea's largest guild, Wolf. But the biggest secret no one knew. He was also the incarnation of the dog, one who had contracted with a sacred beast. Meanwhile, Kim Kwang-hyun muttered as he reviewed the information. Although not officially listed yet, his skills are more than enough for an S-class certification. He secretly calculated, let's see how he handles it, then entice him to join the association later. Kim Kwang-hyun's train of thought was interrupted by the bodyguard. Team leader, what is it? Others in the association were also observing and discussing. Is that young man really the son of the Wolf Guild master? Another added. According to rumors, that child was so weak he didn't dare appear in public. Kim Kwang-hyun replied absently, his eyes still fixed on the screen. Well, that's what most people think. Just try it, and you'll know. Inside the dungeon, Shin Soo-woo faced a swarm of insect monsters alone. A monster lunged, but he simply raised his hand casually. Immediately, a burst of energy erupted, tearing the monster's body to shreds. Its blue blood splattered, staining his hoodie. He subtly winced at the foul smell. A notification panel appeared. Boss defeated. Gate core acquired. In his palm, the mystical purple gate core glowed. He thought to himself, just taking this out would end the tutorial. Checking his watch, he realized he had been there for 30 minutes and just wanted to leave quickly. However, something was wrong. The exit had been activated, but the gate remained strangely silent. He sighed, annoyed at the possibility that this dungeon had two bosses. Si-woo's gaze turned sharp, ready for whatever was coming. He clenched his scarred hand, and a horrifying memory suddenly rushed back. A child's desperate scream echoed, "No, father!" Young Si-woo was held tight, crying and pleading with his cruel father, but only received the insult. Useless trash. His young face was drenched in tears, filled with fear and helplessness. The father coldly declared, "With that mindset, you will never be able to bear the name Wolf." The boy's eyes were submerged in utter horror. Shin Si-woo's determined face emerged from the dungeon's darkness. Well, ending it early won't hurt anyway, he told himself. Find it quickly, deal with it, and then go home. His leisurely footsteps echoed in the silent space of the cave. He thought to himself, this is my first time entering a dungeon outside of simulation training. It doesn't feel much different, does it? A memory suddenly resurfaced. He recalled his trainer once asking, "Have you heard about the Nameless Gate?" In the flashback, the trainer explained that those gates defied rules. Their difficulty and monsters were unpredictable, and one had even caused a serious disaster. The stern warning, "Be extremely careful," echoed in his mind, making Shin Soo-woo feel a bit uneasy. It's probably not what he was talking about, right? He reassured himself. Difficulty can be guessed by color, and I clearly saw a B-rank green rift when I entered. He was about to take out a potion, but then paused, struck by an ominous feeling. A voice suddenly spoke. "Is something bothering you?" The sacred beast, dog guarding the deep night, materialized and commented on his expression. But Shin Soo-woo merely replied that he was recalling his training days. "But it's strange," he muttered. "I defeated the boss, yet the dungeon is too quiet. Could there be two bosses? Anyway, I can't just sit around in this filthy place." His gaze suddenly caught sight of a strange rift in the air. He was stunned as a purple spatial rift suddenly appeared and glowed. What the hell is this rift? I've never seen anything like it. He panicked as a powerful suction force pulled him towards it. He let out a groan as the rift violently erupted with energy. Damn it, I'm being sucked in. Shin Soo-woo strained, resisting in desperation. A blinding light enveloped him, teleporting him to a completely unfamiliar place. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion shook the ground at the destination. From within the dust cloud, a ferocious, red-eyed black tiger burst out. A red-eyed black tiger tried to flee, but was stopped by a high heel. The monster trembled and cowered in fear. Cha Eunha coldly asked, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Cornered, the tiger let out a desperate roar, flames erupting around it. A violent explosion engulfed everything. After the battle, the black tiger lay dead on the scorched earth. Eunha casually walked over, muttering, "Just as I thought." She stood amidst the ashes, wondering, another dead end? Suddenly, the cat's sacred beast appeared, howling with delight. "Ah, Annie, I'm about to faint!" The sacred beast flew around Eunha, showering her with praise. "You're so cool, Annie. Absolutely gorgeous. I'll take pictures of you every day. And the dress, the shoes, and the pendant too. Ah!" Eunha blushed with embarrassment, while the cat sacred beast rolled around contentedly. "My dream has finally come true." She looked at her outfit again. "Does it suit me?" "It looks bulky, but it's light and offers good defense." Eunha recalled that thanks to the dress and umbrella, she had received both the Black Flame Princess's spiked heels and the Black Rose pendant. Now, I just need to defeat the fifth named monster to get enough clues to leave here. But it hasn't appeared for weeks, and the tigers run away as soon as they see me. The desolate landscape was devoid of any monsters. The cat sacred beast wondered if they had learned their lesson, but Eunha dismissed it. "No way. They don't look smart enough for that. There's nothing left here. Let's head back to base." Eunha decided, and the cat sacred beast happily agreed. Night fell, and a campfire crackled. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared. "Congratulations! You have received Himalayan salt, black pepper, mustard, and ketchup." The cat sacred beast enthusiastically served the meal, while Cha Eunha secretly thought it was unexpected for a sacred beast to be useful for such mundane tasks. Sitting by the fire, she realized she had grown accustomed to life here, with monster meat, which once made her nauseous, now being her main food. Una spoke up, saying she had something she was curious to ask. With a heavy expression, she asked if she could escape this place. The cat's sacred beast narrowed its eyes, giving a meaningful smile. It asked in return, "You want to leave?" And Eunha firmly confirmed that was why she had to fight in this form. The sacred beast reminded her that staying was her own choice, making Eunha momentarily flustered as she admitted it wasn't wrong. The tension was evident on her face. To lighten the mood, the cat sacred beast rubbed against Eunha's cheek, happily announcing that today marked 1 year since they met. But those words only made Eunha bitterly realize that it had been 2 years since she got trapped. Memories flooded back. She thought of her comrades' families, still anxiously searching for their loved ones, and the torment of not being able to return their dog tags to them. She wondered if her mother's death anniversary had passed, and hoped that her grave was still being carefully tended. And then, the image of Baeki Jun appeared in her mind. Worry arose, wondering if he was okay, or perhaps a horrifying memory of his tear-stained face resurfaced. Back in reality, Eunha gritted her teeth, suppressing the storm of emotions. She suddenly stood up, startling the cat sacred beast. The cat bewilderedly asked what was wrong, wondering if the sauce wasn't good. Eunha reassured it that the meal was delicious, and it wasn't the reason. Then, with eyes burning with determination, she declared, "Right now, all I can think about isn't wanting to, but needing to escape from here." Cha Eunha clenched her fists, resolving, "If I can't obtain the final black flame item, then I'll risk my life to force open this gate's exit." The cat sacred beast quickly tried to dissuade her. "No, Annie. You've fought enough. You need to rest today." but she only replied, "I'm not really tired." It frantically screamed, "It's very dangerous outside. Staying here, just the two of us, would be much happier." The sacred beast's words confused Cha Eun-ha. Dangerous? Before she could understand what it meant, a strange spatial rift appeared. Suddenly, a series of red warnings appeared. The system announcing damage detected, suspected external interference. Forcibly resetting gate, Cha Eun-ha was bewildered as she was enveloped by a surge of energy. Immediately after, the system notifications became chaotic with unreadable error characters. Cha Eun-ha realized with horror that the inner wall of the gate was being abnormally distorted. The cat-sacred beast immediately shifted into a combat stance, growling fiercely. "What's wrong with you, too?" Cha Eun-ha was stunned by its sudden change. She sensed another presence approaching. From a distance, a figure appeared, making her wary. Could it be the final mutated monster? But the one who appeared was Shin Se-woo, who looked at her and declared, "So, you're the real final boss." Cha Eun-ha was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. Without a word of explanation, Shin Se-woo subtly moved his hand, preparing to strike. A powerful surge of cold energy rushed forth. Cha Eun-ha yelled, "Damn it!" and quickly raised her umbrella to block. She gritted her teeth, gripping the umbrella handle tightly to resist the sudden icy attack. Countless sharp ice shards flew towards her, completely overwhelming her defenses. Cha Eun-ha was stunned as sharp ice crystals brushed past her cheek. Thinking, "Ice?" Shin Se-woo observed her from afar, realizing something absurd. There are no monsters in this dungeon that use ice-type skills. But a more important question popped into his head. Did it just speak? The young man stood upright, his face bewildered as ice shards still hovered around. He narrowed his eyes, coming to an astonishing conclusion. Then this isn't a monster, but a human? Shin Se-woo stared at the small figure struggling to resist, his mind racing with thoughts. He confirmed again. "A woman?" Then asked aloud, Are you human?" Shin Se-woo questioned, while Eun-ha could only look back in confusion. Hearing the question, Shin Se-woo's expression became tense and filled with killing intent. Eun-ha struggled to stand, trying to explain. "Yes, I'm human." "Hey, wait. Can we talk for a moment?" "There's nothing to say to a monster," Shin Se-woo coldly retorted, condensing icy energy in his hand. He thought to himself, "This is a gate," as the energy blast shot straight towards Eun-ha. No matter how fluently she speaks Korean, or how much she looks like a young girl. "This place?" Shin Se-woo asserted, his eyes gleaming with ruthlessness. "Is not a place where humans can survive." Eun-ha's expression became resolute. She clenched her fists, preparing to face the worst. Shin Se-woo closed his eyes, feeling disgusted. "Let's get out of here. I don't want to stay another second. This jumble of emotions, this stench of blood, it's disgusting. End it in one blow," he roared, unleashing his full power. A massive explosion of icy energy engulfed everything. However, it was Shin Se-woo who staggered back, letting out a cry of pain. Shin Se-woo was stunned, thinking, "This is..." Cha Eun-ha still gripped the handle of her umbrella, its blue ribbon fluttering in the snowy wind. He couldn't believe it. A B-rank gate? Not a single piece of information was accurately assessed. Damn it. If that's the case, then... Shin Se-woo roared in anger. Immediately, he unleashed a massive surge of icy energy towards Cha Eun-ha. The energy converged into a sharp ice spear. Hurtling forward at terrifying speed, a notification panel appeared. Power Dog's Fang. The skill activated. Shin Se-woo's hair turned stark white, and a giant wolf spirit manifested behind him. With his new power, he roared, "I absolutely cannot back down." Cha Yunha narrowed her eyes, sensing the killing intent. "Are you really trying to kill me?" She decided not to hold back anymore. "I was only dodging. It seems there's no other choice." Shin Siwoo was astonished to see Cha Eunha's figure hovering in midair. Her entire body erupted in brilliant flames. "You're an awakened too, aren't you? Well then, as long as I don't kill you, it's fine." A fierce explosion of fire engulfed the space. Her umbrella was also enveloped in raging flames. Cha Yunha unleashed a destructive fire attack towards her opponent. Landing on the ground, she confidently thought, he won't be able to easily block this level of firepower. But Shin Siwoo merely muttered, calmly standing behind a massive ice wall. He reassessed his opponent seriously. "She's not someone I can take lightly." Cha Yunha moved like lightning, lunging to attack. "If you just hide behind that shield, you won't defeat me." Shin Siwoo stood there, his hair stark white, ice condensing at his feet. Suddenly, a drop of pure water fell, signaling a change. His gaze was sharp, focusing all his power into the upcoming attack. With just a flick of his finger, a massive surge of icy energy was unleashed. Cha Eunha braced herself, her flames clashing against that terrifying power. She immediately realized, this feeling is completely different from the previous attacks. Could it be? The figure of a giant spectral wolf appeared, clashing fiercely with Eunha's flames. But then, she exclaimed in surprise as a torrent of water rushed in. Water? Shin Siwoo was submerged, roaring in helplessness. Damn it! I let my guard down. Trapped in the water sphere, he was stunned. Can he control water too? His consciousness fading, he despaired. Am I going to die at the hands of a human? He passed out, his body sinking deep into the cold water. At the same time, Cha Eunha was also exhausted, calling out for her mother in a daze. Mom! A warm voice from a distant memory echoed. Eunha, wake up. The image of her deceased mother appeared, reminding her of the pain of loss. Just then, a brilliant golden cat appeared from thin air. Cha Eunha weakly looked at the strange creature. A cat? Its glowing golden eyes looked directly at her, conveying a silent message. The sacred beast's words echoed in her mind, a final command. Don't die. But Eunha had no strength left. She gasped. I can't breathe anymore. In her despair, the voice of the cat sacred beast echoed in Cha Eunha's mind. Don't die, sis! A brilliant golden light enveloped her, pulling her from the shadow of death. Her entire body floated in midair, supported by divine energy. Eunha slowly opened her eyes, her pupils now glowing with a dazzling golden hue. The cat sacred beast materialized, asking, Are you awake? Eunha was stunned. Little cat, did you save me? What about that guy? More importantly, check your head. The sacred beast urged as a series of system notifications appeared. Eunha was astonished as she touched the newly appeared crown, exclaiming, The fifth item? She glared at the cat in her mind. So you've been hiding it all this time? A new title was bestowed, Black Flame Princess, making Eunha bewildered. Black Flame Princess? Facing the system's choice, she didn't hesitate. I don't know what it's for, but if I can, I'll use it right away. If I don't want to die, she screamed in her mind and activated the title. The system announced. Her innate ability, Flame, began to evolve. Meanwhile, Shin Siwoo remained trapped in the giant water sphere. He exclaimed in surprise, You! Secretly thinking that the girl seemed to have vanished in an instant. A snap of fingers echoed, and Eunha reappeared amidst a vortex of dark purple energy. With a confident smile, She embraced her new power as the system confirmed. Black Flame Princess successfully activated. Shin Se-woo could only stare blankly and utter a confused, "Huh." He frantically searched. Where did she go? Unaware that Eunha was right below him. With powerful, glowing golden eyes, Cha Eunha now exuded a completely different aura. Cha Eunha realized the nature of her new power. No calculations needed, just pure will. With her blazing golden eyes, she declared that the flame would now be the embodiment of her will. A massive surge of dark energy shot straight down towards the bewildered Shin Se-woo. He could only manage to think, what is this? The insane speed of the attack left Shin Se-woo no time to react, and he was struck. He was sent flying by a fierce explosion of purple energy. Shin Se-woo stared in shock at the dark flames that were still burning brightly. He realized with horror that even his ice shield couldn't extinguish them. Elsewhere, a young hunter curiously asked about the identity of the Black Flame Princess. His teammates began to recount the legend of a beautiful yet incredibly dangerous entity. They warned that if one encountered her, the only option was to run without looking back. The young hunter dismissed it, believing the story of soul-burning flames was just a children's scare tactic. He walked away, scoffing that those old ghost stories were truly bland. How childish, he thought to himself as he put on his headphones. Back in the battle, Shin Se-woo's question echoed, what exactly is the Black Flame Princess? He looked at Cha Eunha with extreme horror, stammering, You are the Black Flame Princess? Shin Se-woo was utterly helpless, secretly admitting that he couldn't predict her moves. He clenched his fists, tense to the extreme. Cornered, facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy and the stench of blood, Shin Se-woo began to panic. Fear and painful memories made his hands tremble uncontrollably. Shin Se-woo clenched his hands, his eyes filled with determination. But that doesn't mean I can stop here, he roared, his hair turning white and icy energy erupting. Facing Cha Eunha, who was radiating a stream of deep purple magic, he told himself, I have to get through this. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Two streams of energy, one icy blue, one dark purple, collided fiercely. At the epicenter of the confrontation, the powers of the two sacred beasts roared. Suddenly, the wolf sacred beast materialized behind Shin Se-woo, growling a warning. Be careful, I smell a cat. What? A cat? Shin Se-woo was bewildered, while the sacred beast affirmed. That's right. The sacred beast continued to assert, pointing towards Cha Eunha. A strong cat smell is coming from that woman. Shin Se-woo was confused. So she's not a humanoid monster? But she doesn't look like a beast-type monster either. Idiot. Is this the time to worry about that? The sacred beast snapped as Shin Se-woo was sent flying by an attack. He gritted his teeth, making a firm decision. Just take her down first, then figure it out. Shin Se-woo pressed both hands onto the melting icy water beneath his feet. He channeled all his magic, causing the surrounding water to begin churning. Cha Eunha stood still, quietly observing her opponent's actions. Let me make you taste the water you melted. Shin Se-woo growled. Immediately, two giant whirlpools formed beneath both their feet. Cha Eunha was swept into a ferocious water vortex. The swirling currents formed a liquid prison, trapping her. Looking at the scene before him, Shin Se-woo muttered, She's been swallowed by it. Shin Se-woo looked at the scene before him in horror, exclaiming, No. He realized in shock. Did she intentionally let herself be swallowed? The aftershocks of the whirlpool's power still lingered, making Shin Se-woo stumble. Suddenly, a voice echoed amidst the frantic heat. I want to talk to you. In a strange space, the two walked together under an umbrella. Shin Se-woo was flustered, his heart pounding, stammering. Actually, he still couldn't compose himself in this perplexing situation. Panic welled up in Shin Si-woo's eyes. Cha Yun-ha suddenly appeared right beside him, whispering, "I guess I've missed humans too much." Shin Si-woo felt his life force draining away, thinking, "I'm going to die." At the same time, Cha Eun-ha also reached her limit. To die so meaninglessly like this, the water prison suddenly shattered, and the girl stumbled and fell towards Shin Si-woo. What is this?" he exclaimed in alarm as he caught her limp body. He looked down at the girl, slumped on his shoulder, his mind full of questions. Shin Si-woo snapped his head up, unable to believe it. She fainted? They both fell sprawling, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I'm still alive." "She seems to be breathing." He looked down at the unconscious girl, shuddering as he thought, "If this monster hadn't collapsed, I might have." Suddenly, a strange sound made Shin Si-woo startle and look up. He wondered, is that the sound of the exit gate opening? But the final boss hasn't been defeated yet. Cha Eun-ha lay still in his arms, seemingly falling into a peaceful sleep. Shin Si-woo, his hair still stark white after the battle, stared in shock at the unconscious Cha Eun-ha. His gaze stopped at the glittering golden dog tag around her neck. Meanwhile, at the association office, Kim Gwang-hyun impatiently wondered, why is there still no news? He irritably checked his watch, grumbling that if it weren't for the chairman, he would have gone home long ago. An S-rank hunter with the ability to control ice and water. The chairman has reason to be greedy, he muttered, but wasn't sure if Si-woo would accept the offer. He stood up and paced, wondering what method the chairman would use to entice Hunter Shin Si-woo. Hearing the door open, Gwang-hyun rushed out. "Welcome back, Hunter Shin. How was the raid?" His words caught in his throat when he saw a disheveled Shin Si-woo carrying an unfamiliar girl in his arms. What happened to you?" Gwang-hyun stammered, but Si-woo silently handed him the gate core. "A gate core? But why are you in such a state? It was only a B-rank gate," he asked in confusion. "Do you need first aid?" Shin Si-woo suddenly grabbed Gwang-hyun's collar, growling, "Not me." He jerked his chin backward, his eyes firm. It was her. The black umbrella was neatly placed beside where Cha Eun-ha had been laid down. The girl with long black hair lay still and motionless on the sofa. Kim Gwang-hyun squinted, his mind full of questions. Who is this? Outside, the Hunters Association building still stood tall under the sunlight. A moment later, Gwang-hyun was nodding profusely on the phone with a wry smile. Yes, I'll contact Hunter Shin right away." He hung up, leaving only a heavy sigh. Gwang-hyun collapsed into his chair, exhausted and yelling in despair. "This is such a headache, Hunter Shin Si-woo." Shin Si-woo silently observed the girl, thinking, there don't seem to be any serious external injuries. Kim Gwang-hyun reassured Shin Si-woo that the girl only had a slight fever from exhaustion, though he wasn't entirely sure. Shin Si-woo nodded slightly, thanking him for the information. Gwang-hyun grew curious about the girl's identity, noting her jet black hair was a rare sight. He thought to himself, her dress and umbrella made it look as if she had just stepped out of a costume party. Suddenly, Gwang-hyun froze when he noticed a bloodstain on her sleeve and quickly warned him. Shin Si-woo swiftly grabbed Gwang-hyun's wrist, stopping him. He warned sternly, "If she wakes up, even I won't be able to stop her." Gwang-hyun stammered in astonishment, unable to believe an S-rank hunter would say such a thing. Shin Si-woo picked up Cha Eun-ha and declared he would leave. Despite Gwang-hyun's frantic protests, he firmly rejected the invitation to join the association, stating that he already had a guild. Si-woo reiterated their old agreement, then coldly turned and walked away, refusing once more. As he left, Gwang-hyun desperately called after him that he would contact him later. His voice still echoed in the hallway, demanding that Si-woo answer his calls. Left alone, Gwanghyun slumped back in his chair, exhausted, lamenting Siwoo's situation. He wondered if he had encountered some formidable monster. Then suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He recalled the details: long black hair, a black dress, and an umbrella. A terrifying truth emerged. That appearance perfectly matched the Black Flame Princess from urban legend. A memory suddenly flooded back, the clatter of knives and cutting boards echoing in warm yellow light. The image of Unha's mother, preparing a meal in the kitchen, flashed briefly. Back in the present, Cha Eunha was still in a deep sleep. In a daze, Cha Eunha whispered about her mother and breakfast, wanting to sleep a little longer. Her peaceful sleep was suddenly torn apart by a painful sensation, and she writhed in her subconscious. Voices echoed in her head, urging Eunha to wake up quickly amidst the pounding pain. Back in reality, the girl was sound asleep on a luxurious bed in a sun-drenched room. The brilliant morning light streamed through the large window, illuminating her sleeping form. Eunha stirred slightly, slowly sitting up with a still sleepy expression. She looked around in shock, realizing she was in a completely unfamiliar place and wondering where she was. A click sound from the door startled Eunha, making her fall off the bed. A middle-aged woman opened the door and stepped in, exclaiming in surprise at the sight before her. The woman smiled kindly, saying she would go call the young master right away. As soon as the woman turned away, Eunha quickly retreated to the bed, curling up in a defensive posture. Seeing this, the woman worriedly asked if she was all right, if anything was uncomfortable. Eunha's wary reaction flustered the woman, making her panic and not know what to do. The woman gently extended her hand, apologizing for possibly startling the young girl. Eunha stared blankly at the outstretched hand, her eyes still filled with fear. She silently told herself this was a human, not a monster, while the woman patiently continued to ask questions. Still wary, Eunha glanced towards the door, confusion evident on her face. Her last memory flooded back. She clearly remembered fighting the blue-eyed hunter. Just then, a calm voice came from the door. "It seems you're awake." A blue-haired young man entered the room, whom the maid respectfully called young master. The blue-haired young man allowed the maid to leave after she had finished her work. The room door closed, and he quietly stepped inside. He asked Cha Eunha, "How are you feeling?" Eunha immediately recognized him as the one who had rushed in to kill her. Without warning, she sprang up, unleashing a swirling torrent of purple dark energy. The blue-haired young man simply stood still, calmly observing her reaction. His hands hung loosely, signaling that he had no intention of fighting. Yuna's eyes glowed with a deadly yellow hue, and she growled defensively. The young man raised both hands, trying to de-escalate the situation. "I apologize if I startled you." But Eunha didn't let her guard down, her sharp gaze still fixed on him. He continued, "I'll have them prepare some rice porridge for you. Can you eat it?" Eunha remained silent, suspicion clearly visible on her face. "You don't need to be so wary," the young man said gently. He presented an undeniable argument. "If I intended to harm you, I would have done so a long time ago," making Eunha silently admit it was true. Eunha checked her body and realized that, apart from her chronic headache, she no longer felt any pain. She was even astonished to find that all her wounds had completely vanished. "You tried to kill me before," Eunha challenged. "Why the sudden change in attitude?" he explained. "Such a strong smell of blood cannot come from an ordinary person. Humanoid monsters that can speak are rare, but not non-existent," he concluded. "Of course, you probably already know this," Eunha sneered. "Ha! Are you saying I'm one of those rare monsters? But how did this person get me out of there?" Eunha wondered, full of doubt. Her thoughts continued to flow. And why did they enter such a dangerous place? And why did they call me Black Flame Princess? The blue-haired young man interrupted her thoughts. Would you like to see the box next to you? Yunha warily glanced at the white box on the table. It seems you still don't trust me, he said calmly. After a moment of silence, Yunha cautiously approached the box. He waited patiently, hands clasped behind his back. She opened the box lid, exclaiming in surprise. Inside was her old military uniform. I don't consider you a monster, he began to explain. First reason, the gate opened even though you weren't dead. That means you're not a boss monster. He continued to recount finding the military uniform in a nearby human shelter. Third, monsters always attack humans unconditionally. But when you opened your eyes, you didn't attack me. And the last reason is, he took a step forward. A pair of gleaming, golden military dog tags were held out in front of Yunha. She froze, her eyes wide, as she looked at the familiar memento. No monster would wear old hunter dog tags like these. Welcome to the world. 30 years later, senior. Yunha sat on the floor, completely unable to believe what she had just heard. What? 30 years? Shinsuwu explained. Your military ID card, senior, is no longer issued to hunters in this era. While you were asleep, senior, I wanted to find your family, he added, but I couldn't identify the name on the card. Yunha was stunned, thinking to herself that information from her time was probably long lost. Shinsuwu continued, furthermore, information about living hunters is very strictly managed by the association. He officially introduced himself. My name is Shinsuwu. May I know your name, senior? Yunha looked up, perplexed by the sudden question. She hesitantly began to speak. I am... Suddenly, a surge of purple energy tightened around her throat, making her unable to utter a word. She realized in a panic that she hadn't lost her voice, but rather, she couldn't say that name. Yunha collapsed to the floor, clutching her mouth in terror. Memories of her pact with the sacred beast flooded back. You must give me your name. Her eyes widened, extreme fear evident on her face. The sacred beast's words echoed. That name will belong to me, and you will no longer be able to use it. Seeing her silence, Shinsuwu said with an understanding look, I know it's hard for you to believe. But dates don't lie, he said, holding out a phone. Yunha was stunned when she saw the words, May 12th, 2031, on the screen. What is this? She asked, pointing at the strange object, making Shinsuwu dumbfounded. The young man awkwardly replied, this is a smartphone. A phone? How do you make calls without number buttons? Yunha asked blankly. Yunha still couldn't believe it. Do you expect me to believe that? She grabbed a newspaper, and the words Monday, May 12th, 2031 caught her eye, making her think to herself, no way. Cha Yunha's face was pale with horror as she wondered, is it really 2031? She calculated in her head, May 12th? So more than 30 years and 2 months have passed? Panic set in as she realized, if 30 years have passed, wouldn't I be 50 years old now? But another illogical thought arose. Then why? Do I look almost the same as before entering the gate? The reflection in her memory showed the young, resolute Cha Eunha of the past, and her current reflection was still that same face, without any trace of time. Suddenly, a grumpy old man interrupted. Student, move aside so I can buy a newspaper. The old man's argument about a long-discontinued newspaper further made Yunha realize, so, in others' eyes, I don't look 50 years old. She reassured herself. That's right. I haven't changed at all. Inside the unknown gates, what's impossible can become entirely possible. Around her, snippets of conversation about headphones, about mothers, about someone named Sujong, echoed like voices from another world. Work calls, complaints about not wanting to go to work, stories about film cameras. It was all too unfamiliar. Eunha was lost among the crowd discussing TV shows, phone cameras, or someone who had just debuted as a content creator. Laughter about quitting games drifted past her ears, along with the sight of modern cars. She looked up, overwhelmed by the skyscrapers soaring into the blue sky. Amidst the unfamiliar city, Cha Eunha walked aimlessly, completely lost. Meanwhile, from a distance, a whispered voice rang out. "Right, let me check." A young man with messy black hair, leaning against a white car, was watching her with his arms crossed. Suddenly, their eyes met, and neither could hide their surprise. Cha Eunha was determined. She wanted to witness firsthand the world outside the gate. She sought out a familiar neighborhood under the twilight. Each step echoed as she entered a place full of memories. But Eunha was stunned to realize that this place had vanished, completely changed from before. Memories of a slum flooded back, a place where homeless people gathered after the gate disaster. Now, that place had become a small park, with only one tree standing there. A sign clearly read, "Tree of Hope, since September 1997. She looked up at the tree, whispering, "Only you remain." "When did you grow so big?" A voice from the past echoed. A promise that when the tree grew, the nightmare would end. Yuna closed her eyes, pressed her hand against the tree trunk, lost in a flood of memories. Her face was tinged with deep sadness as she faced reality. Night gradually fell, enveloping the scenery. The strange young man's phone displayed the time. 8 p.m., 2031. He approached, saying, "Shall we go home now?" Yunha still stood under the tree, looking up at the white ribbon on the branch. As the young man added that it was late, she turned around, asking blankly, "Where to?" The young man looked at her, realizing the smell of blood still lingered even though she had been outside for quite a while. He thought to himself that this girl truly had nowhere to go, then decided, "To my place first." He added that they still had many things they needed to confirm with each other. Cha Eunha silently sat in the car, her distant gaze fixed out the window. In the quiet room, Cha Eunha sat alone, collapsing in despair. The ticking of the clock echoed, as if counting each heavy moment passing by. She clutched her head, writhing amidst the chaotic thoughts tormenting her mind. "You're there, aren't you?" "Cat?" Eunha whispered, and a shimmering golden cat figure immediately appeared. The sacred beast cat cheerfully asked, "Are you feeling better, Unnie?" Eunha didn't return the cheerfulness. She coldly asked, "Taking my name? What does that mean?" The cat panicked. "That's a necessary condition of the contract." But Una had realized something. You had it, didn't you?" She held up a necklace, her voice sharp. "Why didn't you tell me? I was going to give it to you." "Really?" But unexpected things kept happening. The cat stammered in defense. It tried to change the subject by grooming itself. But Yunha growled, "Why didn't you give it to me sooner?" Clutching the necklace tightly in her hand, she choked out, "You know how hard I tried to escape that place. You know I wandered frantically around the gate searching for the fifth named monster. But why? Why didn't you tell me you had the last item?" The sacred beasts. Cat trembled, stammering, "Unnie, that." "We played together, ate together, slept together. We talked so much. Why didn't you tell me?" Cornered, the cat wailed in tears, "Because you're the only family I have." Cha Eunha froze, completely taken aback by the confession. The sacred beast, Cat, continued to sob. "The outside world is too scary, and everyone hates me. I've always been lonely. I just wanted to play with you a little longer, so..." It pleaded desperately, eyes welling with tears. "So, please, don't hate me, Unnie." The sacred beast, Cat sobbed, calling Yuna in remorse. Yunha gently extended her hand. I understand. It's okay, come here. To atone, the sacred beast cat hastily apologized and donated 100,000 coins, which Yunha temporarily accepted despite not understanding their purpose. She picked up the small cat, accepting that no matter the outcome, she had escaped that place. And more importantly, she was no longer alone. At a modern villa, another encounter was taking place. Shin Siwoo presented a document explaining that it was a copy of the first-generation hunter list. Yunha sat on the bed, silently opening the box containing her past. The document clearly stated the time and location of the past tragedy. C-Rank Gate in Namdaekyeon, March 26, 2001. The first line that caught her eye read, Team Leader, Cha Eunha, deceased. She bowed her head, confronting the official record of her own death. A long list of fallen comrades began to appear. Every familiar name, including Yuchan, was marked as deceased. The death list seemed endless, emphasizing the scale of the loss. But then, amidst the lines of deceased, a different word appeared, survived. Yunha's eyes widened, shocked by the unbelievable possibility. And then the name was revealed, the sole survivor, Baek Ijin. Returning to their conversation on the balcony, Yunha asked Shin Siwoo how he managed to enter the nameless gate. Shin Siwoo explained it was just a coincidence. He had entered a B-rank gate after confirming a green crack. Yunha questioned Shin Siwoo about the dungeon's rank. While he asserted that he had not been informed of any nameless gate, she corrected him, stating her dungeon was only C rank, leading Siwoo to hypothesize that the nameless gate might disguise its entrance. Eunha pressed him on how he escaped, receiving a nonchalant reply. Through the exit, of course, she mused to herself, recalling that the exit only opened after she had collected all 5 items. Setting aside the dungeon matter, Yunha looked directly at the issue. Why do you call me Black Flame Princess? Shin Siwoo remained silent, assessing her splendid attire, which was the clearest answer in his eyes. He casually asked back, assuming she was openly cosplaying, a concept entirely foreign to Yunha. Siwoo confessed he initially thought it was real, while Eunha still bewilderedly asked what cosplay actually was. After hearing the explanation, she immediately retorted, arguing that no one would wear such cumbersome clothes into a dungeon, and pressed him about the origin of that title. Shin Siwoo began to recount a legend among hunters about an entity that could speak human language and possessed enchanting beauty. He relayed the terrifying warning. The black flame of that monster could incinerate even souls. Eunha claimed she had never heard of it, but inwardly couldn't help but notice the chilling similarities to herself. She wondered if this was truly just a simple ghost story. Suddenly realizing something, Eunha abruptly changed the subject, asking if Siwoo had read through the entire list of those who had died. He was a bit surprised, but still confirmed a brutal truth. All of them were dead, except for one, Eunha smirked, pointing out the crucial detail. Shin Siwoo lowered his head, his expression showing a hint of sadness and regret. He looked up, offering to use his abilities to find information about that sole survivor. No need, Eunha firmly refused, her resolute gaze allowing no argument. Cha Eunha looked down at the list, a fleeting smile on her lips. Now that I know they're alive, that's enough, she thought to herself. A memory suddenly flooded back. The image of Baek Ijun happily waving, but she knew meeting him again would only bring confusion. She mumbled, It's been 30 years. Baek Ijun must be a proper middle-aged man by now. In my memories, Baek Ijun is still a young man in his 20s. Ijun is a very sensitive person. That incident back then must have become a psychological scar for him. I don't want to appear and reopen that wound. Returning to reality, she asserted. It's really fine, Shin Siwoo replied, with a slight hesitation. Is that so? Then earnestly offered. If that's the case, is there anything else you want? I'll help with all my might. He continued to persuade through the doorway. No, it's fine. That's enough. Don't say that. Please just tell me anything. Yunha looked up, her eyes full of suspicion. Do you need an item? Or want something to eat? Or to meet someone? Even if it's a small matter, why are you trying so hard? Even if it's an apology for mistaking me for a monster, this is too much. Sorry, but I'm the type of person who doesn't believe in free lunches in this world. Her blunt words stunned Shin Si-woo. Unha looked straight at him, questioning. What do you want from me? Shin Si-woo smiled with relief. I won't say I don't have something to ask for, but I don't want anything right now. I just want to help Senior, because you are a first-generation hunter. Unha completely failed to understand what he was saying. He explained, images of the deceased and those in a vegetative state appearing. Most first-generation hunters have passed away, gone missing. Or, if they survived, they are in a vegetative state. They lived in an incredibly harsh environment. Shin Si-woo's eyes shone with genuine reverence. And Senior, you survived that era. He clenched his fist, his voice full of passion. That alone means you deserve respect, Senior. Una was speechless, thinking to herself. What the hell is this kid talking about? I just want revenge, Shin Si-woo humbly admitted. Modern hunters are pathetic. Even an S rank like me couldn't defeat you. If you hadn't fainted, I would surely be dead, Una suddenly retorted playfully. Exactly. If we fought again now, I'd definitely win 100% because I already know you can use both water and ice. Si-woo returned to a serious demeanor, listing undeniable facts. Skills superior to even S-rank hunters and being a survivor from an unknown gate. He emphasized that those two things alone were enough to make her existence a global sensation, especially since the unknown gate remains a mystery. The appearance of a 30-year survivor would cause a stir in the academic world. That means you can do anything you want, Si-woo declared. The whole world will seek you out. He posed the crucial question. What do you want to do in the future, Senior? That question completely stunned Yunha. She mumbled back in confusion, I don't know. Si-woo understood. I see. It seems you need more time to sort out your thoughts. He changed the subject, mentioning that he also had something to ask for. But when Yunha asked again, he decided to keep it a secret. Si-woo explained that he didn't want to make the request while she was confused. Instead, he gave Yunha his business card and affirmed that he would make the request seriously, staking his honor on it. With that, Si-woo left, telling her to contact him if she needed anything, and to get some more rest. Yunha stood alone in the unfamiliar room, a sense of displacement washing over her. She questioned herself in despair. What do I want to do in the future? In a place with no acquaintances, no familiar surroundings. Does my old self no longer exist either? She unconsciously tightened her grip on her wrist. Una's eyes shone with determination, mixed with pain, as she faced the harsh reality. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, her mother's words from the past suddenly echoed. Unha, I want you to live your own life. In the memory, Unha firmly told her mother that she didn't need to go to university and would start working right away. Her mother smiled sadly, saying that she hadn't struggled that much. She only wished for her daughter to live her own life, not a life for her sake. Those words confused young Unha, making her wonder what her own life truly was. Her mother gently placed her hand on her daughter's, suggesting they would find the answer together. She wanted to discover, with her daughter, the kind of life she truly desired for herself. Returning to reality, Yunha painfully admitted that she couldn't keep that promise when her mother suddenly passed away. She was still lost, not knowing what Cha Eunha's life truly was. But she knew one thing for sure. The life of being forced to be a hunter was not hers. With new determination, Yoonha began searching for something in the room. She joyfully exclaimed when she found a wad of cash tucked into the pocket of her old uniform. Although she had lost a lot, the remaining money was still enough for her to travel in this area. Although she didn't know what the future held, Yoonha had identified where she wanted to go right now. She decisively said, "Let's go," and then resolutely stepped out of the wide-open door. The door closed, marking a new beginning. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shin Se-woo received a strange call. He politely confirmed the information with the person on the other end of the line. The conversation became confusing as he hesitantly identified himself as a guardian, then awkwardly asked about the location again. Shin Se-woo was stunned when he heard the answer. "The police station?" At the police station, an angry voice rang out. "Seriously? What year do you think this is?" Shin Se-woo was stunned when the taxi driver yelled at him. Why did she get in a taxi with only 2001? The taxi driver kept yelling, complaining that in 20 years of driving, he had never encountered a passenger like her. While Shin Se-woo tried to de-escalate the situation, he brushed him off, shouting that he couldn't calm down when he hadn't earned a single penny all day. The taxi driver pointed at Cha Yoon-ha, who was sitting quietly, mocking her attire and claiming he knew something was off from the start. Yoon-ha maintained a cold expression, completely unfazed by the criticism. Shin Se-woo looked at her, his face full of confusion and weariness at the awkward situation. A police officer approached, handed Shin Se-woo a cup of tea, and asked directly, "Are you this girl's guardian?" Caught off guard, Shin Se-woo was startled and awkward, unsure how to answer. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly admitted, "Yes, I am her guardian." Yoon-ha spoke up, explaining that she had no intention of riding for free, but the driver immediately cut her off, insisting it was precisely an act of fare evasion. The argument continued as the driver criticized Ona for having no card, no ID, while she still insisted she intended to pay 2001. Beside Yoon-ha, the cat sacred beast materialized in a brilliant golden aura, growling angrily before she ordered it to be silent. The driver grew even more furious when told he was noisy, while the cat sacred beast refused to back down, emitting threats that only Yoon-ha could hear. Shin Se-woo tried to intervene once more, but the driver remained unappeased, and the cat sacred beast roared in indignation. While the cat sacred beast whispered violent threats, Shin Se-woo suddenly realized Yoon-ha's strange behavior was likely because she truly came from 30 years ago. The driver yelled, demanding to settle everything legally, but Shin Se-woo stepped forward, extending his hand to mediate. He politely apologized, explaining that the girl was unfamiliar with the world and asked for his understanding, while also offering a business card. The driver snatched the business card, yelling that understanding had its limits and he had never met anyone so naive. But then he froze, as his words about principles caught in his throat upon seeing the business card for CEO Shin Se-woo and 2 1,000,001 checks. As the taxi drove away, the driver looked back and told Yoon-ha to remember to bring her phone next time. In the car, Shin Se-woo explained thoroughly. "Now do you understand? The basic taxi fare in Seoul is 6,500 won. Una replied coldly. "I told him I didn't know, but he dragged me straight to the police station." She continued. "When I said I didn't have a card, he got furious and accused me of lying, which made Si-woo blurt out why she didn't call him. He immediately froze, realizing the absurdity of his own question. Feeling guilty, Si-woo said, "If I had known you were going out, I would have given you a phone beforehand. I'll take you." Yoon-ha only wanted to borrow money to go by herself, but Si-woo insisted. "I'm already out anyway. Let me drive you." He was astonished when Yoon-ha revealed her destination. "I'm going to visit my mother's grave." She explained that her mother had passed away on the very day the first gate appeared. Realizing 30 years had passed, Yunha declared. That means I've neglected my mother's grave for 30 years. I have to go there. The traffic light turned green. Seeing Siwoo still hadn't started driving, Yunha reminded him, and then asked for directions to the cemetery. The young man remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Finally, he decided, it would be a hassle if you got dragged to the police station again. Let me go with you. They arrived at a large, solemn cemetery under the sunset. Eunha found her mother's grave, Lee Hee-suk, who had passed away in 1997. She knelt down, her heart heavy upon seeing the neglected grave, uncared for by anyone. In her memory, this place used to be very cozy and well-maintained. Yuna's hand gently touched the cold tombstone, silently thinking that this place had also changed too much. Suddenly, she paused, as if she had just discovered something unusual on the grave. Eunha discovered residual candle wax on the tombstone. She sadly lamented, wishing she had brought some flowers. Immediately, Shin Siwoo used his power to create a sparkling crystal flower. Eunha thanked him and gently placed the flower on the grave, while Siwoo simply replied that it was nothing. The crystal flower shone brightly on the cold stone slab. Eunha smiled gently, her heart seemingly comforted somewhat. The light from the flower illuminated her face, dispelling the sadness. She explained that she had used the money earned as a hunter to move her mother's grave to this location. Eunha pointed into the distance, talking about the neighborhood where she used to live and the old road to school. She recalled the small mountain near her home, steep, but with a beautiful night view. Memories of afternoons spent hanging laundry with her mother, watching the sunset, were still vivid in her mind. Eunha mused, that was her life back then. A life she couldn't find amidst the piles of monster corpses in the dungeon. She thought to herself that even though 30 years had passed, she still wanted to return to that place. Eunha believed that her life was definitely still out there somewhere, and now she was determined to find it again. Eunha suddenly realized that the large apartment complex over there was where the Tree of Hope they once visited was located. She curiously asked if it was expensive, and Siwoo confirmed that it probably was because it was newly built. Eunha looked directly at Siwoo and asked a loaded question. You're rich, aren't you? To Siwoo's astonishment, she repeated, you said you had something to propose to me, right? Eunha looked straight into Siwoo's eyes. I want to hear it. Shin Siwoo was a little flustered, replying, what I wanted to propose to you is... I want you to be a hunter for our guild, just for 1 year. Eunha was stunned. A hunter job? For a whole year? While the sacred beast cat yelled, Are you crazy? Siwoo calmly confirmed. That's right, just 1 year. Consider it a freelance contract. Eunha wondered about the 12.0 profit-sharing clause, not understanding what it meant. He generously explained, it means you keep 100% of what you earn, and we'll pay an additional 20%. Eunha was still skeptical. What do you gain from this? While the sacred beast cat warned her not to trust the swindler's sweet words, Shin Siwoo smiled meaningfully. Actually, a lot. He looked at her, admitting, considering your skills far surpass mine. The sacred beast cat flew into a rage. Money, money. Do you think you can lure her away with money? The cat tried to bribe her. Sis, I'll give you another 100,000 coins. But Eunha ignored it, questioning Siwoo. How do you know what I want? Siwoo hit a nerve. You want that apartment, don't you? I'll help you buy back the entire apartment complex. The offer made Eunha waver, while the sacred beast cat helplessly yelled, Swindler! She indifferently took the coins. But these coins are useless in the real world, Eunha thought to herself with steely determination. If I want to get my mother's house back, I need real money. She decisively held out her hand. All right, deal. Meanwhile, at the association office, an official grumbled. Please stop talking about the Black Flame Princess. It's all nonsense. Kim Guanghyun teased. You were scared of Red Mask when you were little, weren't you? It's written all over your face, which made the official even more annoyed. But then, Guanghyun's face turned serious. I'm being completely serious. Hunter Shin himself said so. The old official trembled, confessing that he feared the hunter-sucking monster more than the Black Flame Princess. In the office, he grumbled, asking Kim Guanghyun about Shin Si-woo, then yelled, demanding that they absolutely had to recruit this hunter. Guanghyun was skeptical, thinking Si-woo wouldn't leave his family's guild, but his superior dismissed it, saying their relationship wasn't good at all. The official argued that there must be some hidden reason why Si-woo established his own hunter management company. Guanghyun admitted that Si-woo was unpredictable, always making others uncomfortable with his smile. The official grabbed Guanghyun's collar, emphasizing that the association desperately needed an S-rank hunter to maintain the balance of power. He warned that if the association's influence weakened, chaos would erupt as powerful hunters acted on their own whims. Finally, he slammed the door, sending Guanghyun away, yelling at him to immediately forget the ridiculous Black Flame story and focus on Shin Si-woo. A female colleague saw Guanghyun being scolded and asked about it, but he only grumbled about the rigidity of those in the association. Guanghyun stormed off, declaring that no one should look for him and ignoring his colleague's question. With a determined expression, he strode away, vowing not to return until he unearthed the truth. Elsewhere, someone was browsing the web, typing while stroking the glowing sacred beast cat. The screen displayed Wolf Guild in the search bar. A series of results appeared, praising Wolf as the #1 guild, the pride of Korea. More detailed information showed that the guild leader was Shin Gui-hoon, the nation's second S-rank hunter. That person scrolled through forums, where hunters were eagerly discussing guild rankings. He continued to read mixed comments, where the Wolf Guild was both hailed as a powerhouse and criticized as problematic. Finishing his search, the blue-haired young man turned to Eunha, explaining that he had created a fake identity for her. He looked straight at her, admitting, "Senior, I don't even know your real name." With a slight smile, he asked, "You still don't intend to tell me?" When asked about her real name, Cha Eunha awkwardly admitted, "It's not that I'm intentionally avoiding it. I just don't know how to explain." The blue-haired young man smiled understandingly. "You don't have to tell me now, but someday I'd really like to hear it." He changed the subject, holding a laptop. "Anyway, I didn't come here for that. I have something I want to show you." On the screen was a lively program, exploring the history of Korean hunters with BJ, King Godsu, and Haping. The video narrator's voice echoed, explaining that in the late 2000s, global law recognized hunters as a profession. After that milestone, public perception of hunters completely changed. They were not just superhuman individuals, but were treated like celebrities, lauded by the entire world. The two hosts continued, mentioning the most famous hunters belonging to the special rank. The blue-haired young man watched intently as the video mentioned S-rank hunters. The sacred beast cat suddenly flared up, roaring that S-rank was trash compared to its master, causing Eunha to speak up, while the young man calmly admitted, "Yes, I am one of the S-ranks." He continued to analyze, pointing out that Eunha, a first-generation hunter, was even stronger than S-rank. And if this truth were revealed, it would shake the world. Eunha saw through his intentions. "And you want that attention, don't you?" While the sacred beast cat was still sulking. The young man merely smirked meaningfully, Yuna thought he was talking about the contract terms, but he brushed it aside. She explained her biggest obstacle. I lost my name because of a contract with a cat. The curse from the contract even prevented her from mentioning the sacred beast's existence, making it furious and threatening you dog-faced bastard. Yuna concluded that she had no way to attract attention without putting herself in a difficult position. Contrary to expectations, the young man replied gently, I understand, which surprised Unha. He showed deep empathy, thinking about how Senior was forcibly conscripted and used as a living weapon. I completely understand why you're fed up with the hunter life. Finally, he offered a surprising solution. You don't need to reveal your past, nor worry about your name. That's why I prepared Lee Yura, the blue-haired young man confidently stated. You don't even need to say you're a first-generation hunter. Your skills alone are enough to make you the center of attention. There are many ways, he suggested. Currently, the best method is the easiest and fastest way to prove it. Shall we go out for a bit? Making Cha Unha ask in surprise. Go out? The young man smiled, explaining the plan. That's right, we're going to measure your hunter rank. Immediately, he pulled out his phone and made a call to Kim Gwang-hyun. In a skyscraper, an excited voice rang out. Oh wow, hello! Team leader Kim Gwang-hyun of the Hunter Association appeared, eagerly extending his business card and introducing himself. Another man also rushed over. It was Park Jae-wee from Silver Moon Management Company, announcing that CEO Shin would arrive soon. Both Kim Gwang-hyun and Park Jae-wee exclaimed in unison with eager expressions. We've been waiting for a very long time. As Cha Unha and her companion entered, they were greeted by a new name, Ms. Lee Yura. The sacred cat beast looked pleased, while Park Jae-wee quickly handed the parking ticket to the young man. President, you've arrived? Park Jae-wee turned to Yuna effusively. You are Lee Yura, aren't you? It's a pleasure to meet you. He continued to introduce himself as CEO Shin's assistant and stated that he would be her exclusive manager from now on. Yuna confusedly asked about the concept of exclusive manager, while the blue-haired young man simply reassured her that he was trustworthy. Park Jae-wee enthusiastically leaned in, asserting that she would need him to handle her impending massive popularity and promising his full support. He even offered to carry her umbrella. But Yunha coldly replied with a single sentence. No, thank you. Ignoring Park Jae-wee, who was frozen in place by the rejection, Yunha turned to Kim Gwang-yeon and asked, more importantly, when does the measurement begin? Park Jae-wee hurriedly followed, secretly thinking about how cold this girl was, wondering if she was a doll. From a distance, a beanie-wearing reporter squinted, whispering to his colleague, Is that her? He continued to gossip. The guy next to her must be from Silver Moon. They're assigning a manager even before her rank measurement. Realizing something interesting was happening, he ordered the cameraman, just in case, turn on the camera and be ready. The young man escorted Unha to the Hunter Association. Wondering about the gathered crowd, a flustered manager explained that the famous Hunter Yu Hwan had just left, drawing a crowd of reporters with him. However, the manager secretly admitted that he himself had called them to create drama. He justified it by saying a new star was about to be born, and he couldn't miss this chance to draw attention. The blue-eyed young man calmly analyzed, suggesting that having more reporters wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, they needed to promote Unha, especially since she wanted to conceal her identity as a first-generation hunter. She was led before a gigantic, glowing blue ability measurement machine. While Unha worried about her identity being exposed, her companion reassured her that her new abilities were what mattered most. Before starting, the manager asked her to choose an alias for registration. Unha was momentarily flustered, her mind filled only with dry military titles like Squad Leader 1. After thinking of simple names she used for pets, a silly idea suddenly popped into her head. Black Flame Princess. The sacred cat beast on her shoulder immediately became excited, encouraging her to use that name right away. The manager was stunned, not understanding what was happening upon hearing the strange name. With a serious expression, Yunha boldly declared, "My alias is Black Flame Princess." Though flustered, the manager quickly registered it, his mind racing with theories about this mysterious girl. From a distance, a reporter observed, secretly thinking that no matter who she was, her skills were what would decide everything. He believed that someone daring enough to choose such a bold alias must surely possess extraordinary power. As the test began, everyone held their breath, awaiting the birth of a new S-rank hunter. However, the results sheet cruelly revealed an unbelievable truth. Overall evaluation, F rank. The shocking result left everyone, from Yunha, the manager, the reporters, to even the sacred beast, speechless. The sacred cat beast was stunned, frozen in place. Manager Park Jae-wi was also speechless behind the wheel. The blue-eyed young man sat silently in the passenger seat, lost in thought. The entire car was enveloped in a heavy, suffocating silence. Frank. Park Jae-wi and the sacred cat beast muttered in unison in despair. "This is too strange," the sacred cat beast said, confused, and Yunha had to admit, it really is strange. While Yunha secretly pondered the absurdity of the result, the blue-eyed young man handed her a device and said, "Senior, take this." "A terminal?" "It looks like an old pager," Yunha said in surprise, but he explained that all rookies must have one. He continued to explain that this device would track her experience and notify her when she was eligible for a reevaluation of her rank. Cha Eun-ha listened silently, her eyes still holding a hint of doubt. Suddenly, she asked directly, "Aren't you going to cancel the contract?" Which made the blue-eyed young man freeze. "Cancel?" he asked blankly, and Yunha reiterated the harsh truth. "I'm F rank." He merely smirked confidently. "It's not a problem. I know you're not actually F rank." "Then why is the result like that?" Yunha questioned, and he frankly replied, "How would I know? This is the first time that system has malfunctioned." He assertively added, "But one thing is certain, an F rank hunter couldn't possibly fight me like that," he stated firmly. The sacred cat beast immediately spoke up in support. "Well said. S-rank barbecue. That pile of scrap metal should have been thrown away already." The blue-eyed young man advised Eun-ha to rest and informed her that Manager Park would assist her starting tomorrow. He continued to reassure Eun-ha, suggesting that F-rank also meant high growth potential, despite her still being concerned about her 4% figure. No matter what that machine says, he concluded with a confident smile, "You will crush it with your power." Eun-ha wondered, worried if she would have a chance to prove herself. The sacred Bao beast cat flew into a rage, screaming about the unfair treatment Eun-ha received after being ranked F. "Don't sulk anymore. Come watch the news with me." Eun-ha tried to coax the grumpy sacred beast cat. "No way. I'm not watching that stuff." The sacred beast cat adamantly refused. On the laptop screen, articles about Guild Wolf's rookie and other news only further infuriated the sacred beast cat. Eun-ha looked at the screen dejectedly, wondering, so this is what it feels like to be F-rank? She scrolled through a barrage of mocking online comments, thinking to herself that she had anticipated this. Suddenly, a comment mentioning Black Flame Princess caught her attention. Una was confused, reading the debates about an urban legend she had never heard of. Curious, she began typing search keywords, just as there was a knock at the door and a call of Hunter. Park Jae-wi, the new manager, poked his head in with a radiant smile, cheerfully wishing her good morning. He stepped in, carrying coffee, and asked, "Oh, are you using your laptop?" "Yes, I'm reviewing what you taught yesterday," Yunha replied. A sticky note on the computer showed she had carefully written down the Wi-Fi information and password. Park Jae-wee smiled somewhat awkwardly at her naivety. He suddenly recalled a conversation with the young master who had revealed Yunha's remote hometown. At that time, the blue-eyed young man had explained that since she came from the countryside, she needed to be taught everything. Returning to reality, Park Jae-wee silently lamented the regional disparity in this era. He still didn't understand why an F-rank hunter received so much attention. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Park Jae-wee cheerfully offered, "I brought dessert too. Have you ever had canale?" Cha Eun-ha replied blankly, "Canale? No, I've never heard of it." Park Jae-wee happily opened the pastry box, explaining that since he didn't know her preferences, he had bought all sorts. While the sacred beast cat's eyes lit up with excitement, the two sat down, and Park Jae-wee curiously asked Yunha what she planned to watch on YouTube. He glanced at the laptop screen and was stunned to see a video titled "Exposing the True Identity of the Black Flame Princess." Park Jae-wee cried out in a panic, hastily explaining that he had only accidentally clicked it. He tried to reassure Yunha, saying she didn't need to read malicious comments, even joking that even armadillos were hated. He continued to explain that in the hunter world, ranks were almost absolute, and people often blindly believed in them. Meanwhile, the sacred beast cat had helped itself to a pastry and was praising its deliciousness, while Park Jae-wee said that even B ranks were revered. However, he seriously asserted that he didn't believe ranks were everything, even though they were very important. He argued that some A ranks were worse than B ranks, and vice versa, because people had more value than just a single letter. Park Jae-wee guessed that the reason Eunha became a hot topic wasn't just her rank, but also her somewhat risky outfit. Eunha firmly replied that this wasn't a concept, and she wouldn't change, because she needed all of these things. Startled by her reaction, Park Jae-wee hastily waved his hands, clarifying that he didn't mean to criticize. A system interface appeared, explaining that her blazing flame outfit was an equipment set, and its effects wouldn't activate if even one piece was missing. Park Jae-wee awkwardly apologized, trying to re-explain his point. He enthusiastically encouraged her, saying she had strong allies like the Wolf and Silver Moon guilds backing her. With a confident expression, he asserted that she would soon realize that ranks and rumors didn't mean much. Eunha looked up, seemingly pondering his words. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Seeing her silence, Park Jae-wee thought she didn't want the pastries anymore, but Eunha quickly took them and thanked him. Park Jae-wee suddenly remembered something, excitedly telling Eunha, "Oh right, I heard one of the hunters today is a streamer." He continued to ramble about a famous BJ and advised her to take the opportunity to go live. As Eunha entered the gathering area, all eyes of the other hunters turned to her with scrutinizing gazes. A pink-haired teammate immediately spoke up in her defense, while Eunha pondered the reason for the attention. She guessed they were probably annoyed that an F-rank rookie was late, and found that reasonable. Just then, a coordinator asked everyone to line up, and Eunha decided to focus solely on her mission. Suddenly, a burly hunter placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her and calling out, "Hey, black dress girl?" He growled condescendingly. "F ranks go to the very back." The hunter held Eunha firmly, forcing her to move to the back of the line in front of everyone else. The sacred beast was furious, while Eunha merely let out a faint scoff. Whispers began to rise, discussing Guild Wolf's F-rank rookie and calling her shameless. Provoked by her laugh, the hunter flew into a rage and threatened her. But Eunha simply replied coldly, "Is that so? I don't know." She turned away indifferently, ignoring the stunned man. Just then, a bald old man yelled, and the association staff announced that the dungeon gate was about to open. The gate began its activation process, emitting intense energy as a countdown echoed. The bald old man clicked his tongue in annoyance. With only 3 seconds left, Yuna calmly watched the final seconds before the gate fully opened. In excitement, the bald old man clenched his fist. This feeling, the adrenaline coursing through me, he whispered as the gate swung open. After 30 years, let's go back in. Without hesitation, Cha Eunha took her first steps towards the light of the dungeon. At another snow-covered scene, a young man stood behind the police barrier. Meanwhile, Park Jae-wi stood outside the dungeon gate, his heart filled with anxiety at the thought of letting Cha Eunha enter without training. He could only hope that everything would turn out all right. A stream of emerald energy swirled and then exploded, signaling the start of a new event. At the same time, a live broadcast by the famous streamer King Godsu officially went on air. The streamer sent an energetic greeting to the thousands of viewers watching. The scene shifted to inside the dungeon, where a gloomy swamp appeared on the live stream screen. King Godsu appeared, explaining that today he and the Roar Guild would explore this place together. He panned the camera, introducing the team members, and Cha Eunha was also among them. King Godsu happily thanked the viewer for donating and confidently declared that this C-rank dungeon was completely under control. "All right," he said, "I'll give a quick rundown of today's raid." In another corner, other hunters were whispering about the enormous sum the Roar Guild had spent to recruit this streamer. The cat sacred beast seemed annoyed, but Cha Eunha quietly explained the concept of NeoTube videos to it. Suddenly, a system alert appeared. A swarm of level 9 cunning salamanders had been summoned. King Godsu seemed excited by the monsters, and a one-on-one victory quest unexpectedly appeared. Immediately, the other hunters plunged into a chaotic battle with the salamander swarm. Just then, the elderly hunter turned and yelled at Cha Eunha, "Hey, F-rank! If you're just going to stand there scared stiff, then get back," he roared, completely unaware of a monster charging from the side. Quick as a flash, Cha Eunha's hand blocked the man's spear tip. She used that very spear to pierce through the salamander, which stared in astonishment, saving the life of the man who had just scolded her. Cha Eunha stared in shock at the monster's severed tail, thinking it had cut off its own tail to escape. Meanwhile, King Godsu cheerfully directed via livestream, "Everyone, don't kill them all. These lizards' tails are super expensive." A hunter, putting loot into his bag, turned and asked, "Hey, are you worried about letting the monster get away?" Another teammate reassured her, "First time in a dungeon? Take it easy. We'll get the tails first and hunt them later." A female hunter added, advising Cha Eunha that simply providing support from the rear would be enough to accumulate experience points. Those words made Cha Eunha glance at her device, where EXP0 was clearly displayed. She muttered, realizing she had to earn her share and determined to do her best. Just then, King Godsu excitedly cheered as he spotted 5 more monsters charging. The scarred hunter lunged forward like lightning, using a lightning element skill to sever another tail. Not to be outdone, Cha Eunha also acted, snatching a salamander flying towards her. Her hand emitted dark energy, easily subduing the prey to its astonishment. But then she froze, her eyes wide with surprise at what she was holding. This tail. She realized it wasn't just twitching from nerve reflexes. Suddenly, the tail mutated, pointing a gun barrel directly at Cha Eunha's face, while the bald hunter appeared behind her. "Hey, F-rank!" he roared, an arrow from his crossbow whizzing past, shattering the grotesque tail. The old hunter pressed his crossbow closer, growling. "Don't tell me you're scared of a level 9 monster, are you?" Unjustly scolded, Cha Eunha quietly turned away, leaving the old man to rant about being ignored. She looked down at the ground, where the shattered tail had vanished without a trace. A curly-haired hunter ran over and asked, "Hey, F-Rank, did you take the tail from here?" Making the bald old man even more furious. He quickly apologized, but Cha Eun-ha merely gave a perfunctory reply, affirming in her mind, "Something is definitely very strange." The image of the monster's tail still lingered in Cha Eun-ha's mind. It definitely moved as if it was being pulled somewhere. Meanwhile, the other hunters had lit a campfire to rest during the raid. A scarred hunter sighed. "It's break time, and there's not even coffee. I really miss that Park Jae guy." Cha Eun-ha checked her device. The cold notification panel displayed a round 0 for experience points. She thought to herself, "I was so busy watching the salamander's tail that I haven't killed a single one," when a condescending voice rang out. Well, still no experience points?" The streamer king, God, Sue approached, patting her shoulder casually. "Don't get too discouraged. Everyone's like that at first." He sat right down, next to Cha Eun-ha, live streaming as he asked, "You're the Black Flame Princess of the Wolf Guild, right?" Despite the cat sacred beast yelling. "Get lost, King God." Sue ignored it, continuing to speak into the camera. "Don't be so tense. I'm just trying to give you some advice as a senior." Cha Eun-ha replied coldly, her gaze unwavering. "I don't need any advice." The streamer rudely put his arm around her shoulder. "Don't refuse. Everyone has their weak moments. There's nothing to be ashamed of." He prattled on. "Newbies usually target small monsters thinking they're weaker, but they forget they're faster," which made Cha Eun-ha retort, "No, not always." While the live stream chat was buzzing, King Godsu continued to preach. "Just aim for the big ones. They're usually slower," despite the cat sacred beast screaming. "She's even faster than you idiot," he concluded. "It's a shortcut. But if you only target big ones, you'll gain experience very quickly." Amidst the helpless shouts of the cat sacred beast, Cha Eun-ha merely replied indifferently, "Is that so?" While the cat sacred beast was so furious it wanted to throw a tantrum on the ground. King Godsu then pointed at her umbrella. "Ah, that's just an accessory, isn't it? It's great that you're investing in your image, but it won't hinder the battle, will it?" he asked. But Cha Eun-ha replied decisively, "This isn't an accessory." Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, startling both of them. In another part of the camp, other hunters also panicked. What was that? An earthquake? But with eyes wide in terror, Cha Eun-ha realized the truth. "No, it's monsters!" King Godsu immediately stood up, reassuring and commanding everyone. "All hunters, follow me. We'll eliminate them before they reach the campsite." King Godsu confidently instructed Cha Eun-ha. "Princess, just stay here. Some monsters will get through, so go all out." He winked mischievously. "Don't forget what I told you. For the big ones, just hit them once and run." The system panel appeared, warning about the cunning salamanders level 13 with their venomous tongues. A gray-haired hunter screamed as a monster suddenly appeared right in front of him and his teammates. He roared assertively, "It's fine. I can handle it," while gathering a blue fireball in his hand. However, Cha Eun-ha frowned, thinking to herself, "Is this just a simple ambush? Am I being too sensitive?" The bald hunter approached mockingly. "Hey, F-Rank. Scared again?" Which angered the cat sacred beast on her shoulder. The cat roared curses that only Eun-ha could hear, making her glance at it. The hunter growled, "Are you laughing? If you're so free, why don't you go protect the gatherers?" Two other hunters flinched in fear at the man's aggressive attitude. Suddenly, Cha Eun-ha's eyes widened in horror. She sensed a more terrifying threat approaching. The bald hunter who had been scolding her, suddenly froze, then yelled, "Over there! Run this way, immediately." A young hunter turned back blankly. "Huh? What do you mean?" Unaware that a deadly shadow was already behind him, he screamed in terror as a giant monster emerged from the water, swinging its massive jaws towards him. A shout echoed amidst the chaos. It's the boss monster!" The system panel coldly confirmed. Queen of the Swamp level 20 has appeared. The boss monster let out an earth-shattering roar, spreading terror. Two other hunters froze, only able to stammer two words. "Boss?" The Queen of the Swamp stood towering, its oppressive aura engulfing all the panicked hunters. An orange-haired female hunter ran, shouting, "Level 20? That's too high a level!" while her teammate tried to reassure. "Everyone stay calm and retreat immediately." The bald old hunter frantically yelled, trying to stop everyone from acting rashly. If it wanted to attack, it would have done so long ago. He reassured the worried orange-haired female hunter. Indeed, the Queen of the Swamp just stood there whimpering, tears streaming down as night slowly fell. The bald old man turned to scold Cha Eun-ha, warning her not to provoke the monster recklessly. "My sister is not as foolish as you all." The cat-sacred beast indignantly spoke up in defense, to which Eun-ha calmly replied. Despite deciding to obey, Eun-ha still felt that something was extremely wrong. She secretly analyzed that a boss monster couldn't just appear without reason and stand still like that. Suddenly, the bald old hunter angrily yelled at two gatherers who were fumbling on the ground. "Help! My bag!" One of them cried out as they were pulled by an invisible force. Both were dragged across the ground, straight towards the towering Queen of the Swamp. Amidst the desperate screams, Eun-ha and the bald old hunter could only stare in shock at the tragic scene. "It's not the bag," Eun-ha said coldly, while the bald old man was still confused. She explained that it was the salamander tails in the bags trying to return to their boss. "Drop the bag immediately," Eun-ha yelled, but the hunter hesitated, reluctant to lose his loot. He cried out in despair, unable to accept having to discard the valuable spoils. The other hunters agreed, complaining that they couldn't waste the entire team's effort. They reassured themselves that the boss was only reacting instinctively to the tails. But Eun-ha was skeptical, her gaze sharpening. Is it really just a reaction? Her 30 years of combat experience told her that monsters could also have emotions and attachments. The system panel appeared, confirming her deduction. Queen of the Swamp, level 20, is in distress. The system announced a skill had just been activated. Mother's Tears. The Queen of the Swamp roared in fury, its attack power soaring. The skill, Mother's Call, was enhanced, sending the screaming hunters flying. A hunter fell sprawling, exclaiming in horror, "It's stronger now." The bald old hunter yelled, "Throw away the bag! If you want to live, throw it away." The young hunter struggled in vain. "The strap, it won't loosen." Cha Eun-ha shouted loudly, showing him a way to survive. "Use a dagger to cut it." Obeying, the hunter quickly drew his dagger, but he was thrown back by a strong force before he could act. The dagger flew far away, and the hunter was dragged towards the monster. Another teammate frantically warned, "Be careful, it sees you." Surrounded by the salamander tails, he could only scream as the Queen of the Swamp approached. Amidst the desperate cries for help, the system announced, "The Queen of the Swamp is merging with its child's tails." The monster's body glowed as it absorbed the first tail and began to level up. Its level continuously increased, each merged tail adding more power. Cha Eun-ha stared blankly at the scene, muttering, "Level?" The monster let out a sky-shattering roar, and its level continued to rise. After scanning for the remaining tails, it locked its target onto the panicked hunter. The Queen of the Swamp lunged with a fatal attack. At that critical moment, Cha Eun-ha rushed forward to shield the hunter. Saved from death, the hunter with the bandaged arm stammered his thanks to Cha Eun-ha. The bag containing the monster tails was thrown down, sinking into the swamp water. Immediately, the system continuously announced. The queen of the swamp was merging with its tails and continuously leveling up. Upon reaching level 30, the monster had completely transformed, letting out a terrifying roar at the group of hunters. 2 hunters exclaimed in horror, realizing the boss's level had far surpassed C rank. The bald old hunter grabbed Eun-ha, angrily yelling, "Damn F rank! You let it swallow more tails, now we're all going to die." Eun-ha coldly retorted, "So we should have abandoned him? If I hadn't thrown the bag away, he would have died." She explained that she was also waiting for the right moment. But attacking while a teammate was still trapped would only make things worse. Overwhelmed by her logic, the hunter could only curse, claiming that an F rank like her had led them all to their deaths. Suddenly, a voice rang out in warning as the boss's giant eyes stared at them. The voice continued to shout loudly, urging everyone to run into the forest to escape. Hearing the command, the hunters panicked and fled. Only Cha Eun-ha remained calmly standing. Someone in the group spotted a light ahead, joyfully shouting that it was a signal. It turned out to be King Godsu's group returning, and he waved for everyone to run towards him. King Godsu tried to regroup his team, but then paused, realizing someone wasn't following. The rescued hunter desperately called out, "Princess, what are you doing? Come over here!" Despite the calls, Cha Eun-ha turned her back on them and walked straight towards the queen of the swamp. "King God," Su tried to persuade her, "listen to me. It's too dark to fight the boss now. We should retreat." Eun-ha's eyes suddenly glowed golden as her passive skill, Night Reader, activated. King Godsu yelled in vain, "Please come over here. What are you going to do with just that umbrella?" Ignoring all warnings, Cha Eun-ha gripped her umbrella tightly, channeling an immense amount of energy. King Godsu cried out in despair, "I know I told you to handle the boss, but this is too much." The girl charged straight towards the queen of the swamp, the umbrella in her hand glowing with a dark light. The giant monster's bloodshot eyes glared at the approaching threat. With a cold smile, Eun-ha swung her umbrella, unleashing all her power into a single strike. The attack hit its mark, piercing straight through the boss's defenses. A purple energy explosion engulfed everything, ending the battle swiftly. Later, on a live stream, King Godsu recounted, "I'm telling you, just one hit, a C-rank dungeon with a level 30 boss, and she took it down with that umbrella." He asserted to his viewers, "There's no way she's just F-rank. I'm telling you, the scanner must be faulty." Even though some claimed Eun-ha merely stole the kill, King Godsu insisted it was truly a single finishing blow. On social media, the name Black Flame Princess exploded, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Newspapers ran headlines about her impressive debut, silencing all previous criticism. Meanwhile, Park Jae-wi burst out in joy. "I really believed in you. I believed in you, Hunter." He continued to praise, "I truly believed you would show us something far beyond F rank, but was exposed by the cat sacred beast." Park Jae-wi excitedly boasted that even CEO Shin Si-woo was very excited by her performance. Eun-ha coldly asked back, not entirely convinced, "Really? Of course. To prove it, he even prepared a gift for you." Park Jae-wi hinted, making Eun-ha curious about the gift. He winked mischievously, then declared bluntly, "Pack your bags and get out." Having been kicked out of the house, Eun-ha stood bewildered on the sidewalk with her backpack and laptop. The cat sacred beast also muttered, "No matter how I think about it, something feels off, meow." The cat sacred beast muttered, suspicious of the gift excuse, followed by suddenly kicking someone out of the house. Park Jae-wi cheerfully ran off to get the house deeds, making the cat certain that this was a setup. In a panic, the cat sacred beast screamed in its mind, This is a scam. Just then, a luxurious white car slowly approached and stopped. Shin Si-woo rolled down the car window and asked in surprise, "Senior, why are you here alone? Where's Manager Park?" The cat's sacred beast frantically screamed, trying to warn Una that the guy had run off with the house deeds. Shin Si-woo calmly explained, "I told Manager Park to go ahead so we could go check it out ourselves." The cat remained furious, thinking Shin Si-woo was too naive to let a scammer run off with the house deeds. Yunha only wondered one thing. While the cat's sacred beast was still screaming in her ear, Shin Si-woo was dumbfounded when Yunha said that Park Jae-wee had only told her to pack her bags and wait for a surprise. He suddenly realized his surprise plan had caused a disastrous misunderstanding. Shin Si-woo awkwardly said, That's right. I have a gift I want to give you, Senior." Then he delivered a line that stunned Yunha. "The house deeds Manager Park mentioned aren't mine. They're yours." The car stopped in front of a bustling night district. Shin Si-woo opened the car door and announced, "This is where you'll be staying for the next year, Senior." Cha Yunha looked up, stunned by a towering and magnificent skyscraper. The cat sacred beast screamed in astonishment, while Yunha couldn't believe that the contracted residence was this luxurious. Shin Si-woo led the way through the magnificent main lobby, explaining the basic living rules. The digital display in the elevator lit up with the number 17. The elevator doors opened, and Shin Si-woo continued to instruct Unha on how to use the building's modern security system. Shin Si-woo invited, "Do you want to open the door yourself?" Apartment 1702. Cha Yunha silently looked at him, seemingly waiting for something. "No need to thank me," Shin Si-woo said, extending his hand. "But a handshake wouldn't be bad." Yunha looked bewildered. "You have to give me the key for me to open it." "Why are you suddenly holding my hand?" Shin Si-woo awkwardly explained. "Door systems have changed a lot over the past 30 years. Now people use passcodes, not keys," he said, pointing to the digital keypad. The door opened, and Yunha stepped into an unexpectedly luxurious and spacious area. So spacious and clean, she thought to herself, while the sacred beast cat excitedly yelled about the giant glass wall. Shin Si-woo explained the automatic lighting system, and the sacred beast cat cheered. "Sparkling just like you?" He continued to introduce the curtain remote control, making the sacred beast cat even more eager. Yuna held a pink sticky note with carefully handwritten words. "Please don't break it." She stared at the words, a flicker of surprise appearing in her eyes. "Ah, that's the light usage guide," Shin Si-woo said, while the sacred beast cat had to admit he was more thoughtful than it had imagined. He smiled faintly, adding, "Just in case you get confused." A rare smile appeared on Yunha's lips as she admitted, "Very thoughtful. It's just basic stuff," Si-woo replied, then called out, "Senior, come here. I have something I want to show you." He raised the remote control and pressed the button. The giant curtain slowly drew back, revealing the magnificent night view of the city. "Night view," Yunha whispered, completely overwhelmed by the splendid beauty. Shin Si-woo asked, "Does it resemble the Seoul night view you once saw?" Shin Si-woo explained his decision to Cha Eun-ha. He smiled, recalling, "I remember what you said in front of your mother's grave." He continued to explain his reason for choosing this apartment was for her convenience in visiting. Admitting he wasn't sure what she would think, Yuna interrupted, her eyes scrutinizing. "Money. You must have a lot of it, right?" Shin Si-woo was dumbfounded by the sudden question. He chuckled, admitting, "Yes, I have a lot of money. And I have a lot to spend on you, too." "Didn't you know?" "Of course not," Yunha replied, "especially when you're spending this much money on a mere guarantor." She seriously faced him, questioning, "Tell me, why are you doing all of this for me?" Shin Si-woo avoided her gaze. "Didn't I already tell you?" He was about to use the old excuse, But Yunha cut him off decisively. Don't talk about first-generation hunters anymore. Tell me the real reason. I have the right to ask, don't I? She asserted, with a firm gaze. Shin Se-woo fell silent, an unreadable smile on his lips. He softly asked, if you knew the reason, and it turned out to be something trivial, would you cancel the contract? Yuna shook her head. That's not why I'm asking. I just want to understand, she said sincerely. Standing opposite him amidst the city's splendid night lights, she quietly looked outside, waiting for an answer. Shin Se-woo lowered his head, a sad smile fleeting as memories flooded back. Past voices echoed in his mind, full of pressure. Don't disappoint us, young master. We thought it was a success, but it turned out to be a miserable failure. He clenched his fist, haunted by the harsh command. You are the only one who can do it. Shin Se-woo was haunted by the voices, full of pressure. Snap out of it. If you do well, you are our only hope. Facing Yunha, Shin Se-woo forced a smile. It's terrifying. He confessed, monsters are horrible, and I can't stand the smell of blood. That's why I want to quit being a hunter. Simply put, I'm running away. As the successor of the Wolf Guild and one of the few S-rank hunters, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? He closed his eyes, ignoring everything. Responsibility, duty, honor, I don't care. I just want to grab all the riches and run far away. So, I want to hide behind a stronger hunter. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Cha Eun-ha unexpectedly cut him off, her gaze firm. Living a life you don't want is worse. I understand. Shin Se-woo froze, completely unprepared for this reaction. He stammered, asking again in astonishment. Huh? That's your answer? Yuna calmly replied. Yes. Anything else you want to say? Cornered, Se-woo could only mumble. No. Yunha coldly changed the subject. So, is the interior explanation done? Yes. It's all done. If you have any questions, just ask Manager Park. Well, it's late, so I'll take my leave, Se-woo said hastily and turned to go, receiving only a brief farewell. Rest well, senior. Out in the hallway, Shin Se-woo stood motionless, leaning against the wall. He couldn't stop thinking. Why? Didn't she say anything? His thoughts were a mess. She must have gone through things far worse than me. Yet she didn't say a single word to criticize my cowardice. Does she think I'm joking? No. That expression says otherwise. Eunha's face, and her words, I understand, kept replaying in his mind. He sank deep into complex thoughts, trying to decipher her reaction. Leaning against the wall, he desperately wondered, why? So, why didn't she say anything at all? On the phone screen, a series of shocking news reports about the return of Black Flame Princess Cha Eun-ha appeared. Baek-ijin, in his casual bathrobe, silently read each line of news. He clenched his fist, Yuna's image etched deeply into his mind. Behind him, an assistant began to report the schedule. Tomorrow at noon, you have lunch with the NYC council members, followed by a series of meetings with the European Association, and then a video conference with the Mexican Association the day after tomorrow. The assistant concluded, I'll pick you up at 11 a.m. tomorrow. But Ijin coldly ordered, book a flight. He turned back, his eyes burning with determination. To Korea, as soon as possible. The assistant was flustered. But your schedule. We also need to consider public opinion in Korea. Baek-ijin merely smirked. He scoffed. Public opinion? What a joke. An overwhelming aura emanated from Baek-ijin as he looked straight ahead with absolute confidence. But then his smile suddenly turned bitter. Am I still in a position to care about anyone's thoughts? Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment in Korea, Park Jae-wi exclaimed with delight. Wow, this place is beautiful. He enthusiastically introduced to Cha Eun-ha. What do you think? Do you like it? And received her nod. Eun-ha admitted, I've never lived anywhere this beautiful. Meanwhile, the cat sacred beast complained about the lack of a cat door. Park Jae-wee laughed loudly. Our director truly cares about you, Hunter Lee. But he secretly thought that fulfilling the director's requests was truly torture. A memory suddenly flooded back when he was still stunned by the request to find an apartment in the expensive Star Forest area. At the Had's time, Shin Sai-woo calmly dismissed his suggestion, asserting, We need a place with good security. And then Siwoo made a series of absurdly detailed demands, leaving Park Jae-wee speechless and resigned. Park Jae-wee secretly thought about the penthouse apartment, carefully chosen so that no one could observe Cha Eun-ha from outside. Sitting in the car, he couldn't help but marvel. Whoa, this is my first time in such a luxurious place. The director really knows how to spend. He recalled how busy director Shin Se-woo was, yet he personally went to find a house, wondering why his boss had to go through so much trouble. Nevertheless, Park Jae-wee secretly acknowledged that Hunter Lee was a good, strong, and kinder person than her cold exterior suggested. Meanwhile, Eun-ha found this dedication a bit excessive, and she asked, The place we're going to is a B-rank gate, right? Pulled back to reality, Park Jae-wee quickly confirmed and explained that the gate had just opened at a bustling shopping mall with the country's largest aquarium. He recounted that the gate appeared right in the middle of a queue of people, causing their wolf guild to receive an emergency deployment order. Eun-ha remarked that there must have been many children there, and Jae-wee confirmed that fortunately everyone had been evacuated in time. Both fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Jae-wee curiously asked why Eun-ha didn't question an F rank being allowed into a B rank gate, to which she casually replied, Because I defeated a level 30 boss? He hesitantly confessed, Actually, most people don't think you completely defeated it, which made the cat sacred beast immediately bristle. They think you were just kill-stealing, delivering the finishing blow after others had done all the work. Park Jae-wee further explained the malicious rumor. He added that an F rank entering a B rank gate was unprecedented, and he himself had objected, but the director had insisted on agreeing. Park Jae-wee began to stammer, trying to choose his words carefully so that Eun-ha wouldn't misunderstand that he was doubting her abilities. The cat sacred beast squinted and asked, Why are you suddenly babbling like that? Did you eat something weird? Faced with the direct question, Park Jae-wee could only remain silent, sweat pouring down his face. Finally, he said bluntly, It means everyone thinks you use connections to get in here, which made the cat sacred beast roar. Those damn bastards. He seriously warned that even though this was a miracle, other hunters might not welcome her. Ultimately, that could cause troublesome issues during combat. His warning seemed to foreshadow an imminent fierce confrontation. Cha Eun-ha gracefully dodged a splash of mud, landing neatly on the ground. A group of nearby hunters scoffed, suggesting that Black Flame Princess also had a few tricks up her sleeve. The brown-haired hunter taunted her, calling her an F rank who only knew how to clean up the battlefield. The cat sacred beast was furious, roaring curses at the ugly hunters who dared to pick a fight. Una casually retorted, And what if I don't clean it up? She coldly replied that they were the ones who needed to be cleaned up before battle. Struck by her words, the entire group of hunters froze, and the brown-haired one began to rage. He roared, claiming Eun-ha was just an arrogant F rank who got in through the back door. He stepped closer, insulting her to just hug her dress and hide in a corner. He stomped his foot hard on the ground to intimidate her, demanding she stop acting like a know-it-all. But then, his expression suddenly changed, and he yelled, "Everyone, battle formation!" From beneath the water, a level 26, ferocious giant jellyfish emerged, extending its poisonous tentacles. Immediately after, a gigantic predatory great white shark also burst out of the water. The system confirmed the shark had reached level 32, a formidable opponent. The brown-haired hunter turned to warn Unha, "Don't get in the way, just stay quiet." The cat sacred beast was still fuming, urging Unha to deal with the hunter, but she decided not to get involved. While the other hunters plunged into a fierce battle, Unha calmly stood by and observed. She secretly assessed, realizing their strength was on a completely different level, and the battle would soon be over. Unha thought to herself, getting a share without doing anything was quite a bargain. Even as the shark stealthily approached from behind, suddenly, elsewhere, King Godsu cheerfully appeared and greeted her, startling the cat's sacred beast. Cha Unha recited King Godsu's biography flawlessly, making the streamer both delighted and a little creeped out. She questioned why someone from the Roar Guild was here, while the cat sacred beast secretly cursed him as a sick stalker. King Godsu chuckled, asking if a mere D-rank hunter like him could livestream a B-rank dungeon by himself. He stepped closer, his eyes turning serious, saying that he was only here to talk to her one more time. While the cat sacred beast yelled, "Stay away from her, you pervert," Yunha coldly brushed it off, as if it were an invitation to appear on TV. King God who asserted that a YouTuber with 1 million subscribers' intuition told him her confidence wasn't an act. He pointed directly at her, dropping a shocking question. "Princess, you're an incarnation, aren't you?" The two words, incarnation, echoed, while Cha Eun-ha silently faced the sudden revelation. King Godsu began to explain that hundreds of people borrow power from a sacred beast. But only one person is chosen to pass through the narrow gate. Become an incarnation, inheriting all of that sacred beast's power. He recounted that he had researched Wang Wei, an S-rank hunter in China, who was the incarnation of the ox. King Godsu emphasized that once they are an incarnation, their power will far exceed all imagination, even if they are only F-rank. The cat sacred beast strutted proudly about its greatness, while King Godsu curiously guessed whether Yunha's sacred beast was a dragon or a tiger. Called a cunning pervert, the cat sacred beast flew into a rage, determined to teach the streamer a lesson. Their confrontation was suddenly interrupted by a desperate scream. "There are civilians here." A group of survivors appeared, and a red-cloaked hunter frantically pointed deeper inside, reporting that people were still trapped. King Godsu was stunned, wondering why the radar hadn't detected civilians, while calls for healers echoed everywhere. He turned to urge Cha Eun-ha, asking why she wasn't going to look for the others. King Godsu rushed off to help, a sense of doubt rising within him at the girl's frighteningly calm demeanor. King Godsu was still haunted. For a moment, it seemed her eyes had changed. Another hunter reported, "Captain, found another one here." The assistant summarized, "I think that's the last civilian, Captain. That makes 10. Moebius, the C-rank hunter, ordered, "Cancel the search and wait for reinforcements. Stop the dungeon raid and maintain defensive formation." While a blonde hunter was rambling about Moebius's skill, Cha Eun-ha suddenly cut in. "I hear crying." Her eyes glowed with a strange golden hue as she asserted, "The sound of a child crying." The blonde hunter flinched. Your eyes just... Hey, are you possessed or something? Stop messing around." Ignoring everyone, Cha Eun-ha quietly walked away, leaving the blond man's frantic calls behind her. Moebius stopped her, saying sternly, "Hold on. Where do you think you're going? We still have civilians here. Don't act on your own." Yunha pointed towards the darkness. "I hear a child crying over there." Moebius crossed his arms, full of doubt. "Sorry, but I don't hear anything. If I can't sense anything, it means there's nothing there." Disregarding the order, Yunha dashed off, leaving Moebius just enough time to yell, "Hey? Black Flame Princess?" Say, "What are we supposed to do?" Moebius irritably ordered, "We have to follow her. What if something happens? How will we explain it to the Wolf Guild?" As she ran, Yuna thought disdainfully to herself, "There are always people like this. Not high-ranked, but always insisting they're right." In a ruined corner, a little girl in a red dress sat huddled, clutching her stuffed animal and sobbing. Yunha had found the child, while Moebius and the others hid behind a wall, stunned witnesses. "No way." Moebius and his teammates exclaimed in shock. "There's really a child here." Yuna slowly approached, speaking softly. "Hey, little one." She bent down, trying to force a smile to reassure the child. "Are you okay?" But her smile only terrified the little girl further, who screamed, "Wah! Ghost! There's a ghost! The ghost is looking at me and smiling." The little girl sobbed for her mother, while an ash-blonde hunter kindly inquired, and Cha Eunha was at a loss for what to do. Eunha timidly asked her name, and the little girl sniffled, replying that she was An Yeri. The ash-blonde hunter continued to ask Yeri about her mother's clothes. He smiled gently, promised to find her mother, and advised the little girl to get her injuries treated first. An Yeri's eyes welled up with tears, and she happily agreed, profusely thanking the kind uncle. The hunter ordered his teammates to take Yeri back to the main camp and prepare for the search. Carried away by another hunter, and Yeri turned back to wave goodbye. The cat-sacred beast was indignant that Yunha's credit was stolen, but she quietly accepted it. A teammate curiously asked the ash-blonde hunter about the search team's plan. He explained that they had to cancel the previous search due to an attack by a horde of monsters. He concluded his explanation with a meaningful smile directed at Eunha. A memory suddenly flooded back. Eunha saw herself in the past, standing before a superior officer. The young girl, with a dirty face but resolute eyes, firmly replied, "That's not it." The officer acknowledged her superior talent, but also pointed out that wasn't the issue. He looked directly at her, asking if she truly understood why she had been summoned here. Eunha dutifully replied, believing the training objective was to eliminate monsters according to the scenario. The officer refuted her, exposing her brutal actions, stomping on heads and tearing apart monster corpses. His accusation rang out, "You were unnecessarily cruel." With a stern expression, the officer ordered her to reread the hunter's code of conduct. Eunha began to recite each rule by heart, her face devoid of emotion. The officer questioned, "We are trained to kill monsters, but the hunter's rules never say we must exterminate them. Why do you think that is?" He explained to Cha Eunha that those two rules were far more important than simply catching and killing monsters. With a somber expression, he shared, "Everyone here has lost their family. I too have lost my daughter." Eunha froze, silently listening to her superior's painful confession. Memories of her teammates' indignation flooded back. "Why did you have to go so far? The monster is already dead." Eunha bowed her head, admitting, "I'm not saying I don't understand your hatred." In another flashback, she herself had once cried out in despair, "We lost our families too. But killing monsters won't bring them back." The officer looked directly at her, asking decisively, "Do you understand?" He held out a small package, his voice full of hope. The number of people you couldn't save will be nothing compared to the number of people you are about to save. His unexpected act of kindness made Una turn back in surprise. The officer smiled warmly. I hope that truth will bring you some comfort. Elsewhere, team leader Moebius analyzed the situation. The gate's core is very close, but there are no other signs. It's too risky to continue based solely on a child's words. A gray-haired hunter interjected. Everyone already knows. Whether you save 9 or 10 people, the bounty is the same. He continued to argue coldly. These are people the radar didn't detect at all. What if we recklessly proceed and someone gets hurt? The final question was aimed directly at the pensive Moebius. Can you take responsibility? The gray-haired hunter placed a hand on the shoulder of his confused blue-haired teammate. They both looked at each other, the tension palpable in the air. Moebius sighed, making his decision. I understand. You're not wrong, he declared to the entire team. That's right. I'm the one responsible. Take a break, then retreat. I feel bad for the child, but that's how adults operate. Suddenly, the gray-haired hunter quietly separated from the group, causing his blue-haired teammate to ask in surprise. Hey, where are you going? The gray-haired hunter mumbled. Well then, I should take a look just once, so I can report back that the girl's mother isn't here. Suddenly grabbed by the shoulder, he jumped and yelled, Good heavens! You scared the living daylights out of me! While his blue-haired teammate recognized, the Black Flame Princess? Yunha coldly asked. You're still here? The blue-haired hunter called out from a distance. What are you doing there? Listen to the team leader. Either go back or rest. Yunha merely replied, Huh? Then turned and walked away, causing the other teammate to yell. Hey, where are you going? The team isn't going that way. Seeing her still ignore them, Moebius also had to speak up. Hey, princess. While the other person grumbled, This girl, honestly. The blue-haired hunter then ran over and grabbed Yunha's arm, growling, Hey, I told you it's the wrong way. The main team is in the opposite direction. Yuna firmly declared, I must continue searching. We've already scouted to the core of the gate, haven't we? So I'll go deeper to check. While her teammate was still bewildered, and F rank wants to go alone, Moebius spoke up. I heard you. That's why I'm going deeper to check. The gray-haired hunter mumbled, This girl is truly crazy, and began to analyze. There are 2 main reasons a hunter dies or gets injured in a dungeon. Moebius raised a finger, beginning his lecture. First, when there's an unexpected accident, he continued, his gaze fixed on Yunha. Second, when they foolishly enter a dungeon beyond their level. From what I can see, Moebius raised 2 fingers, concluding, It seems you're about to fall into both of those categories, Yuna retorted without hesitation. So what? Moebius froze, realizing her seriousness. You're really going in to search, aren't you? The blue-haired hunter flared up. Are you defying the team leader? But Moebius stopped him. Enough. Just let her go. Moebius set a condition. You'd better bring back at least a piece of the red dress the child's mother was wearing. Yunha replied with a threat. Otherwise, I'll hold the Wolf Guild responsible. Moebius analyzed. You seem certain the mother is at the dungeon's core. Yet you didn't leave immediately, like when you found the child. You don't know exactly where she is, do you? The blue-haired hunter still tried to persuade. Excuse me, but I can't ignore a support hunter acting on their own. Defying orders is a serious offense. Moebius watched her thoughtfully, repeating his words. You'd better find something, whether it's a body or a piece of cloth. Cha Eunha coldly looked at the green-haired hunter who was showing annoyance. He couldn't believe it, yelling, "What? Hey, you brat!" He roared in extreme anger. "I've tried to hold back, but do you really think you're so great? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" From behind, Moebius could only mumble, "I told her to stay put because she could get seriously hurt." Is she completely ignoring what her senior is saying? The blue-haired hunter grabbed Eunha's shoulder, growling, "Hey, didn't you hear me? What's your training class number? You're standing in front of someone from class 123. Eunha merely smirked, gently pushing his hand away with one hand. She turned around, facing the utterly terrified man, and retorted, "Me?" Then she whispered into his ear with an imposing tone, "Number 1. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dark dungeon, a desperate voice echoed, "Breathe, breathe. Where are you, my child?" A woman waded through the flooded area, screaming in panic. "Please answer me. Can't you hear your mother's voice?" She held up her phone, trying to use its faint light to search. "Yeri, Mom's here. Please answer me." She ran while calling her daughter's name, hoping the faint light would guide the child. Suddenly, she tripped, and her phone flew violently to the ground. She anxiously picked up the phone, thinking, "Oh no, don't tell me the screen is broken. This is bad. The battery isn't full either." How much time has passed? Looking at the phone screen, which showed a radiant, smiling picture of her little daughter, the mother choked out, "Yeri, where are you, my love?" With tears welling up, her face smudged with fatigue and fear, she was on the verge of collapse. Desperate thoughts swirled in her head. "I've been searching endlessly, but found no trace. There's no way a child could have gone this far on their own. Perhaps Yeri has." A painful memory flooded back. She recalled what she had said to her daughter. "It's your birthday today, Yeri. I'm sorry. If we had gone to see the musical you wanted, we wouldn't have encountered this accident." But little Yeri just smiled innocently and replied, "It's okay, Mom. I'm so happy you came with me, because you're always so busy. When the hunters save us, we'll go see it later, right, Mom?" Amidst the chaos, Yeri's mother shouted, "Everyone, fall back!" "Yes, we can definitely do it." A frantic voice cried out, "A wave is coming!" signaling a massive blue energy surge about to engulf everyone. "No!" The mother desperately hugged her little daughter tightly. The ferocious current swept her away, drowning all attempts at resistance. Beneath the rushing water, the mother and daughter's hands remained clasped together. But then the force of the current separated them, and she screamed, "Yeri!" Swept far away, and Yeri frantically called out, "Mom!" Surviving the flood, the mother was stunned to realize she had lost her daughter. She pulled herself together. "My daughter must be looking for me. I need to keep my head clear." Suddenly, a cold, slimy sensation touched her shoulder, making her jump. She turned back in horror, facing a gruesome blue tentacle clinging to her. The image of an unbelievably giant eye reflected on her phone screen, signaling a terrifying presence. "Ah!" She could only utter a trembling sound, her entire body paralyzed with fear. A piercing scream tore through the dungeon's silent space. The phone, her last hope, shattered and fell. A brutal attack struck the ground, splattering blood everywhere. The monster's giant eye now lay motionless on the cold ground. The mother collapsed, screaming and gasping in extreme panic. She recoiled as an unfamiliar hand suddenly reached out to her. Cha Eunha emerged from the shadows, silently looking down at the terrified woman. With glowing golden eyes and a strange smile, Cha Eunha asked, "Are you all right?" The woman could only respond with a horrified scream. She collapsed onto the ground, terrified, as she looked at the dark figure standing before her. The cat-sacred beast confirmed, The red dress! It's definitely that child's mother. Yuri's mother was simply stunned, unable to utter a word. She screamed in her mind, "Monster! The monster is smiling at me," making the cat's sacred beast secretly marvel at her talent for silent screaming. Thinking she was about to die, the mother whispered a final message to her daughter. But Yunha said, "Just close your eyes tightly for a moment." The woman looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening as Yunha gently reassured her, "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Suddenly, countless large-eyed monsters emerged from the darkness, and Yuna coldly declared, "It'll be quick." A massive surge of dark energy erupted, sweeping away the monsters amidst the mother's frantic scream. The woman still kept her eyes tightly shut, trembling as she awaited the worst. Unha's voice rang out, "You can open your eyes now." When she opened her eyes, she saw Unha standing peacefully amidst the dissolving monster corpses. The mother looked around in shock, unable to believe she was safe. Una held out a blood-stained phone. "This is..." "Your phone." The cat sacred beast reminded her, making Unha flustered and apologize for the bloodstains on the phone. She hastily offered to wipe it clean, but the mother was still dazed, only shaking her head in refusal. Recovering from the shock, the woman asked, "Are you a hunter?" Cha Unha smiled faintly, replying with certainty. "Yes." Cha Unha returned the phone, saying that Yeri was waiting. The mother burst into happiness upon seeing her daughter safe. Yeri whimpered for her mother, running into her arms. As the mother and daughter reunited, the cat's sacred beast on Yunha's shoulder mumbled a reminder for them to be grateful to their savior. Suddenly, a worried shout rang out, questioning where Unha had been all this time. A blonde-haired young man ran over, his face distraught, as he called her Yura. He was in extreme panic upon seeing the bloodstains on Unha, while the cat's sacred beast wondered about the unfamiliar name. The young man continued to fret, urging Unha to get immediate treatment. Amidst the chaos, Yeri's mother and daughter bowed deeply, thanking the hunter who saved their lives. The woman spoke, hoping to know her savior's name. That question made Unha pause, lost in thought about a name. A memory suddenly flooded back. She recalled her title as Black Flame Princess. In the past, a manager had asked her what title she wanted to choose. That person promised that if she completed the contract, the young girl, Lee Yura, would achieve everything she desired. Her mother's gentle voice echoed, promising to help her find the life Unha truly longed for. But then a terrifying memory rushed back. The image of little Unha desperately calling for her mother. The promise of revenge for her mother was overshadowed by the old officer's advice. The number of people you save will be greater than the number you cannot. That comfort echoed, hoping the truth about the lives saved would bring her peace. Returning to the present, Cha Unha questioned herself. Right now, what am I standing here as? In her memories, she was a soldier with her hair tied up, standing firm. Now, in a splendid dress, she wondered, what hasn't changed? Why am I here? Right now, I am not Black Flame Princess, nor Lee Yura, or Cha Unha. I am simply one of the hunters. Nothing more, nothing less. A hunter. From a distance, another group of hunters was observing her. The green-haired young man seemed restless and uneasy. Team leader Moebius put an arm around him. Are you worried she'll tell them what happened earlier? Moebius reassured him. Don't worry. If she wanted to say something, she would have already. Besides, acting alone is a breach of contract. Speaking out would only harm her. Another teammate agreed, but the green-haired young man shook his head. No, it's not that. It's just something she said that keeps replaying in my head. Moebius remained silent, listening intently. What did she say? Moebius pressed, but the green-haired young man hesitated. It's nothing important, just nonsense. Moebius saw through him. But you're still thinking about it, aren't you? He smiled, encouraging his teammate to tell the truth. The green-haired young man finally confessed. Well, I asked her which training course she graduated from. And guess what she said? She said she was from the first batch. The revelation stunned Moebius. The gray-haired teammate burst out laughing. Seriously? Why are you bothered by such nonsense? There's no way a first-batch trainee could have survived without us knowing. He continued to analyze. So, there are only two possibilities. Either she's crazy, or a dead person has come back to life. You must have misheard, but the green-haired young man insisted. Stop joking. You saw it too, didn't you? The pressure emanating from her is no joke, Moebius thoughtfully admitted. For a moment, I actually thought she was the real deal. For a moment, Moebius actually thought that girl was the real deal. Immediately after, Park Jae-wee screamed, "Oh no, Hunter." He was utterly panicked. How did you get so badly injured that you're covered in blood like this? Yoonha calmly walked on, ignoring Jae-wee, who was frantic over the drops of blood scattered on the path. She raised her hand, reassuring him. I'm really fine. This is just a small wound. Park Jae-wee was stunned by her unbelievably calm demeanor. He retorted gruffly, even if it's small, it's still a wound. Yoonha looked down at her blood-stained hand, and a memory suddenly flooded back. In the past, her mother had been just as panicked when she accidentally cut her hand. The worried voices of her relatives echoed in her mind. Back in the present, Yoonha smiled with relief. This really is just a scratch. Seeing her smile, Park Jae-wee softened slightly, but remained stern. But you still need treatment, understand? He asked her to get in the car first so he could retrieve the first aid kit, causing the sacred beast cat to secretly comment on this S-rank worry. It thought that this excessive concern was still better than rude people, and Eunha silently agreed. Park Jae-wee suddenly recalled his superior's instruction. If anything happens, report everything. He sat in the car, his face still showing a hint of confusion. He rechecked the message from CEO Shin, confirming the task of looking after Yoonha. His expression became resolute as he recalled the order he had been given. Park Jae-wee hastily rummaged through the car trunk. Hearing Eunha say, "There wasn't one," he immediately shouted, "Ah, no! I found it! I found it!" Park Jae-wee sighed in relief, muttering, "I must have been too flustered earlier to find it." He immediately messaged his superior. "I just brought the hunter to the gate. I'll wait nearby." Hunter Lee Yura is lightly injured, covered in blood. Something seems to have happened. From the other end, CEO Shin Soo-woo immediately messaged back. "You said the senior was injured." Meanwhile, the media reported extensively. We almost faced another major disaster. A TV news report stated, just yesterday, a gate suddenly appeared at the Moon Knight Field shopping complex in Goyang City. The anchor continued. This place is usually a family destination, and being a weekend, the crowd was even larger than usual. He emphasized the danger. A B-rank gate appeared right at the ticket counter of Moon Knight Land, putting long lines of people in a perilous situation. The anchor further explained. Recently, unstable gates that don't match radar readings have been appearing more and more frequently. If the hunters hadn't arrived in time, it would have been a catastrophe. He mentioned a hero. That's right, team leader, the female hunter from Moebius. The way she fought to save everyone, never giving up. Yuri's mother appeared in an interview, emotionally stating, "Black Flame Princess saved us. If it weren't for her, my daughter and I wouldn't be here. We are incredibly grateful." But immediately after, public opinion began to rage. Saving people is good and all, but who would be crazy enough to send an F-rank hunter into a B-rank gate? This is clearly proof of a shady deal between the Wolf Guild and the association. Online forums exploded with criticism, claiming that the measurement equipment must have been faulty. Negative comments flooded in. The Wolf Guild has really been a mess lately. Netizens relentlessly mocked, from suggesting the Wolf Guild was on the verge of collapse to ridiculing Cha Eun-ha as merely an attention seeker. The biggest question raised was, so why isn't the Wolf Guild speaking up? Elsewhere, Shin Si-woo quietly sat in front of his laptop screen, observing everything. He subtly clicked his mouse, thinking, everything is going according to plan. The rumors about Baekrang have almost vanished. Thanks to the senior taking all the criticism, all attention is now focused on her. Shin Si-woo smirked. One more year of this, and the name Baekrang will be completely erased from the Wolf Guild's history, vanishing without a trace. He looked at a video titled, "Why Does Everyone Hate Black Flame Princess?" A satisfied smile appearing on his face. Everything is perfect. Shin Si-woo clicked, finishing his work with a satisfied expression. But even though everything seemed perfect, a sense of unease about Cha Eun-ha still crept into his mind. That worry became justified when a message from Park Jae-hui appeared, reporting that Eun-ha had exited the dungeon covered in blood. Shin Si-woo's gaze turned sharp as he read the news. He sat deep in thought at his desk, staring at his phone with a complex expression. After a moment of hesitation, his finger slid across the screen, deciding to call her. The call began awkwardly, with Shin Si-woo trying to find a reason for his actions. Finally, he admitted, "I heard you were injured, so I called to check on you." His concern was met with Eun-ha's indifferent reply, and the crisp sound of potato chips being crunched. He still tried to advise her to get checked out, even if it was just a scratch, while the chewing continued steadily. Confused by the strange sound, he wondered if he had called at the wrong time. But Eun-ha just told him to get straight to the point. She casually said that she was watching YouTube and snacking in unbelievable calmness. Taken aback, Shin Si-woo stammered, asking what show she was watching. Her answer left him speechless. A special program about 90s pop hits. He awkwardly asked about the program, trying to prolong the conversation clumsily. When Eun-ha asked him back if he was interested, a thought suddenly sparked in Si-woo's mind. He abruptly changed his tone, asking seriously to make sure she was alone. "Then I'll come over," he declared decisively, grabbing his car keys. "We can watch it together." Just as he opened his door to leave, he was stopped by his waiting assistant. Brushing aside the reminder about the waiting car, Shin Si-woo asserted, "I'll just be out for a moment." The assistant frantically called out, "Young master, wait! Where are you going?" He tried to remind him as Shin Si-woo continued to stride. "Your hospital appointment is coming up." Si-woo merely replied coldly over his shoulder, "I'll be back before the appointment." The assistant pleaded, "Last time you also delayed and then just skipped it. Your father is sick in bed and really wants to see you." When reason failed, he desperately asked, "What could be more important than your father's health right now?" Si-woo growled, his blue eyes flashing with determination. "Get out of the way, because this is more important." Soon after, Si-woo stood at Cha Eun-ha's door, remarking, "I didn't expect you to be a fan of 90s pop music." Eun-ha greeted him, "You got here fast," which made Si-woo confusedly wonder, "Huh? Is it raining outside?" He looked her over and said, "You don't look very seriously injured." Eun-ha casually replied, "I told you so." She invited him in, offered a towel, and asked if he wanted a beer, but Si-woo declined. Eun-ha requested, "Perfect timing. Help me connect this to the TV." While Si-woo reluctantly agreed, He sat down in front of the laptop and asked, "Should I just play the last video you were watching?" Yoonha happily agreed. The screen displayed the viewing history, an old music playlist, and several videos about Black Flame Princess herself. Shin Si-woo's eyes widened. He was completely stunned by what he saw. Yoonha, innocently unaware, even offered him dried squid and then asked, "Senior, this history, did you watch all of it?" She abruptly changed the subject. "Oh, right. I was going to ask you something. What exactly is a concept hunter?" Shin Si-woo lowered his face, confessing, "I was curious, so I tried to look it up, but I really don't understand what they're talking about." He looked up, his gaze complex. "I kept seeing that term. I'm sorry, Senior." Cha Eun-ha remained silent, looking at the person bowing in apology with an unreadable expression. Shin Si-woo's voice trembled with guilt. "It's all my fault. I'm truly sorry. I know how important a hunter's reputation is, and once this hatred starts, it's almost impossible to stop. I'm using you as a shield, hiding behind your shadow." He bowed deeply, a silent apology before Cha Eun-ha's shoes. He tormented himself. "Because I had to do it. That's the price I have to pay. It was our agreement from the start. I brought someone from another era, someone who doesn't even know how to connect a video to a TV, and threw her to the wolves." Clenching his fists, he blamed himself for letting them ruin the reputation of a hero who had just returned from hell, all because of my own selfish, cowardly needs. But a voice cut through his thoughts. "Look up." A hand gently lifted Shin Si-woo's chin. He looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. His confusion slowly faded as he met her gaze. Cha Eun-ha calmly said, "Reputation, image, I know nothing about those things. I only know one thing. You will not break your contract with me." Shin Si-woo was stunned by her firm declaration. She looked him straight in the eye. "The only person I need to worry about is you. In this strange world, you are the only one I can trust. So, unless you do something to break our agreement, you have no reason to apologize to me or to any of them." Her voice rang out decisively. "Don't bow your head over something like this. So, what's the next plan?" "Instead of standing there apologizing, guide me," she asserted. "That is your job right now." Shin Si-woo subtly smirked, his eyes flashing with determination. "You're right. I understand, Senior." He thought to himself, everything she said is true. But why? Why do I still feel like something is very wrong? Outside the window, the rain fell ceaselessly, and Shin Si-woo began to explain a special term. Concept hunters are awakened individuals who don't participate in combat, either out of fear of danger or simply unwillingness. Instead, they build an image, a concept, and operate around it. Cha Eun-ha wondered, "A concept, like cosplay?" Si-woo replied that it was a bit different. He explained that they were more like celebrities, specializing in appearing on live streams and variety shows. Yoon-ha then understood King Godsu's situation, and Si-woo confirmed he wasn't that type. But they're working hard too. Yoon-ha still didn't understand. Why does everyone hate them so much? Si-woo explained that because they are usually low-ranked hunters, people assume they use concepts to cover up their lack of practical combat skills. Although public perception has improved, they are still looked down upon for not participating in dungeon raids. So, in short, Yuna stated bluntly, I'm considered a weirdo just for wearing these dresses? Si-woo had to admit it. Memories of Manager Park. Jae-wee's words flooded back, and Yoon-ha realized the reason she was getting attention was more complex than that. She fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. Seeing this, Si-woo anxiously offered to decline any invitations related to her concept image if she didn't like it. Were there any invitations? Yoon-ha asked. Siwoo revealed an invitation to participate in the show Star Hunter Showdown. It was a special episode with a horror theme, and he had intended to refuse it because it would cement her image in the public eye. "No, I'll do it," Yoonha unexpectedly interrupted, leaving Siwoo stunned. Despite Siwoo's attempts to dissuade her, Yoonha stood firm, believing that with her current equipment, she couldn't escape this misunderstanding. Clenching her fist, she declared, "Then there's only one way. I'll shatter the prejudice against concept hunters." Siwoo was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. "Shatter prejudice? I have a plan," Yoonha announced mysteriously. "The first step." She pointed at him. "Let's go shopping." "You brought your car, right?" Shin Se-woo was bewildered by Cha Eun-ha's sudden shopping plan. He asked again to confirm that she wanted to buy casual clothes just to reinforce her concept. Eun-ha confirmed, saying that wearing the combat dress all the time was inconvenient. She tried on a bizarre outfit and innocently asked for his opinion, leaving Shin Si-woo speechless and the cat sacred beast silently screaming. He awkwardly suggested they should check out another store. At a luxurious store, the cat sacred beast immediately fell in love with a splendid dress. When Eun-ha realized she didn't have enough money, Shin Si-woo immediately offered to pay. She politely refused, saying he had helped too much, but he simply replied that it was part of the contract. Shin Si-woo suggested adding the shopping to the contract, and Yoon-ha smiled and agreed. The cat's sacred beast was visibly disappointed when Yoon-ha showed a preference for a simpler designed shirt. That moment made Shin Si-woo suddenly realize it had been a long time since he had gone shopping with anyone since his mother passed away. Yoon-ha decisively chose a white t-shirt, declaring that it and a pair of jeans would be enough, leaving the cat sacred beast despairingly slumped over a hanger. Shin Se-woo was surprised by her minimalist choice, while the sacred beast continued to complain. As she was about to leave, Shin Se-woo suddenly grabbed her sleeve. He pointed at her impractical high heels. He suggested they should look at shoes before heading back. Yoon-ha looked down at her feet and admitted that she probably really needed a new pair of shoes. She insisted on paying for the shoes herself and opened her small wallet. Inside the wallet were only 2 coins, making Shin Se-woo unable to hold back a laugh, while Yoon-ha awkwardly said it could wait until next time. Shin Se-woo smiled confidently, asserting that he was more than capable of buying her a pair of shoes. Cha Eun-ha hesitated to refuse. "It's not that," but Shin Se-woo smiled, insisting she just take them, and promised he wouldn't ask for money later. Suddenly, Eun-ha remembered something. While the cat sacred beast gleefully appeared behind her, she recalled that the cat had given her coins as an apology, and a notification appeared, confirming she had been sponsored 100,000 coins, raising her total balance to 300,000. Yoon-ha innocently turned to Shin Si-woo and asked, "Do you know anything about coins? What can I do with 300,000 coins?" Shin Si-woo was dumbfounded, stammering back, "You have 300,000 coins?" Yoon-ha just looked at him silently, completely unaware of the magnitude of the number she had just uttered. Suspecting she had misspoken, Si-woo pressed her, but Yoon-ha quickly covered up by saying she saw it on YouTube, which made him order that from now on she could only watch with supervision. He began to explain that coins were a special currency exclusively for those who had contracted with sacred beasts. When Si-woo estimated its value at around 30 billion won, Yoon-ha was so stunned she couldn't speak. The cat sacred beast immediately puffed out its chest, boasting about its financial power to its older sister. Shin Si-woo sternly warned Yoon-ha that it was mostly empty boasting and she shouldn't believe it. He explained that sacred beasts usually have many followers, so they can't concentrate all their resources on one person, which angered the cat sacred beast for being underestimated. Yoon-ha secretly thought, "So I have 30 billion because I'm its only friend?" feeling the heavy pressure, while Siwoo only saw signs of internet addiction in her. Siwoo added that with that amount of money, the Hunter auction house would go crazy, then explained it was a coin-based trading market held once a year. He suddenly realized that, if calculated by its value at the auction house, 300,000 coins were worth even more than 30 billion, but he still dismissed it as boasting, making the sacred beast furious again. Yunha innocently asked for the specific number, but Siwoo evaded, asking if she wanted to find a contract, and received a firm no in response. Hearing that, the cat's sacred beast roared furiously. "My older sister already has a contract with me." The money argument ended when Unha mumbled a promise to pay him back later, while Siwoo helplessly said it wasn't necessary. The scene shifted to a brilliant sunset sky, concluding a day of eventful shopping. Shin Siwoo thought he should have parked a little closer. Cha Unha lamented her growing debt, while the divine beast cat smugly boasted about its generosity. Shin Siwoo gently reassured her that she didn't need to pay it back, then pointed to his watch, saying it was time for dinner. He hesitantly asked if she was free afterward, ignoring a flurry of urgent messages from his subordinates. Siwoo smiled and replied that he was completely free. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd recognized her as the Flame Princess. Another man scoffed, calling her a flashy little girl, causing his wife to quickly intervene. The man continued his chatter, claiming that an F-rank hunter was no different from a civilian. Cha Yun-ha suddenly realized her face had been exposed on the news, and she anxiously turned to call Siwoo. "Good thing we bought this hat too, right?" Siwoo said, then gently placed the baseball cap on her head. Cha Eun-ha agreed, quickly adjusting the hat to cover her face. Just then, the family accidentally let go of their child's balloon, causing a commotion. The divine beast cat cackled, while Siwoo secretly thought this was a good chance to quickly slip away to the car. But contrary to his expectations, Cha Eun-ha suddenly darted off like lightning to catch the balloon. She gently returned the balloon to the bewildered family, who could only mumble their thanks. The man from earlier, now with a changed attitude, awkwardly said that he would cheer for her, even though Siwoo had told her she owed no one anything. Cha Eun-ha couldn't shake off the feeling of unease in her heart. In his thoughts, Siwoo realized his feelings had nothing to do with her contract or status. He thought to himself, putting everything else aside, the girl before him shone brightly on her own. His gaze deepened, captivated by her overly resolute and radiant beauty. Shin Siwoo thought to himself, this girl was too precious to be buried under the label of gimmick or overshadowed by a coward like him. He silently followed Cha Eun-ha through the parking lot, his thoughts wandering. Suddenly, a terrifying memory rushed back, desperate screams echoing in his mind. "I don't want to. Let me out." The young Siwoo of the past cowered on the floor, a strange smell making him nauseous as he screamed, "Get me out of here!" A cold voice rang out, reminding him, "Young master, you must not disappoint Wolf." The boy stammered in panic while a hand held him firmly. His stern father declared, "The entire Wolf rests on your shoulders." No, it's no exaggeration to say the future of Korea's hunter world depends on you. He continued, "You became the incarnation of the divine beast, guard dog of the deep night, at 7 years old. And you're also the son of Korea's first S-rank hunter. What is there to be afraid of?" Little Siwoo trembled as he explained his fear. "From the monsters. They smell so strange. They make me want to throw up." His father cut him off cruelly. "The smell of blood is too strong, huh? Then go." He released his son's hand, coldly challenging. "Keep running away like that, young master." Then he turned his back, his voice full of sarcasm. "Run away from the stench of blood that any hunter must endure. Keep running away from the responsibility of the strong, ignoring the monsters pouring out of the gates to kill people, evading the duty a hunter must bear. His father turned back, his sharp gaze piercing the boy. Didn't you say you wanted to save people, young master? The young Siwu was stunned, his father's words like a knife piercing his heart. He hung his head, bitterly mumbling in acknowledgement. Yes. But then he looked up, his eyes, though fearful, gleaming with determination. I want to save people. Little Siwu reached out and took his father's hand. Somehow, I'll overcome it. His father excitedly exclaimed, Yes, that's it, young master. Wolf, this world, so many people are in danger. They all need your strength. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder as a simulated gate began its countdown. His voice, full of pressure. Never forget the responsibility of the strong. Defeat the monsters and become a proud son. Simulation gate open. A voice announced, Good luck, young master. A giant mantis monster let out a savage roar. It charged straight at the young Shin Siwu, making him fall backward onto the floor and scream in terror. No, I don't want to. Don't come closer. The boy frantically backed away from the hideous creature. In his extreme fear, Siwu cried out for his father, and a surge of icy energy unexpectedly burst from his hand. Sharp shards of ice pierced the monster, splattering its green blood. The boy cringed, his entire body covered in the mantis's sticky fluid. Siwu gasped for breath, his eyes still vacant from the lingering shock, looking at the grotesque corpse before him. The boy burst into terrified sobs. The system panel announced acute sense of smell activated, causing the foul stench to assault his nose and make him nauseous. Siwu vomited violently, desperately pleading, I want out! Let me out! His father appeared, coldly remarking, How pathetic. You can't even handle a hologram? Waking up in a hospital bed, the boy fearfully called out, Dad! His father's cruel voice rang out, disparaging him for not even being able to pass the tutorial. He grabbed his son's collar, roaring, Are you really my son? Do you even have the mindset of a hunter? If you are my son, you must succeed. Failure is absolutely unacceptable. You must become the future of Wolf and of this entire world. Years later, two astonished observers discussed the teenage Siwu's power, who had single-handedly defeated 20 monsters. Amidst the icy battlefield, one person sarcastically remarked, Both father and son are S-rank. They really are a match. A supervisor reported with admiration, but Siwu coldly rejected the offer to rest. Shin Siwu coldly ordered the next gate to be opened, admitting he was fed up with the smell of blood. Immediately after, in a dark alley, sounds of retching and violent coughing echoed. Shin Siwu collapsed, gasping for breath after a severe bout of nausea. His face was pale, sweat pouring down as he tried to regain his breath. The wolf divine beast materialized and inquired, and Siwu reassured it that he was fine and just needed to walk a bit. He walked silently through the deserted alley, pulling his hood low to conceal himself. Siwu's gaze suddenly stopped at the sight of a small family happily walking down the street. The child's innocent, radiant smile seemed to light up the space. The mother turned back, catching Siwu's gaze as he stood alone in the darkness. A powerful desire surged in his mind. I want to save people. Siwu's eyes became resolute. His determination solidified. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the night. Please save us. Siwu spun around in shock, the desperate cries for help still echoing. A group of civilians was panicking, shouting for someone to call the Hunter Association. Inside a house, a boy was cornered by a slimy monster. Siwu realized it was just a low-level monster, wondering how it had gotten there. A green-haired hunter with peculiar sunglasses suddenly appeared. The civilians rejoiced, hastily begging the hunter to save the child. Siwoo silently assessed him, noting that he looked like a professional. However, the green-haired hunter coldly replied, "Why should I? That's not my mission." The civilians panicked upon realizing the green-haired man was a hunter, but he coldly declared he only cared about the gate. Ignoring the low-level monster, the hunter snapped, "Shut up. This isn't my mission. If you have a problem, go complain to Wolf." Then turned and walked away. In Shinsiwoo's mind, a solemn voice from the past echoed, reminding him of the responsibilities of the strong. The indifferent hunter's back faded from view, leaving despair in his wake. Siwoo bitterly wondered if he had to bear such noble duties just because he was lucky enough to awaken. He walked through the deserted alley, silently questioning, "What right do you have to tell me such things?" With a fierce gaze, Shin Se-woo made a decision. "That's right. I'll give up." He wanted to abandon everything, cast aside the burdens of responsibility and duty, and then be forgotten. Memories flooded back. The young Siwoo asked in shock, "Diagnosis? Terminal stage?" His father coldly confirmed, forcing him to inherit the guild master position before he died. Siwoo weakly protested that the position required recognition, his hands nervously clenching. His father flew into a rage, roaring, "Those weak words again? Do you still not understand the pride of an S rank?" He declared that he had contacted the association, cutting off all his son's escape routes. Siwoo could only silently bow his head, accepting his imposed fate. The pride of an S rank? He wondered what the hell that was. Back in the present, Siwoo unleashed his energy, a gate beginning to form amidst a silent roar of defiance against his deceased father. He pulled up his mask, his eyes burning with a fervent desire. "If such a thing exists, please show me." The spatial gate swung open. Siwoo cried out his final plea, hoping to witness the true pride of a hunter. Inside the gate was a chaotic world, where Shin Siwoo knelt before a towering, imposing figure. It was Cha Eunha, her glowing golden eyes coldly looking down at him. Shin Siwoo was still stunned, sweat streaming down his tense face. "You don't need to take me home," Cha Eunha said. "Thanks for everything today anyway." Siwoo, laden with bags, replied, "I am not busy either. It's been a while since I've been out, so it was fun." He said goodbye as Eunha turned and walked towards the door. "Yeah, all right." Suddenly, Siwoo grabbed her arm, shouting in alarm, "Ah, that's right. The special program about popular songs." For a moment, his eyes flashed with determination. That was the original purpose. "I forgot," Eunha said, confused. "What's wrong?" Siwoo quickly concealed. "Nothing. I'll watch it later," he enthusiastically offered. "If you forget, I'll write down the YouTube address for you." Eunha shyly thanked him and closed the door. Siwoo smiled and waved goodbye one last time. "Yeah, be careful." But as soon as he turned away, his smile vanished, replaced by a pensive expression. He thought to himself, "Senior always smells of blood." But that last scent was different. Meanwhile, in a luxurious building under the nightlights, a voice echoed from the shadows, looking at the images of Siwoo and Eunha on the screen. "Is this the hunter Siwoo has been nurturing lately?" his subordinate reported. "A concept hunter?" Siwoo's father confirmed. "Yes, we assume so," he muttered with contempt. "A concept hunter, and an F rank at that." Then he growled, rage clearly visible on his face. What the hell is that bastard lacking that he has to nurture a hunter like that? At the same time, elsewhere, a messy room appeared with a tattered sofa. The scene was desolate, with instant noodle cups scattered across the floor. A group of peculiar entities, including a clown, a doll, and a shadow, sat amidst the chaos. The door suddenly opened, and 3 unfamiliar figures stepped into the eerie room. "This is..." Cha Eun-ha exclaimed in surprise, reading the notice in her hand. It was the Concept Hunter waiting room, an area reserved for the upcoming confrontation. A staff member coldly instructed, "Please wait inside until filming time and don't get in the way." "Wait!" Una's manager frantically called out as the staff member turned and walked away. While the manager was still questioning, Eun-ha calmly held him back. "It's fine. Filming is about to start." She turned to the group of oddly dressed people and asked, "May I sit here?" Despite her manager's awkwardness, the manager secretly gritted his teeth. Even though he knew he shouldn't cause trouble, he couldn't accept how they treated a hunter from the Wolf Guild. He tried to negotiate with the stocking man. "Excuse me, could we get private makeup assistance?" The staff member sarcastically replied that the contract clearly stated concept hunters must prepare themselves. "Prepare ourselves?" The manager was stunned by the blunt answer. He turned to call Una in desperation. "I'll be in the lobby for a bit," the manager told Eun-ha. "You rest. I'll go with these people." He cheerfully said goodbye and quickly left. But as soon as he was out the door, the manager's expression became extremely serious. Looking at his phone, he declared firmly, "I can't let this slide." At the same time, the cat divine beast exploded in anger. "I absolutely cannot overlook this." It roared beside Eun-ha. "If we stay silent, they'll look down on the big sister. You'll see." But she calmly replied, "As expected, we've been rejected. I told you they wouldn't do it." Eun-ha said to her disappointed teammates. The entire group of concept hunters, who were appearing on air for the first time, sat silently around the table, waiting. The cat divine beast bared its fangs and growled at the curious stares. "What are you looking at?" While Eun-ha remained completely silent, the gat-wearing man anxiously said to the stocking man, "Right, that staff member was a bit much." A voice chimed in invitingly. "Yes, if we worry, only we lose out. Just eat this first." The kind clown uncle offered food to Cha Eun-ha, advising, "This is your first time filming, isn't it? You should eat while you have time. You'll be very hungry later." The clown uncle handed chopsticks to Eun-ha, while the gat-wearing man tried to restore order. "You all stop it too. Let's get ready, so we don't miss filming time." Amidst the complaints of how annoying, the cat divine beast sitting next to Eun-ha also emanated an aura of anger. Cha Eun-ha quietly held the chopsticks, completely unaffected by the surrounding chaos. Suddenly, the scene cut to the program's introduction. Early summer, the special program returns. The program's theme was announced. Legendary Homeland Special Fura's Legendary Castle. The host explained, "Therefore, New Star Hunter Showdown has gathered spine-chilling hunters." The production crew and cameras were ready in position on set. The host stirred up the crowd. Seeing the fans, "You all know who's coming, right?" And the audience responded with deafening cheers. "Of course, we'll have a fan signing event before filming, won't we?" On the brightly lit stage, the host solemnly declared, "Now, without further delay, please welcome them with a huge round of applause." 2 figures stepped onto the stage amidst the fans' incessant cheers. The legendary Homeland team was introduced. Young Master Wind, Feng Shi, and the #1 hunter you want to date, Huo Hu. Next was the middle-aged Judge Ghost, Yin Jian, which made a fanboy burst into sobs. "Sister, I love you." The last 2 members of the team were Rose Lotus Wall Yishi and C-Rank with just his fists, Serial. After the resounding applause, the host moved on to the next segment. "Now, I'd like to introduce the legendary castle team. The clown uncle and the stocking man were introduced with their peculiar titles. Clown uncle and stocking man, in stark contrast to the previous enthusiasm. The audience collectively looked bored. These concept hunters are so annoying. In the commentary room, an elderly man grumbled, "Why do they keep inviting E or F rankers on air? Probably because their fees are cheap." The program's MC announced excitedly, and finally, a hunter who's been causing a storm recently. The rookie who brings storms wherever she goes. The return of the Black Fire Dragon, Black Fire Princess. Two fans in the audience cheered. "Awesome! It's the Black Fire Princess," then commented. "She's F rank, so of course she's a concept hunter." Amidst the crowd, there were whispers. "I heard the Wolf Guild arranges great dungeons. Why is she on TV?" Another added, "I saw her at the fan signing earlier. There was no one in line." While the MC announced the start of the interaction segment, the concept. Hunter team stood on stage and the audience began to criticize again. "Gathering this bunch is really boring. Look how gloomy they are." Beside Yunha, the cat divine beast materialized, growling in her mind. "Hey, you guys, can you shut up? I'm really going to smash these guys' heads in." The divine beast continued to be annoyed as the MC introduced the other team. The reactions are completely night and day. Meow! A young hunter in traditional attire stepped out, confidently declaring, "Hello, I am young Master Wind, Feng Shi. Today, I will give everyone a refreshing breeze as a gift," he finished, fanning himself to create a beautiful effect that made the female fans below scream wildly. The divine beast scoffed, making such a fuss over just that? But Yunha secretly thought that nature-type hunters were quite rare. She continued to analyze. They're only good at controlling wind with a fan. In the eyes of a cat, it might look just like that. Meanwhile, the clown uncle was joking. If they send a rookie like that from the main lineup, then what's a rookie like me supposed to do? The clown uncle continued. Even at 53, one can still be a rookie, which stunned Yunha, who was standing nearby. Yunha secretly admired. 53? The same age as me? Yet he's playing the role so skillfully. This is true professionalism. She glanced at the teleprompter and realized. Moreover, those lines weren't on the machine. That means they were improvised on the spot. Yuna concluded, being a concept hunter requires far more professional dedication than I thought. There's no such thing as a rookie in this field. Suddenly, a male audience member yelled towards the stage, targeting the clown uncle. "Aren't you ashamed at that age?" Cha Yunha was completely speechless at the crude insult. In the middle of the set, the famous hunters burst out laughing. "That's right. We don't use the word rookie for concept hunters, do we?" Windmaker fanned himself, sneering. "Probably because there are many new people, but none of them are any good." Silver Sword also chuckled, and yet they still want to be treated well. Clown Uncle quickly played along. Our mistake. From now on, we'll clearly distinguish between rookies and super rookies." The MC's voice rang out, directing attention towards Cha Eunha. "Speaking of which, isn't there a super rookie over there too?" A finger pointed directly at her. "Isn't that right, Black Flame Princess?" The vampire hunter continued his attack. "Wow, a super rookie, huh? You must have participated in many races, haven't you? You look familiar." They continued to comment on her outfit, deeming it too old-fashioned. Then another taunt rang out, suggesting that Guild Wolf hadn't taken good care of her. The teleprompter displayed a cheesy line prepared for Yunha. However, she just stared straight ahead in silence. her expression as cold as ice. Yunha turned to her teammate, Stocking Man, and whispered something. Then she turned back, her voice clear amidst the silence. Is this supposed to be funny? The entire set, from the hunters to the audience, was stunned by her question. Unha's manager backstage also exclaimed in shock. Hunter! The commentators were stunned, stammering. This is quite an answer. Only the elderly man in the hat, after a moment of surprise, seemed amused. He thought to himself, this girl is truly bold and interesting. In reality, concept hunters are those with low ranks or abilities unsuitable for combat, often regarded as cowards. However, the notion that they do nothing is a grave misunderstanding. Due to chronic manpower shortages, the Hunter Association never wastes any awakened individuals. Therefore, they allow concept hunters to receive benefits in exchange for their service. These individuals are recruited for all logistical support tasks, except for direct combat. A voice rang out, exposing the harsh truth that concept hunters' support work was always poorly paid. The young woman frantically grabbed her teammate, shouting to question Cha Eunha's bold actions earlier. Eunha just quietly frowned, thinking these people are really... While the sacred beast cat behind her was fuming. The sacred beast cat exploded in thought, defending its owner. Our big sister spoke up because she felt it was unfair to them. So what's wrong with that? The female teammate tried to defuse the situation, worried that if the filming was canceled, they would lose a large amount of income. An argument broke out as the man in Gat hat loudly defended Eunha, claiming she wasn't angry about her own affairs. Eunha coldly cut in. Do you all really think it's funny? I don't. But since you all seem to, I just asked. The young woman replied in confusion, admitting that no normal person would find being mocked in that situation enjoyable. Stocking Man finally spoke up, expressing gratitude to Eunha for voicing their feelings. Emboldened, the man in Gat hat declared loudly, she didn't say anything wrong. I don't want to continue filming when we're treated like this either. He vented his pent-up frustration, pointing out the injustice of them being ignored, while famous hunters, even inactive ones, were still praised. I've entered dungeons 6 times this year. Why should I be a laughingstock? He roared, and the sacred beast cat on Eunha's shoulder enthusiastically cheered. Well said. Just as he declared he couldn't continue filming, a voice came from the colorful clown shoes. Trouble. Clown Uncle crossed his arms and explained that if one person quit, the entire shoot could be completely canceled. The man in Gat hat questioned Clown Uncle, suggesting that he should be the angriest. But the sacred beast cat felt embarrassed hearing him speak normally. Clown Uncle advised everyone to be realistic, that this was a rare opportunity to earn money and fame, and he needed money to buy a warm coat for his daughter. He delivered the final blow. Do you know that 10 dungeon runs are only worth 1 broadcast today? Clown Uncle's blunt argument silenced the entire team. No matter where they went, they were insulted. So why not choose a place where they could earn more money? The man in Gat hat reluctantly accepted, turning to comfort his teammates that they would try to endure it. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the sacred beast cat flew in front of Eunha, coaxing. Come on, owner. Let's go get a refreshing iced coffee. Clown Uncle initiated a conversation with Cha Eunha, offering her the best coffee so they could talk. The sacred beast cat immediately quipped, Your pickup line is terrible, while Eunha remained silent. Afterwards, Clown Uncle brought a drink to Eunha as she sat alone on a park bench. He thoughtfully ordered a super sweet latte and explained that he heard young people liked such things. Eunha gently took it and thanked him. Clown Uncle began to inquire, guessing Eunha's age and remarking that she looked very mysterious. Seeing her not respond, he quickly apologized, saying he meant no harm. Then he proudly held up his phone, showed a picture, and began to talk about his daughter, Minji. Clown Uncle explained that he was curious because Yuna was around his daughter's age, then boasted that his daughter was a diligent high school senior. He continued, saying that his daughter originally wanted to be a teacher, but after awakening, she wanted to pursue a career in hunter welfare. His voice softened, full of remorse, as he spoke of his daughter's filial piety, how she never asked for anything, even when wearing old, tight clothes. Yunha listened silently, her gaze pensive as she looked at the drink in her hand. Clown Uncle then changed the subject, advising Yunha not to think ill of her teammates, as they also had their own hardships. He spoke of the female office worker teammate who had to struggle to raise 3 younger siblings. Then came Stocking Man, who had worked hard since childhood and was raised single-handedly by his grandmother. Next was the story of the man in Gat Hat, who had to work 2 jobs to make ends meet after his father suffered a stroke. Clown Uncle sighed, admitting that in the eyes of powerful hunters, they might seem pathetic. But then his gaze became firm, asserting that they too were hunters and had precious things to protect. Yunha closed her eyes, seemingly pondering his words. Even when ignored, they endured for the things they needed to protect. Clown Uncle smiled brightly, asserting that he truly loved this job and felt wonderful being able to protect others. Finally, he stood up, ended his story, and optimistically said that they should all try their best together. Clown Uncle optimistically encouraged Yunha. Just work hard and try your best to appear regularly. Let's keep a cool head and do our best for the next shoot. Sitting alone on the chair, Yunha thoughtfully asked, "As long as it's funny, he can say anything he wants?" Clown Uncle explained. Huh? Oh well. As long as you don't give up halfway, he'll pretty much let everything slide. Yunha looked straight ahead, asking an unrelated question. But why are you asking? She smiled, a new determination kindling in her eyes. Deep down, Yunha told herself, it's just, I'll also try my best. The scene shifted to the studio, where the MC excitedly announced the next keyword in the game. Plant Doctor. Stocking Man tried to hit the buzzer to answer, but it was too late. Firefox cheered triumphantly. Windmaker, mocking her opponent, Yunha's female teammate, sighed. I knew it too, but I still lost. C-rank and E-rank hunters have different reaction speeds, so there's nothing to do about it. The MC turned to ask Windmaker about that gate conquest, and he began to proudly recount a story about a beautiful female hunter with extraordinary abilities. In the audience, 2 young fans eagerly discussed. S-rank abilities must be on a different level. Suddenly, the MC turned to Yunha. Come to think of it, Black Flame Princess, you entered the dungeon with BJ King God Sue, right? Silver Sword, a big sister in the hunter world, loudly interrupted. Don't talk about that hanger-on anymore. If Black Flame intends to continue being a concept hunter, why doesn't she try being a streamer? Nearby, Siriel and another female hunter began to discuss. Is it true she killed monsters in the dungeon with just 1 blow? Siriel continued to comment condescendingly. Even on TV, she doesn't earn as much as us, so it's better for her to go conquer gates. The gat-wearing man angrily whispered to his mortified teammate. These people are really... Just bear with it a little longer. Suddenly, Siriel turned to ask Unha directly. So, when did you enter the gate? Unha's entire team was stunned, and Siriel added, No, I'm just curious. Unha smiled meaningfully, replying, I also went recently. But when did you go? Siriel smugly explained. We're past the days of entering gates. Now, we earn money by live streaming. Why are you asking? Yunha coldly pointed at another hunter. This man in the hat just went yesterday. As for you, I heard all your stories are from 5 years ago. So you probably haven't entered a dungeon since then, have you? Windmaker fanned himself, sneering. Ha ha ha, you're still very green, little lady. Fans prefer to watch us on air rather than conquering gates. Una's gaze was sharp as a knife. Isn't killing monsters and saving people a hunter's job? How many lives have you saved this year? Faced with the critical question, the entire group of star hunters was speechless, and Yunha only needed to add, "If you can't answer, I understand." The vampire hunter quickly interjected, trying to salvage the situation. "What's going on? Hurry up with the next question." Yunha smirked, her voice full of challenge. Those who are hunters in name only will be swept away by concept hunters like us. As soon as the declaration of war ended, the entire team behind her froze, stammering in horror. "Yus?" Windmaker dropped his mocking demeanor, his gaze full of scrutiny as he stared at the girl who had just stirred up the entire studio. In the control room, a director looked utterly delighted. Oh, the real show is about to begin. Backstage, Yuna's manager clutched his head, wailing in despair. "Oh my God, my hunter!" Her young teammate's face flushed, panicking as a dark vision appeared. "We're screwed. I see a whole sky full of hateful comments." Her thoughts poured out. "We'll be ridiculed online, called arrogant concept bunch, then banned from broadcasts. No one will invite us to shows anymore. We'll have to do odd jobs, then die miserably at some godforsaken gate." The gat-wearing man irritably cut in. "Why not just think about dividing the inheritance already?" Stalking man burst into tears, pointing an accusing finger. "You were devastated too." When Black Flame answered incorrectly, you looked utterly desperate. Just then, an image of the gat-wearing man frantically hitting the wrong buzzer appeared, and his teammate yelled at him, "If you don't know, why hit it so fast?" "Why?" he retorted, his neck veins bulging. "I only reacted that way because I was penalized. I saw her confidence and thought she had a plan." Clown Uncle tried to joke. "What's wrong? It's a good scene, isn't it?" But the gat-wearing man snapped. "What's good about it? This is humiliating us. It's not just about making money." He continued to yell in helplessness. "Our image will only be further ruined." Meanwhile, the manager clenched his fists, his mind torn. "I really want her to tone it down, but the CEO said to just let her do her thing." The manager knelt on the ground, begging Cha Eun-ha to act within his limits of endurance. He explained that according to the show's script, concept hunters like her were only supporting roles and always had to lose. Regardless of the filming results, the show would be edited so that the regular hunters would win. Therefore, he only hoped she would compete moderately so as not to tarnish her image. Yunha smiled mysteriously, replying that she understood and would act moderately. Immediately after, in the arm wrestling match, Yunha easily crushed her opponent to everyone's astonishment. The manager and the studio staff were speechless, unable to believe what was happening. The host's voice rang out, announcing another victory for Black Flame Princess. With a final score of 5-0, Yunha single-handedly swept the opposing team in their complete defeat. Serial roared in anger, asserting that Yunha could not possibly be F-rank and that Guildwolf had definitely deceived them. The other hunters were also in a frenzy, believing this was a measurement error because a C-rank hunter could not lose to an F-rank. The leopard print female hunter fearfully recalled Yunha's speed in the games, so fast it was like a still frame. From paper, rock, scissors, whack-a-mole, to even rhythm games, Yunha had won them all by herself. Siriel tried to reassure his teammates, reminding them that in the final round, they would be able to use their individual abilities. But fear had taken over. If Unha wasn't F rank, they would truly lose everything. Amidst the chaos of the losing team, Windmaker quietly observed with a look of keen interest. Meanwhile, backstage, the atmosphere was also incredibly lively. A staff member approached and called the program's director. The director cheerfully greeted Windmaker, praising his hard work. They, along with another staff member, discussed the strange stag's turn of events, laughing because it was the first time they had seen hunters lose so miserably. Backstage, the director and Windmaker discussed the program, believing that the hunters needed to genuinely win to maintain their image. Windmaker smiled meaningfully, suggesting, "Don't you want to make it more interesting?" Meanwhile, Stalking Man was overjoyed, shouting, "This is the first time in my life I've won like this. Did you see their faces? It's hilarious." The whole team cheered excitedly, hailing the Black Flame Princess and Guild Wolf's discerning eye. But the girl on the team quickly brought everyone back to reality. "Actually, we didn't do anything. It was all thanks to the Black Flame Princess." Manhwa wordly asked Cha Unha, believing that even if they won, the TV station would edit it to their liking. Cha Unha reassured them that she was fine, while her teammate asserted, "Clown Uncle is right. We'll manage the final match." They excitedly discussed the final match, a flag-capturing race where they could use their abilities, and Stalking Man confidently showed off his invisibility. Manhwa confessed he could teleport 50 centimeters, and the other girl also revealed her ability to freeze opponents for 1 second. Cha Unha realized this was the first time she had heard about their abilities, and Manhwa explained that because they were insignificant, they had never had a chance to mention them. The girl on the team smiled happily, feeling that only now were they truly hunters. Clown Uncle immediately protested passionately. "What are you saying? We've always been hunters. Now that it's come to this, let's show them our strength." He clenched his fist, declaring loudly, "Let's win in our own way." However, their hopes were immediately dashed by a sudden announcement. "Ability usage prohibited?" The MC's voice echoed throughout the studio, announcing that to support the concept hunters, the final flag-capturing match would take place without anyone using skills. The opposing team's vampire concept hunter burst into savage laughter, hailing it as a fair match. Cha Unha's team was stunned, realizing the enormous physical disparity between E rank and C rank. This was clearly a rule set to neutralize the Black Flame Princess. Siriel and Firefox smirked, knowing that without their abilities, their opponents were nothing. Windmaker quietly hid his triumphant smile behind his paper fan. Clown Uncle analyzed the desperate situation. They will put all their effort into blocking the Black Flame Princess. With Windmaker being the fastest, he will capture the flag while she can't move. Cha Unha calmly outlined her strategy. "Just find a way to block the others." "It's fine. I can win," Clown Uncle continued, proposing a risky plan. "If each of us grabs one leg, we might hold them off for about a second." Cha Unha remained silent, her determined gaze saying it all. The team quickly assigned roles. "When the match starts, I'll rush Silver Sword. I'll block Firefox." In the end, everything still depends on the Black Flame Princess. Clown Uncle patted Stalking Man's shoulder, trying to boost morale. "It's tough for her, but this is our only chance, no matter how pathetic this strategy is." They shouted their determination together, their desire to win burning brighter than ever. "Even if it's just a show, We really want to win. Cha Eun-ha silently witnessed that rare moment of unity. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, the starting signal rang out. The whole team held their breath, their faces tense. Start! Immediately, a chaotic brawl erupted as Cha Eun-ha's team rushed into their suicidal plan. Clown. Uncle strained to hold on, but his strength quickly dwindled under the opponent's pressure. Stalking Man was also held tight by two other hunters, unable to move. Serial cruelly pinned Clown Uncle to the floor, giving him no chance to resist. He raised his leg, aiming directly at Clown Uncle, who was sprawled on the ground. A merciless stomp came down, causing Clown Uncle extreme pain. Amidst the pain, Clown Uncle's eyes widened, an indescribable emotion flashing within them. Witnessing that scene, Cha Eun-ha thought to herself, a heart that wants to protect something by giving everything it has. How can I ignore it? Serial suddenly froze, astonished. Then, I should respond in kind, in my own way. A brilliant purple energy burst from Cha Eun-ha's body. She stood there, majestically looking down at the arena, where her teammates were being overwhelmed, ready to change the tide of battle. In the decisive round, Windmaker rushed forward with all his might, just as his hand was about to touch the victory flag. A shadow darted past like the wind. Cha Eun-ha's hand had already gripped the flagpole a moment before. Windmaker was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. He horrifyingly realized he had been surpassed by that girl without even knowing when. Cha Eun-ha stood there, coldly raising the flag, securing the victory. The system's clear announcement rang out. Concept Hunter, victory. Amidst the brightly lit arena, an unprecedented absolute victory had been established. Back in the waiting room, the female teammate joyfully shouted, "Amazing! It's our first win!" While Man and Gat worried about the future, the girl remained optimistic. If you're happy, just say you're happy. It's all thanks to Black Flame. Clown. Uncle suddenly asked, "Where's Black Flame?" Stalking Man replied, "The manager took her right after it ended. I didn't even get to say a proper goodbye." Clown Uncle regretted. She must be very busy since she's from Guild Wolf. He still hoped. Will we have a chance to meet again? Clown. Uncle smiled, looking at the prize money envelope, which read, "Money for Minji's warm clothes." In the moving car, Cha Eun-ha wore a rare, contented smile. The sacred beast thought to itself, "You look so happy, Hunter." While the manager drove, sobbing uncontrollably, "Please, don't look for me for the next 3 months." At the same time, on social media, a broadcaster began. I'm sure everyone has seen the video, right? The showdown between the Star Hunters is the hottest topic, with countless articles and comments. The high-ranking official slammed the table and roared, "Exactly! All sorts of complaints are pouring in, asking if this is real. Do you find this funny?" The official sneered. "You're very excited, aren't you, team leader Kim Gwang-hyun? Your mouth is about to split to your ears," he snapped. While Kim Gwang-hyun stammered denials, the official firmly asserted that there was no way the measuring device could be faulty, as that would shock the entire hunter community. He pointed out the absurdity of Shin Se-woo bringing an F-rank hunter without requesting a reevaluation. Sensing an opportunity, he ordered, "From now on, gather all information about her. If she's a trump card, we must use her." Kim Gwang-hyun asked in surprise if he thought she was S-rank, but the official merely mumbled that her skills were definitely not F-rank. That means she's capable of deceiving even machines, the official deduced, then suddenly narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Don't tell me you're investigating just because of that ghostly rumor, are you?" he roared, causing Kim Gwang-hyun to frantically present the tablet. The official began reading the personal information of Black Flame Princess, whose real name was Lee Yura, currently a trainee of Batch 126. Suddenly, he paused when he read the name Pacheon Hunter Training Center. Didn't that place close down due to a catastrophic disaster? He asked, and Kim Gwanghyun confirmed she graduated right before the incident. Kim Gwanghyun explained that all records at the center had been incinerated, making verification almost impossible. The official mused, realizing this was the perfect cover for identity fabrication, and the Wolf Guild was more than capable of doing it. When Kim Gwanghyun complained about the difficulty, he brushed it off. The documents burned, but the people are still alive. Find all the former trainers for me. He slammed the table, ordering, such a rare natural type hunter. It's impossible for no one to remember her. Find out everything immediately. His voice rang out with urgency. Who knows what secrets she's hiding? Meanwhile, at a barbecue restaurant, Cha Eun-ha confidently held the tongs. Let me grill it. I'm really good at this. Shin Se-woo could only respond with a stunned "I understand," causing the cat holy beast beside him to explode. You're turning the beef into a mummy. Don't you know how to grill meat properly? The holy beast's voice screamed in his mind. On the grill, the expensive beef slices had been charred black. Shin Se-woo looked at Cha Eun-ha, his eyes full of admiration. You're truly amazing. Eun-ha was a little flustered, while the cat holy beast beside her looked smug. Sorry, I'm usually good at grilling, Eun-ha hastily explained, but this is my first time grilling beef. Si-woo quickly replied, No, it's not that. I just feel bad that our victory celebration meal has burnt meat. He excitedly asked, Have you seen the news? Public opinion is rapidly changing thanks to you. Si-woo explained that their victory had sparked a wave of heated discussion, forcing the public to reevaluate concept hunters. People are starting to talk about the hardships of concept hunters and the injustices they suffer. He looked at her, his face flushed with sincerity. This might just be the beginning, but you are truly an incredible person. Eun-ha brushed off the compliment, her expression thoughtful. Speaking of ranks, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. She handed him an old measuring device, wondering. My experience points don't seem to be increasing at all. I'm not familiar with this, so I didn't pay much attention. A thought flashed through her mind, recalling a teammate's words. Black Flame also entered the dungeon and killed monsters, so how can she still be F rank? Another voice echoed in her memory, advising her to request a rank adjustment. The gat-wearing teammate explained, Ranks don't update automatically. You have to request it. If you even dealt with the boss, you should at least be D rank. Back in reality, Eun-ha concluded. But nothing has changed. It must be broken. Manager Park told me to ask you. Si-woo took the device, his expression serious. He began to explain that the hunter ranking system was primarily for administrative convenience. Therefore, this device only suggests a reevaluation of abilities and doesn't provide absolutely precise information. But then he froze. Even so, for no data to be recorded at all is completely illogical. I checked it thoroughly. Si-woo's thoughts raced. The only reason could be the device is truly broken, or the amount of experience gained has reached its maximum. Eun-ha was bewildered by his reaction, while the cat holy beast yelled, Don't be so stingy, you S-rank grilled fish. Si-woo was stunned, sweat beginning to pour as he realized the terrifying implication behind his hypothesis. In the midst of the tension, he suddenly yelled, breaking the atmosphere. The meat's burnt again, Ani, startling Eun-ha and the holy beast. The holy beast screamed a warning, while Shin Se-woo continued to explain his hypothesis about Eun-ha's experience limit. He concluded that because she registered under a new identity, her old experience had not been transferred, causing Yunha extreme panic. Seeing this, Shin Se-woo immediately took the tongs, offering to grill for her. Yunha shyly admitted it was her first time grilling beef, while Si-woo kindly asked if she wanted it well done. He suddenly remembered, "No, that's not it. You once said you hated the smell of blood." Si-woo's gaze became focused as he recalled that small detail. He gently asked, "Is this level of doneness all right?" Yunha was astonished, unable to believe he remembered something like that. "I said that?" Si-woo firmly confirmed it, making the holy beast growl angrily, feeling ignored. "Ignored?" the holy beast yelled. "How dare you look at my elder sister like that?" Shin Se-woo paid no attention at all, lost in his own thoughts. Yunha then picked up a piece of meat, curiously asking in return, "So, is there anything you hate?" The holy beast desperately screamed, trying to stop the increasingly intimate conversation. "It's just, I want to remember too," Shin Se-woo replied sincerely. The atmosphere suddenly became strange, leaving even the holy beast bewildered. Si-woo casually mentioned oyster kimchi, then asked about a famous soup restaurant. Completely sidelined, the holy beast frantically screamed, while the other two continued their conversation. "You two, split up quickly!" The sacred beast's shout faded into nothingness. Intrigued by the story, Yunha immediately called the restaurant and learned it had been passed down for 3 generations. The person on the other end said the restaurant was very popular, and there would be at least an hour's wait. But that didn't seem to deter Yunha. Over the phone, Shin Se-woo asked if Cha Eun-ha was home. She replied that she had just stopped by her mother's grave for a moment. Si-woo suddenly realized her location was very close to Hwangryong Market. He then suggested she come to the soup restaurant right away so she wouldn't have to wait. Yunha asked, back in surprise, unable to believe he was actually queuing there. On the other end, Si-woo awkwardly admitted it was true. The girl suddenly felt guilty, telling herself she shouldn't bother someone as busy as him. But then, without hesitation, Yunha declared she would come immediately. Si-woo carefully directed her to the east gate of the market. He didn't forget to tease her, telling her to be careful not to get arrested by the police again like last time. "What do you take me for?" Yunha retorted irritably. Suddenly, Si-woo asked a strange question. "By the way, did you visit my mother's grave?" Yuna hesitated, replying that she hadn't visited recently. She confusedly asked why he was asking that. Brushing off the confusion, Yunha reconfirmed the meeting point and hung up. Hwangryong Market appeared vibrant under the sunset, a place full of life and tradition. At the same time, a female streamer was excitedly live streaming, introducing the bustling food market. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, attracting everyone's attention. The female streamer flinched in horror as she saw a nearby hotel suddenly explode. The crowd was in chaos. Firefighters shouted evacuation orders, while Yunha, who had just arrived, realized this was not a normal fire, but a burst gate. A field staff member tried to persuade Cha Eun-ha to leave as flames continued to leak from the gate. The sacred beast, Stray Cat in the shadows, openly expressed displeasure, while Eun-ha recalled Manager Park's words about how rare it was for a gate to be entered immediately. In her thoughts, Manager Park explained that guilds often delay conquering gates to increase the value of magic stones. He went on to differentiate between regular gates and unpredictable burst gates, like the one at the shopping mall. Manager Park emphasized that for high-level and unstable gates, immediate entry was the better option. Finally, he concluded that the timing and method of entering a gate entirely depended on the winning guild. Back in the present, the staff member received a report via walkie-talkie that the Legion Guild had won the bid and would enter immediately. Just as he turned to urge Unha to leave, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted from the gate. Amidst the chaos, the staff member and another civilian screamed in panic, trying to evacuate from the rapidly spreading flames. Firefighters cried out in despair as the water pressure was at maximum, but still couldn't extinguish the flames. A brilliant purple energy surge erupted, completely overwhelming the firefighters' efforts. A firefighter stood frozen, horrified by the destructive power bearing down on them. The magical flames exploded violently, pushing everyone back. Amidst the devastation, a firefighter collapsed, supported by a comrade while a desperate hand reached out. Cha Unha didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, extending her hand to block the wall of fire. With resolute eyes, she confronted the unfolding disaster head-on. The staff member screamed in shock, seeing a civilian rush into the sea of flames. Screams echoed everywhere, announcing casualties and civilians caught in the flames. The sacred beast, Stray Cat in the Shadows, appeared, asking in a panic, "Big sis, are you okay, meow?" Una calmly replied, "I'm fine," her gaze still fixed on the ferocious flames. The sacred beast, Stray Cat in the Shadows, cried out in alarm, "You keep coughing and saying nothing. I'm worried sick. Meow." Amidst the sea of flames, Cha Unha replied, "The smoke is too thick." She walked across the ashes, remarking, "I thought it was inside the hotel, but it seems this is a fire attribute dungeon." Unha checked her phone, muttering, "As expected, no signal." The sacred beast, Stray Cat in the Shadows, grumbled, seeing her calmly calculating, "Big sis isn't stressed at all. Is all you can think about soup? Meow." Unha clenched her fist, asserting, "Because there's no reason to be stressed." She assessed the situation. Looking at the level, it seems this is a B-rank gate. Suddenly, Level 22 blazing fire fairies appeared and began to sing towards her. Unha summoned flames in her hand. "Even if I can't use black flame because I'm not wearing a dress, it doesn't matter." The fairies attacked simultaneously with a piercing melody. The system announced their skill as 100 Dur-C melody. "My flame alone is enough," Unha confidently declared. A massive flame erupted from her, completely overwhelming them. Terrifying heat enveloped the space. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. "There are still 3 more." The notification panel for the fairies' skills reappeared, but this time, they were attacked by a blue surge of icy energy and screamed miserably. A large gun barrel appeared, its operator remarking, "They're swarming out from the entrance." 2 hunters in military gear entered, the younger one saying, "If we don't finish them off, they seem to split and multiply." Junhuan speculated, someone must have gone in ahead and caused them to split. A red-haired hunter arrogantly declared, "So what's the problem? If they spawn infinitely, then we just kill them infinitely, right?" He laughed loudly, asserting that was their guild's style. Turning to seek agreement, he cheerfully asked, "Right, Trickster?" But there was only silence in response. Trickster had vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint after-image. The entire team stood stunned amidst the sea of fire, bewildered by their leader's sudden disappearance. The red-haired hunter was grabbed by the collar and shaken vigorously by a teammate. "He's gone again. Were you even keeping a close watch?" The purple-haired girl tried to reassure the team, suggesting that Trickster had probably gone ahead to test out his new bazooka. Suddenly, Trickster's voice rang out, scolding them. "Instead of worrying about Korea's 5th S-rank hunter, worry about yourselves first." He continued his threatening speech, vowing to fire them all, which terrified 2 team members. Intimidated, the entire team immediately obeyed, rushing to mine the magic stones. The red-haired hunter gave a forced laugh. "Actually, It's all thanks to Trickster. Ha 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 ha. Junhwan ordered them to move out, and the team charged forward, determined not to disappoint Trickster. After the team left, the orange-haired Trickster appeared, bending down and noticing something. Beneath the ashes, a military dog tag lay there. He picked it up, recognized the distinctive yellow color of a first-generation hunter, and assumed it was a fake. He wondered why it was there, as no one else but them was allowed inside this gate. As he looked closer at the tag, a horrifying truth slowly dawned on him. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Shin Se-woo was looking at his phone when he overheard a conversation about the Atrium Hotel. People around him were chatting animatedly. That's right. Fire just kept spewing out from inside the gate. They added that the gate had stabilized, but the surrounding roads were still blocked off. In a cafe, people around were discussing how the victorious guild had immediately entered the dungeon, while a young man looked at his phone screen, where a conversation with Senior Yura was still pending. The blue-red-haired young man sighed, wondering if she was late due to traffic, and thinking he would have to order new food when she arrived. He secretly wondered to himself, but why isn't she answering? At the same time, elsewhere, Cha Eun-ha flinched as if remembering something. The sacred Bushias cat flew around her in the fire dungeon, remarking, "Fire can burn too, huh? But for a B-yang rank dungeon, there seemed to be quite a lot of monsters, don't you think?" The cat eagerly urged, "They're just small fry anyway. Let's clear them out quickly and go get some soup." But Cha Eun-ha coldly replied, "No. Let's go back to where we just came from." The sacred beast cat panicked. "Huh? Why? The final boss isn't near the entrance, is it?" Cha Eun-ha resolutely turned away. "I can't leave until I find it." "Find what?" the cat asked curiously. Cha Eun-ha hesitated. "I think I dropped it," she stated firmly, with a hand on her chest. "I lost something very important." That item was a pair of military dog tags, resting neatly in someone else's hand. The hunter with goggles on his head whistled smugly amidst the sea of fire. "Awesome! Picking this up is truly a stroke of luck." Suddenly, the system announced a level 36, solidly hardened magma monster was throwing a fireball at them. The giant lava ball hurtled towards them with terrifying heat, but it was easily blocked by a hand. Cha Eun-ha calmly declaring, "It's useless. My fire is stronger." She unleashed a spinning kick, releasing an overwhelming torrent of fire that completely engulfed the opponent's attack. The flames erupted fiercely, incinerating everything. After the battle, the sacred beast cat looked at the petrified monster and lamented, "What do we do, big sis? This is rock, so we can't eat it." Cha Eun-ha coldly retorted, "Why would we eat it?" The cat pleaded, "Come on, big sis likes monster meat. I even prepared premium ketchup for you." But Cha Eun-ha flatly refused. "No need. I used to have to eat monster meat to survive." The sacred beast cat sadly said, "I specifically prepared it to watch you enjoy your meal." Cha Eun-ha ignored it. "Instead of ketchup, help me find what I'm looking for." The cat began to lose patience. "We've come this far and still haven't found it. What did you say you were looking for?" Cha Eun-ha replied curtly. "I already told you," Cha Eun-ha insisted. "My military dog tag. I must have dropped it during the fight." The sacred beast cat grumbled while she searched, but Cha Eun-ha asserted, "I have to find it before the gate closes." The cat suggested going back to look, as it was surely still inside. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion ripped through the space in front of Cha Eun-ha. She flinched in alarm, realizing it wasn't a monster, but a human. Cha Eun-ha thought to herself, who would even come all the way to this place? From a distance, a voice excitedly cheered. "Jackpot!" A military boot stepped onto the rubble, the stranger calmly remarking on the devastation. A young hunter with vibrant orange hair appeared, proudly carrying a bazooka on his shoulder. He laughed gleefully, praising his baby weapon and his rare stroke of luck. Then he held up a gleaming golden item, Cha Eunha's dog tag, and declared that what he found was his. As he was gloating, a towering giant fire moth appeared behind him. The system announced the presence of the level 40 boss. The orange-haired trickster didn't flinch, aiming his weapon directly at the monster. Just as he was about to fire, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Kid, move!" An extremely powerful force flung him aside. The impact created a fiery shockwave. The hunter sat up in a daze, still not understanding what had just happened. He stammered, asking who his attacker was, only to see Cha Eunha's blazing fist. Yuna stood there, her gaze sharp, her fist still burning, completely overpowering the one who had just stolen her item. The young hunter stood frozen amidst the sea of fire, astonished and wondering about the identity of the newcomer. He witnessed an unbelievable sight. Cha Eunha tore off the fire moth's wings with her bare hands, rendering it completely immobile. He secretly analyzed, realizing her power far surpassed any enhancement type he had ever known, and considered intervening. The hunter worried that if he didn't act, the valuable item might be incinerated along with the monster. The system warned that the level 40 fire moth was summoning its final embers, preparing for a destructive blow. A terrifying fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area where Eunha stood. "Hey, back off!" the hunter yelled, hastily raising his bazooka, intending to shoot down the boss. However, from the heart of the flames, a hand reached out and began to absorb the entire sea of fire. Yuna stood there, completely unharmed, the raging flames now obediently swirling around her. The hunter was stunned, realizing he was facing a natural-type hunter capable of controlling fire. While he was still reeling from the existence of such a hunter, Eunha's cold gaze locked onto him. A flash of purple energy appeared, and the bazooka in the hunter's hand was immediately disabled. "Did it have to go this far?" he muttered, looking desperately at his weapon. Completely defeated, he secretly plotted his escape while blurting out, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry," Eunha replied calmly. "All the monsters are dead." She bent down, gently placed her hand on the kneeling hunter's cheek, and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Eunha's cold, battle-hardened face suddenly broke into a gentle smile. Completely flustered by the sudden change, the young hunter stammered, blushing, no." When the system announced the exit was open, Eunha suggested, "Let's go. I'll take you back to your parents." The hunter looked up, his expression turning melancholic as he replied, "But I don't have parents." Cha Eunha calmly asked, "I see, but how did you get in here?" The orange-haired hunter was stunned. "Hey, that's what I should be asking. This gate was conquered by our legion. Who are you?" He brandished his weapon, accusing, "A gate thief who specializes in breaking in and stealing things? Hey, you're a hunter, right?" Eunha just smiled in response. "Yes, that's right." Just then, she reached out her hand, startling the hunter. A brick was stopped right in front of them. Eunha said coldly, "I'll take you out. The gate is about to collapse." Grabbed, the hunter blushed, thinking, "This person really doesn't know who I am?" He couldn't believe that the master of the Legion Guild, Korea's 5th S-rank hunter, would one day go unrecognized. While he was still confused, Eunha had already turned to collect monster cores and said, "Wait a moment, let me get this core. Then we'll talk." Desperate, he pointed to his uniform. "Look at this jacket and hat. It's Legion's. Even with this, you still don't know who I am?" He suddenly remembered something. "I'm the 5th. Wait." He pulled out a military dog tag, but Eunha stared at it and declared bluntly, "I think that's mine." In a deserted restaurant, the ceiling and cold dishes appeared. a voice rang out, asking the young man, "Hey kid, your soup's all cold. Has your companion still not arrived?" The proprietress said sympathetically, "It's been hours. She's not coming. You've been stood up. Let me pack it up for you to take home." The young man replied sadly, his voice full of stubbornness, "No, they'll be here soon." But his phone screen revealed the harsh truth with a flurry of anxious, unread messages. Back in the dungeon, Yuna's eyes were sharp as daggers as she repeated her assertion. She stepped closer, her voice full of authority. "Where did you find it?" The young hunter was completely speechless, unable to utter a word. The young hunter spoke up, flustered. "Sorry for startling you." Cha Eunha held out her hand, her eyes sharp. "But that dog tag is very precious to me, so I want it back." The young man froze, only able to stare down at the item in his hand. He muttered in disbelief. Then, the military ID number, engraved here. Eunha recited it perfectly, as if it were obvious. 98 S. 10 Su 794. Issued on January 3rd, 1998. She smirked, her voice full of challenge. "Will you give it back?" The young man thought, sweat pouring down. The name is faded, but the ID number almost matches. What is this person's identity? He continued his deduction. This is also a gold dog tag from a first-generation hunter. Could this person be? A crazy thought flashed through his mind. A military fanatic who hunts for dog tags on auction sites. Eunha saw him blush and asked, "Why are you staring like that?" The young man stammered, while she thought he was still scared. She suddenly took his hand, her voice calm. "Let's hold hands." She even offered to carry him on her back, making the young man frantically refuse, secretly realizing she had no idea who he was, his hand held by her soft one. He secretly thought he should say something right now, but instead, a silly question blurted out. "You like military personnel?" Eunha looked bewildered, while he continued to explain his deductions about the uniform and weapon models. Suddenly, the young man shouted excitedly, "That's right. More precisely, I like military gear." He passionately rattled on about his love for military uniforms and various weapons, especially the K1 and K2 assault rifles. He was about to explain the K2 rifle, but Cha Eunha suddenly cut him off. "I know. I like the K2 too." The young man was stunned, but Cha Eunha simply repeated firmly, "I like the K2. She offered a professional assessment. Easy to carry, good accuracy. Just a little lighter, and it would be perfect." The orange-haired young man's face flushed red as he exclaimed that for convenience, nothing could compare to the K1 rifle. He stammered that no one uses K1 or K2 rifles anymore these days, but Cha Eunha retorted that it was basic knowledge. He awkwardly asked again, hoping she truly understood the K1. Cha Eunha calmly replied, not only confirming her preference, but also meticulously analyzing its piston system and prioritizing mobility. The young man was completely captivated, his eyes sparkling as if he had found a kindred spirit, secretly thinking, "This person is real." The two walked side by side, engrossed in a heated debate about the pros and cons of each weapon. Their conversation was strangely harmonious, constantly agreeing with each other's analyses. As the young man happily linked arms with Cha Eunha, a voice from afar announced that they had been found. Junhwan rushed over, frantically calling out, "Master!" The orange-haired young man turned around, startled, his face clearly showing annoyance at being interrupted. Junhwan was stunned to see his master intimately linking arms with a strange girl. Cha Eunha turned to ask if he knew them, and the young man vigorously shook his head. "What? Why are you shaking your head?" Junhwan yelled in despair, and the entire team behind him froze. Cha Eunha calmly asked if they were soldiers, but the man quickly denied it, saying they were hunters. He introduced himself as being from the Legion Guild, but then his gaze suddenly stopped when he saw the item in Cha Eunha's hand. A thought flashed through the man's mind. A gate core? Could it be a thief? Immediately, all members of the Legion Guild simultaneously aimed their guns at Cha Eunha. What's a thief? Cha Eunha asked blankly. Looking down at the monster core in her hand, Junhwan pointed and growled, unable to believe she would ask such a question while holding a gate core. Suddenly, Trickster signaled to Cha Eunha, his face serious as he told her to be silent. Junhwan roared at his master, "Someone else is holding a gate core, and you're telling me to shut up? This is a declaration of war against Legion." He couldn't understand what the person he trusted most was thinking. Meanwhile, Trickster was immersed in happiness, his cheeks flushed from being next to his dream girl. The cat holy beast warned, "Big sis, they've been following us the whole way." It wondered what the sneaky group behind them was up to. Cha Eunha asked how long they intended to follow, while Trickster awkwardly admitted they just kept following with scowls. "Don't worry, kid." Cha Eunha smiled, patting his head. "I'll get you home safely." The entire team behind them was utterly shocked to see their master being touched on the head by a stranger without any resistance. Cha Eunha invited him to eat first, as an acquaintance was waiting at a nearby soup restaurant. The orange-haired young man happily agreed, but inwardly he was terrified that his identity would be exposed. He wanted to shake them off, but he didn't dare act for fear Cha Eunha would notice. He secretly thought that if she knew who he was, he might never get to hold her hand like this again. It had been a long time since he had held someone's hand, and a strange warmth spread through his chest. He told himself there was nothing wrong with wanting to enjoy this moment a little longer. Behind them, the red-haired hunter squinted, feeling that Cha Eunha looked very familiar. Junhwan snapped, saying it wasn't important, but the red-haired teammate insisted. "It is important," he yelled. "I don't understand what the hell Master is doing anymore." The purple-haired female hunter turned to ask Junhwan, but the deputy commander only received the order to shut up. Junhwan tried to analyze. Then a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Unless it's love at first sight. The whole team froze, sharing the same thought. "Master, don't tell us you like older women," Shin Se-woo impatiently called out. "Senior, over here. Where have you been without any contact?" Cha Eunha replied with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, the soup's cold, isn't it? Just leave it. We'll order something else." He quickly stood up, asking worriedly, "That's not the problem. Are you all right? Sit down. We'll order something new." Cha Eunha turned away, innocently suggesting, "Oh, I'll order an extra children's pork cutlet." Hearing the words, children's, Shin Se-woo froze, his blue eyes wide with astonishment. At the same time, Cha Eunha's orange-haired companion also turned around, his gaze sharp and wary. The young man angrily pointed at him. "You..." Cha Eunha looked at both of them in confusion, asking blankly, "Do you two know each other?" The orange-haired one immediately denied, "No," but his gaze remained fixed on the other, secretly thinking, "Why is this stranger looking at me so menacingly?" The cat holy beast appeared, scolding, while Shin Se-woo secretly analyzed. The hair color, the uniform, the cloak, and even the bazooka. He horrifyingly realized the other's identity. S-rank hunter, trickster, what the hell are you plotting? His train of thought continued to connect the events. Let's see. Senior said she'd never met this kid. He clutched his head, coming to an unbelievable conclusion. Is she temporarily protecting a lost child? Cha Eunha nodded in confirmation, and Trickster immediately gleefully played the role of a genuine lost child. The young man tried to warn Cha Eunha, so treat them well. They know a lot about rifles, but don't know what gates are. Then he suddenly remembered something important. I forgot. Senior is from 30 years ago. How could she know about modern hunters? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Trickster held out a paper crane, making Cha Eun-ha exclaim in admiration, while the young man could only clutch his head in helplessness. He silently cursed the other person for continuing to act when Cha Eun-ha recognized the second model, M36. Jackson Tank Destroyer. You made it beautifully. She smiled gently, curiously asking, "Where did you learn all of this?" The trickster happily replied, making Cha Eun-ha excitedly ask, "Really? Can you make mortars too?" The blue and red-haired young man fell silent, his eyes narrowing in annoyance. Suddenly, Cha Eun-ha's orange-haired companion happily showed off a paper tank, making him think, "I thought he was a middle schooler." Sun Sanpo Kam Shiruru, who knew he was just a tall elementary schooler. However, the orange-haired one's gaze suddenly sharpened, directed straight at him. A meaningful silence enveloped them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Immediately, the blue and red-haired young man growled, making the orange-haired one feign fear, and Cha Eun-ha had to speak up. "Why are you doing that to a child?" The orange-haired one continued to play innocent, while his opponent could only grind his teeth in anger. "Damn it! How annoying!" The blue and red-haired young man exploded in thought. The most irritating thing is when I'm the only one who doesn't understand what's happening. Fortunately, a hot bowl of beef-head soup was served, temporarily breaking the suffocating atmosphere. Cha Eun-ha happily enjoyed the meal, while the blue and red-haired young man gently told her to eat slowly. He smiled, watching Cha Eun-ha eat heartily, her mouth full of food. Just then, the orange-haired one interjected again. "Sis, look!" He proudly held up a K2 Black Panther tank model, and Cha Eun-ha casually offered a compliment. The blue and red-haired young man frowned once more. "Besides tanks, I can also make grenades and trucks." The orange-haired one provoked. "I'm more interesting than someone who only knows how to buy you food, right?" A war of words erupted, with both of them sarcastically questioning who was acting more like a child. Amidst the argument, Cha Eun-ha calmly ate her soup, ignoring the blue and red-haired young man's nagging about basic etiquette. "If adults don't set an example, what can you do?" The orange-haired one retorted, then stood up, pretending to get more kimchi. A hand suddenly pressed firmly on the orange-haired one's head. Cha Eun-ha smiled, her other hand also pressing down on the blue and red-haired young man's head, ordering, "Behave while eating." "Got it?" The orange-haired young man awkwardly adjusted his goggles. Shin Si-woo spoke coldly. "Tell me, why are you here acting all cute, completely unlike yourself?" His eyes flashed with a blue light, full of scrutiny. The leader of a top guild in Korea. "What are your intentions, trickster?" The trickster sneered, replying, "You pretend to be harmless while possessing that aura. Only now revealing yourself as a hunter?" Shin Si-woo affirmed. "As expected. You still don't know who I am." He revealed his identity. "You must know about White Wolf, but you wouldn't know that's me, the only son of Shin Gui-hun, whose identity is absolutely confidential." The trickster showed interest. "Your name is Si-woo? This is the first I've heard of it. A hunter with an aura like this, yet almost no information." He glanced meaningfully, then asked, "Which guild do you belong to, big brother?" "Today I've met nothing but strange people, including that older sister." Shin Si-woo lightly tapped his finger on the table, his voice deepening. "Speaking of that older sister," he released a powerful blue aura, warning, "It's best not to approach her more than necessary." His gaze was sharp as a knife. "Do you understand what I mean?" The trickster laughed defiantly, so confident against Legion. "Big brother, are you from Wolf? Or do you have a deep connection with that older sister. Shin Si-woo was silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with determination. He calmly looked up, replying to the provocation. So what? The trickster was completely stunned by the blunt answer. Huh? Really? He blushed, awkwardly mumbling, Ugh. Regaining his composure, the trickster said, All right, then don't worry about us anymore and mind your own business. That older sister stole the gate that our legion won. Shin Si-woo was speechless, while the trickster continued to explain. You know you're a hunter too, right? The right to punish and retaliate belongs to the guild that was robbed. Don't lie. Senior isn't like that. Si-woo slammed the table in protest, but the trickster calmly recounted the story of meeting Cha Eun-ha. He concluded, If you really don't believe me, check that older sister's bag, sending Shin Si-woo into a confused train of thought. Shin Si-woo thought to himself, worried about the prospect of disputes between guilds if the trickster held Cha Eun-ha accountable. However, the trickster casually replied, But I won't hold her responsible for anything, so don't worry about me. Shin Si-woo was astonished by the other's attitude. The trickster continued, What? It's understandable that you don't believe me, since stealing a gate is a sensitive matter. But you've realized it, haven't you, brother? That there are members of the Legion Guild over there, he said, pointing towards his teammates who were trying to hide. You knew and still pretended? Do you think those people won't be noticed in those outfits? So don't worry about me. The trickster continued to taunt. Cornered, Shin Si-woo angrily grabbed his collar, growling, I understand less and less. Why are you covering for Senior? What's your goal? I like her not because of any ulterior motive, the trickster yelled. Do you know how hard it is to find someone who also likes old culture? Don't interfere with my preferences. Shin Si-woo froze, completely disbelieving. What? The trickster is interested in 90s hit songs? The trickster pressed on. I like her because we share interests. So drop that twisted competitive attitude and don't worry about your beloved being stolen. Hit where it hurt, Shin Si-woo blushed, stammering, No, that's not it. I haven't even said anything yet. The trickster continued to tease. What adult would compete with a child like me who hasn't even enlisted yet? Then he issued a cryptic warning. The person you should be worried about is someone else, somewhere else. Meanwhile, in a splendid city at night, Baek Ajin was speaking on the phone with a determined expression. Then I'll ask this, Catherine. On the other end of the line, his female assistant reported, Yes, understood. However, if Plan C is also rejected, there will be no other plans. Baek Ajin merely smirked. He decisively declared, I will go meet her myself. Back to Cha Eun-ha. She and the trickster had left the shop. She held up a glowing object and asked, Right, what should we do with this? Following them, Shin Si-woo was stunned when he recognized what was in her hand. That's a gate core. That's right, it's a gate core, Cha Eun-ha confirmed, making Shin Si-woo stare in shock and ask where she got it. She casually replied, I accidentally got caught in a gate burst, took down the boss, and picked it up, leaving Si-woo speechless, thinking to himself, accidentally, huh? He immediately connected the incident to the explosion at the nearby hotel, realizing the trickster's words were true and wondering how one could accidentally get caught in a gate burst. In his chaotic thoughts, Si-woo grew more suspicious. If this senior was a gate thief, why would the trickster have to hide his identity from her? The ridiculous reason about shared interests certainly wasn't everything. Si-woo was convinced they were definitely plotting something. Just as Eun-ha asked again what to do with the gate core, Si-woo's phone suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation. Manager Park, I'll call you back later, Si-woo said into the phone. But on the other end, his assistant urgently reported that a guest had arrived and he needed to return to the office immediately. The assistant further explained that even though they had said the CEO was out, the guest insisted on waiting until he returned. Siwoo snapped irritably. Send them away. Since when did Silver Moon become a supermarket anyone can just walk into? The assistant awkwardly replied, revealing a shocking piece of information. They said they absolutely must speak about the Black Flame Princess today. Meanwhile, Eunha patiently waited, holding the glowing gate core in her hand. On the other end of the line, Shin Siwoo was stunned when he heard her nickname. He asked in a low, serious voice, "Who is it? Who is that person?" At the office, the assistant looked flustered before answering. He announced, "It's Chaser. Someone from the American Chaser Hunter Guild has arrived." Siwoo's call dragged on, and Eunha pouted in disappointment. "In the end, I still haven't heard what to do with this." The trickster put an arm around her shoulder to comfort her. "It must be urgent, so we can't help it. But why are you so worried about it?" He continued, "If you picked it up, it's yours. That guy probably just asked about something other than the gate core and left, right?" Eunha pondered, then replied to the trickster's earlier question. "Probably. I asked if there was any connection to America." She answered blankly, "No. I've never even been there before, let alone anything else." Shin Siwoo read the message on his phone, smiling as he replied, "I see. I understand." He quickly messaged Cha Eunha back. "I have an urgent matter, so I'll head off first, senior." Looking at the gate core in her hand, Eunha thought to herself that Shin Siwoo still seemed to have something he wanted to ask. The trickster speculated, wondering if Siwoo perhaps wanted to ask about him, then hesitated, unsure what to do next. He began to probe. "You said you don't have parents. So what about relatives?" Eunha coldly replied, "I don't have anyone." The trickster pretended to understand, but in his mind, he thought that Eunha's answer wasn't entirely a lie. He continued to inquire, "So where is your home?" The trickster secretly fabricated a story about staying at a friend's house, telling himself that since he lived at the guild headquarters, it wasn't exactly a lie. While the trickster was still calculating, Eunha suddenly cut him off. "All right, then let's go to my place." The trickster was stunned and asked again, "Your place?" Eunha casually confirmed. Immediately, he was overjoyed, shouting, "No inconvenience at all. I want to go." In his mind, he was already dreaming of treasures at the home of someone with a gold ID card. While he was still giddy with this heaven-sent opportunity, Eunha suddenly said, "So first," and reached out her hand. She gently scooped up the trickster in a princess carry, leaving him only able to exclaim, "Huh?" Eunha leaned close to the blushing trickster's ear and whispered, "Let's shake off these tailing guys first." With that, she carried him and leaped into the air with astonishing speed. Behind them, the Legion Guild members who were following could only stare in shock. "Damn it, we lost them. How did they know we were tailing them?" Eunha explained as she moved. "Scary, isn't it?" "Sorry. I was worried they'd follow us all the way home." She landed on a rooftop and suggested, "You must be tired. Just sleep at my place tonight, and we'll go to the police station tomorrow." The trickster thought to himself that the Legion members were all elite individuals he had personally chosen. Yet this girl could detect them. The trickster was secretly astonished, not understanding who this girl was that she could detect and shake off such skilled trackers. He told himself it was strange that he didn't know someone this talented, and decided he had to keep a close eye on her until he could uncover her true identity. Back at her place, the trickster was stunned when he saw the outfit Eunha handed him was a gaudy black dress. He cried out in despair, not understanding why there were no guns, but instead a black umbrella. In another scene, A red-haired teammate asked him if he had watched the Hunter show recently. The trickster brushed it off, but the teammate still talked about a concept hunter who used an umbrella as a weapon. The red-haired teammate seemed interested, but the trickster thought it was just an edited video. He asserted that his gun was more interesting than some ridiculous black flame. Returning to the present, the trickster was stunned to realize this girl was the Black Flame Princess, and he had been thoroughly tricked. He realized he had mistaken a genuine otaku for a military otaku. The trickster collapsed, shouting that the difference between Rococo and military styles was greater than the distance to the stratosphere. He lay sprawled on the floor in frustration, sighing and wondering if he should just leave. He regretted following her home if he had known things would turn out like this. What a waste of time. What the hell is this? He muttered. Suddenly, the trickster flinched in surprise. Cha Eunha walked in, carrying a glass of water, while the holy beast cat grumbled about her attitude. After you shower, I'll prepare your bed, Eunha said, then handed him a new outfit, making the trickster stare in shock and ask where she bought it. Trickster was ecstatic, praising every detail of the military uniform from its color and fabric to the epaulets. Trickster was stunned, stammering as he asked Cha Eunha where she got the uniform. He burst into joy, shouting that this was the first-generation military uniform. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in the heart of the bustling city, an assistant politely offered the guest another cup of tea. He reassured her that the director was on his way, but the blonde guest just smiled and replied that it was fine. She confidently declared that if it was for the Black Flame Princess, her guild could wait as long as needed. It was Chaser, an American hunter guild famous since the early days of the Gates. Nevertheless, it remained a mysterious guild with very little public information. The guest admitted her guild had many secrets, but said she herself didn't know much about Chaser. The assistant nervously broke into a sweat as he took a sip of tea. The guest suddenly spoke, explaining that despite wearing the Chaser emblem, she actually belonged to the subsidiary Clamp Management, which startled the young man. She explained her role was to assist the master and manage the guild, then offered her business card. She was Catherine Hudson from Clamp Management. The assistant awkwardly took the business card, secretly amazed by her background and her ability to speak Korean. Catherine showed empathy for his managerial work, making the young man force a smile and blurt out that he also wanted to discipline his boss. Just then, the door burst open and Shin Si-woo walked in, asking if this was the meeting place. He glanced at the guest with cold eyes, muttering about the so-called guest. Shin Si-woo crossed his arms and sat in the opposite chair, his attitude clearly unwelcoming. He cut off his assistant's introduction, directly asking Catherine what brought her all the way from America. Shin Si-woo showed annoyance, and even mentioned a specific hunter from our company. The assistant was sweating as he tried to calm his boss, while Catherine Hudson politely spoke up. I apologize for this sudden visit, Hunter Shin Si-woo. She introduced herself. I am Catherine Hudson from Clamp Management, a subsidiary of the Chaser Guild. Shin Si-woo thought to himself, wondering why a major American guild like Chaser would be interested in an F-rank hunter. Catherine got straight to the point, stating that she was here to make an offer regarding the Black Flame Princess. But why did you come to me? Si-woo retorted, making Catherine just smile cryptically. She didn't sign a contract with Wolf, Catherine asserted. But with Hunter Shin Si-woo, right? Si-woo's eyes sharpened. He hated being seen through by others, and at the same time, wondered how they knew this secret. He glanced at the only other person who knew, causing his assistant to vehemently deny it. You may doubt, Catherine said, but numbers don't lie. Then placed a check on the table. The assistant's jaw dropped when he realized it was a blank check, with no amount written. The check shimmered on the table. An unlimited offer, Catherine declared bluntly, My superior hopes to bring the Black Flame Princess to chase her. Before the assistant could mention compensation, Shin Se-woo decisively cut him off. I refuse. Money means nothing to me, he said coldly, his eyes flashing. Go tell your superior to mind their own business. Catherine smiled professionally. I'm truly sorry. At the assistant's panicked expression, she played another card, offering Wolf a free A-rank hunter for 3 years. Even though the assistant was shocked again, Sai-woo remained unmoved. Even if you send an S-rank hunter, my answer remains the same. He looked directly at the uninvited guest, his voice devoid of emotion. Please leave, Catherine Hudson responded coldly, while the assistant frantically thought to himself, CEO, why are you so angry? He screamed internally, believing this offer was the clearest proof of Hunter Lee Yura's talent. As Catherine was about to leave, Shin Se-woo unexpectedly spoke up, stopping her. You should say something before you go, shouldn't you? At least tell me who your superior is. The one digging into the past and trying to steal my hunter, Se-woo growled. The assistant hastily waved his hands to explain, but Catherine just smiled. Don't worry. That person will introduce themselves directly, not me. She turned and left Shin Se-woo with a cryptic remark. See you soon, Hunter Shin Se-woo. The scene shifted. Trickster raised his camouflage phone, and the flash lit up. He was taking pictures of an old-style military jacket hanging on a rack. Lying sprawled on the floor, Trickster enthusiastically photographed the jacket from every angle, as if it were a treasure. The cat divine beast grumbled at Cha Eun-ha. Big sis, are you just going to let him? He's been taking pictures this whole time, making her suddenly realize. That's right. He has a phone. Cha Eun-ha mumbled, thinking he probably had no one to contact, which made the cat divine beast question. Are we looking at the same kid and talking? Seeing Trickster engrossed with his phone, Cha Eun-ha asked, Do you like this military uniform that much? And received an excited reply. Yes, of course. He jumped up, vehemently protesting when Cha Eun-ha suggested it was just an ordinary military uniform, asserting that it was completely different. With sparkling eyes full of admiration, Trickster explained, This is the uniform worn by truly powerful people. He continued to enthusiastically talk about the previous generation of hunters, those who had no weaknesses, while Cha Eun-ha listened in silence. They must be people who can handle everything on their own. Right? Trickster eagerly asked, seeking agreement. Cha Eun-ha just smiled faintly, replying vaguely. I wonder if they could do everything on their own, then that uniform wouldn't have been necessary, she said, leaving Trickster stunned. Cha Eun-ha explained. Hundreds of people wore the same kind of clothes to rely on each other, leaving Trickster deep in thought. Cha Eun-ha smiled, explaining that was why she thought this uniform was so precious. Even if one person is weak, when many gather, they can become braver, right? Her words left the Trickster stunned, sinking into deep contemplation. A painful memory suddenly rushed back. The sound of a desperate child calling for their parents in the darkness. The Trickster's eyes gleamed with determination, forged from a tragic past. The scene shifted, a tall building appearing, signaling that a new morning had arrived. Outside the luxurious building, a voice rang out, asking if the child had woken up yet. The next morning, Eun-ha woke up in a strange room, being nagged by the cat holy beast for taking the owner's bed. She silently listened to the urging to go to the police station, her expression serious. The luxurious bedroom where she had stayed was now empty. On the bed was a thank you letter from the child she had saved, who called herself Blackfire's little sister. Eun-ha wondered when they had left, while the cat holy beast angrily speculated that they must be hunters to leave without anyone knowing. Ignoring the grumbling, Eun-ha just smiled gently as she read the letter. She thought to herself, perhaps she didn't need to take them all the way back. At the same time, elsewhere, a skeptical question was asked. Is that true? The government official sweated, unable to believe that no one knew of the Blackfire Princess. The former director of Pachon Training Center confirmed that even he had no memory of that name, and neither did the trainees. He came to a shocking conclusion. Not a single person in the last batch of trainees remembered a trainee named Lee Yura. In the tense meeting room, the mystery of Cha Eunha's true identity grew increasingly dense.